Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi,
former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Namaste, welcome everybody who is joining us for the broadcast of round 3 of the 44th Chess Olympiad. We are so happy that you're here as well. We are very excited because already in round 3 we are going to have quite some interesting matchups on boards. So I'm going to be your host, I'm Judit Polgar, and as usual we are going to have Mihail helping us out with all the details, what's running on the chessboard together.
Hello Judit, good luck, and hello everybody, hope you enjoy.
Well, it is already warmed up everything. So now all the top players are going to get into the ring. For example, Giri is also going to be showing himself and playing already. It will be his first game in round 3. We are also going to have Duda playing, who played in the candidates tournament. And Magnus is there again, and we're going to have Hare Krishna also in the team. So let's see the pairings of today in the open section, because let's see what really is going to be on our menu for today, because it's going to be something. There is a great game going to be, for example, between the world champion Magnus Carlsen, because he's going to play against Jobava. Probably we have some viewers who are a big fan of his. Let's see the Norway matchup. It's going to be, I think, on board 3. Vocaturo. Oh no, actually Vocaturo is playing against Magnus.
Jobava is playing against Caruana.
Sorry,
Yes.
Later on I messed it up a bit, but Magnus will also have. I think Vocaturo is your student, right?
Yes, I worked for him for a few years. I turned him in from a very average international master into a strong grandmaster, and
Well,
he keeps
we'll see
playing well.
what he can perform there. But let's go back to the first board, what is going on between the Indian team. And then we'll see. We are going to have today Mr. Arvind Kumar, Managing Director of CCPL, making the first move, probably with Magnus Carlsen. I don't know, of course, if he's going to take that. But let's see the playing hall, and then we find out just in a second, because it is just about to start in 2 minutes. The first move, everybody's there, the Norwegian team. You see Magnus Carlsen. Vocaturo is kind of, he knows he's going to be a tough game, right? And of course all photographers are gathering together around Norway match, because the world champion is playing again.
I remember how excited he was before his game with Kramnik in the last round of the Baku Olympiad. Of course, he's an admiration of the chess gods.
Of course, and I think the officially making the first move, we are going to see when in the Indian boards, the Indian players, actually they have very special setup, because every board is separated from each other, because they have special coverage on that. As after all, we are here in the Olympiad in Chennai in India, where the whole place, not only the playing hall, surroundings, the city Chennai, everybody is on fire, because they have some expectations. I believe that they want to collect at least 1 gold medal. Of course, it's not going to be an easy ride.
Well, the same is in football. When you host a world championship, you want to get something. And, well, actually, India, they have such strong teams that they are entitled to hope.
Well, in the first round, as they have 3 teams in the open section, and they are allowed to have 3 teams in the ladies sections, they started out with winning all their games, 24-0.
It's quite a score.
So it was quite something.
You cannot beat that.
Yeah, that was quite something. That's a nice start. Though, of course, it will no one round again where they can repeat that. But we have to know that in the Olympiad, the scoring system is that they have to win the matches, and for every match won, which means that 2.5 point has to be reached, then the team gets 2 points. If it's 2-2, then it's only 1 point. And obviously, if you lose, actually, there is no prize. That's 0. So far, almost everybody, all the teams, many teams has won 2 of their matches in the first 2 rounds. Already in round 3, we can have some surprises also. Now we see Poland against Vietnam from the women's section.
If you allow me to continue your phrase, if you lose, you are a future winner, as we had this earlier.
Yeah, let's see the rankings of the right now. How is the ranking going on in the open section? Well, of course, we should not look really who is number 1 and number 20, because as we see, they all have 4 points, which means that all of them won the first 2 matches. Let's see how many teams have won the first 2 matches. So let's go for the next page. And of course, later on, it will be already that on one page we will see different match points, right? So we see Australia on 21. And, well, actually, Australia is an interesting... I love Australia. I was visiting there first time in 1986, I think, meeting with the kangaroos and koalas. That was a lot of fun and great memories. And actually, their team is kind of funny, because maybe I should give this as a quiz for our audience, and you can send your answer to that how many players of the Australian delegation from the women and in the open section was born in Australia. You can send it to hashtag #BestChessOlympiad 2022. It's just interesting that many of the teams, you will find people originally born in other countries, but they are representing the country they are playing for. So let's see who we have. They are still with 4 points. Let's see who else. More. And now already, so we have 45 teams who won their first 2 matches.
Almost a quarter of the teams. 45 times 4, that means 180. So you're getting close. Yeah.
So we are getting more and more to the Olympiad, and it's going to be more and more competitive. And of course, with the round progressing the Olympiad, when we are already going to be in the round 6, 7, 8, 9, that is going to be really the tough moments, and it's going to be so tense that even though the playing hall is huge, the tension is something you will feel over there, especially on the top boards. So let's see the women's section. What do we see over there? How many teams have started with 2 wins in the first 2 rounds of the 44th Chess Olympiad? We see France, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Spain, Mongolia, Indonesia, Sweden. Sweden, of course, that's one of my favorite teams, because it's so nice to see mother and daughter playing, Pia Kramling and Anna. And let's see longer.
But they play with Spain today, which creates some funny situation, because Bayon, who is the husband and the father, he's Spanish. He even wrote a post about it. He asked Javier Ochoa, the president of the Spanish Federation, to come and take some pictures.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, they are going to play a friendly match, but of course, during the game, of course, everybody wants to win. This is how it goes. So we have at least 20 with 4 points, but we go on and further. Already Kyrgyzstan also has 4 points. And then we go further. Let's see. And basically in the women's section, it's we can say only 40 teams who has won both of their matches. What is interesting that we don't have anyone with 3 points.
In the men's team, men's competition, there are 2 teams. Here, yes, here I didn't see.
Okay, so let's go back and see the pairings of today. And
It's important to let them get their psychological balance back because, okay, when you draw against a much lower rated opponent, you are not happy, so you need a rest day.
But of course, there are strong matchups already. In rating, you see differences quite a bit. Like, okay, Fabiano is 200 rating points more than Jobava, but Fabiano knows it exactly how strong and unexpected and creative player Jobava is. So if he has a great day, he can beat anybody. And he's playing with the black pieces, I guess.
Jobava used to be over 2,700 just a few weeks ago.
Period
and
of time.
I don't think that Caruana will have a dry game today, even if he wishes so.
Well, definitely not as it was yesterday. Let's see the next board. Italy, Norway. We've seen this before. Let's move on to the next one, which is Spain, Brazil. Shirov is on board one, so he's playing practically. Maybe he will play all his games. He started with 2 out of 2. He's playing.
A principled I mean, I don't think he's like Ivanchuk. He would play everything. I mean, he likes to do it. Sometimes he would overdo, but okay, maybe the captain will stop him when he feels that he's tired. But I'm sure he would play all the games if asked to.
Yeah, so Spain is also obviously very, very strong team. So Vallejo is also very strong. He was playing in some of the big tournaments also internationally, of course, in Spain as well. So, but the Brazil team is also not weak at all. They are going to put the resistance, I believe. Let's move on to the next team.
Grandmaster team.
Yeah, everybody's Grandmaster, of course.
Yes.
Of course, now it's not going to be already that we see without Grandmasters. Australia against Poland. So Duda is playing against Mirnov and Wojtaszek is playing on board 2. We had some funny game of him yesterday with Wojtaszek, but he's playing again. And actually the fact that the tournament is only 11 rounds, contrary to the older times when, well, for me it was 14 rounds, and then we can talk about a little bit about history
even older times
of the older times when it was more. Yes, but when it was 14 rounds, it was kind of tricky that how many games you play, that everybody gets a warm up, and even in my time we played for the first Olympiad, it was 6 players, so 4 boards was playing, and we had 2 reserve, and now for some time already we have 1 reserve, while in the women's section it was only 4 players, I think, with 1 reserve.
It was 3.
Yes, 3 players playing and 1 reserve.
Yes.
And but it's changed, so now it's balanced out that women and men also they play on 4-4 boards.
It's a sign that women chess developed quite a lot around the world.
Yeah, and
there is
actually,
no problem to get.
Today I had the idea that why they are not merging it to one team. They are playing on 8 boards, 4 men and 4 women.
Yes, and they could make separate classifications somehow, but also a general one. Why not?
Yeah, it could be interesting to generate even more ladies and girls to be playing chess and to get used to the atmosphere to the open section as well. But okay, let's move on to the next pair of matchup. It's going to be, of course, here also we see just Grandmaster fighting against each other. We have Azerbaijan. What a team Azerbaijan is, even without Rajabov.
Yes, Mamedyarov, who is the fierce attacking player. Okay, now he is more rounded up, but
he played very well in the candidates.
Yes, I know, but I mean, I like him. He's somehow similar to Jobava, but sounder, let's say. But they're the players who just go for an attack, just close their eyes and put all the energy and go there.
Mamedyarov.
Yes.
Yes, Mamedyarov, yes.
Like Jobava, yes. No, he's a little bit more rounded up than Jobava, maybe. This is why he's high rated, but I like this kind of players who really believe in spectacle and
and he's a very nice guy. His family, his sisters. I don't know exactly if any of the sisters plays now in the Azerbaijan team of Mamedyarov, but they are a lovely family. I remember
with one of the sisters.
I remember when I met the family, first time I played with him in Holland in the Hooghoven tournament, and the whole family was there, the sisters and the father, and they were so lovely and cheerful. And ever since, whenever I meet Shakir Riar, it's always very nice to meet with him. Actually, he's one of my neighbors. here
Yes.
too. And of course, Mamedov, I played against him also. Strong grandmaster, Gusainov, Abbasov.
Kusenov used to be considered a very talented player when she was, no, of course, talent you don't lose, but I mean when he was very young, he was one
Yeah.
of the promises, and well, he confirms his rating is not bad.
And in Argentina also, they don't have a 2600 player.
But Peralta is a very classical
experienced.
player. I know many of his games. He has such a clean positional style, especially with white in the classical Nimzo Indian. And yes, you can learn chess from his games. He's not okay. Another thing is how he will deal with the pressure over the board. But as knowledge and style, I like him very much.
Let's see the next matchup after Azerbaijan. We have Sweden, Netherlands. And we see Anish stepping in against Grandelius. Same generation, so they are going. It's very interesting. Hillar Persson on board 3. I was also competing with them. The Swedish boys will try to give a hard time for Holland. Holland is an interesting team because they are really young guys. Van Forest is very talented. He was winning 2 years ago the Weekhanse big event in front of everybody. And so they are quite experienced already. And actually, he's one of the youngsters who was working with Magnus. So he knows a lot of insights. Just for reminding for our audience, when you see that Sweden is playing against Netherlands, it means that on the first board, Sweden is white. On the first and the third, and the second and fourth, they are playing with the black color. Because who is not familiar the way we see it here, it's just better to clear that up. And then we have the next matchup will be Ukraine-Cuba. And they're also grandmasters. We're going to see the names also of the matchup between Ukraine and Cuba. The next one, Korobov, how dangerous player he can be. Very, very dangerous. Volokitin also wrote some books. And very strong.
For calculating.
Very
Yes.
strong team, I must say, because maybe their rating, they're not so high, extremely, but it's near 2700. But both players, for example, Korobov and Volokitin, if they have a good period and they have a good tournament, they can really score one point after another.
But we should not underestimate Cuba, because Cuba has a rich chess tradition, not only because of Capablanca, but they have continuously, Lenier Dominguez comes from Cuba, no? They have this, it's a combination of, classical Soviet chess school with the Latin character. And we also see here two brothers, Quesada Perez. Judging for the family names, it means that the father and the mother are the same. I don't know both of them personally, but I suppose they are brothers.
Okay, let's go to the opening and let's see some of the games which started already, just to see how is the opening developing, and then we are going to be also seeing the matchups between the ladies. And now we see the players and some of the journalists and photographers. They are still not kicked out from the area.
Leoncho Garcia is there.
Because, in white shirt.
Yes.
And, of course, there is huge interest about this Olympiad, because the last over-the-board Olympiad we had 4 years ago. And there are so many people who were expecting already to have a great Olympiad. And then just 4 months before, when it was originally located to Moscow, then suddenly it had to be moved to the turbulences in the world, what's happening. And it's in India, and the passion and the dedication they have here, it's like amazing. They have very good conditions, playing conditions, the players. I've talked to some players, and also I saw quite a few interviews and posts. The players are very happy with the playing conditions. First of all, it's air conditioned. Secondly, you can see that how big space they have in between the matches, which is not all the time the case. So there is a very comfortable way. Also in the bathrooms, usually, sometimes at least, it's a problem that there are huge queues. And I heard that even in the bathrooms, everything goes very smoothly. You don't have to queue. The bathrooms are nearby. So these are small details, but still, it's important when you play the game.
It's of essential importance, of course, for the comfort.
And before we start to look the opening of any of the game, we have an interview with Mr. Jagdish Mitra, the Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Growth in Tech Mahindra, the official digital partner of the 44th Chess Olympiad. And after that, we are just going to dive into the games.
So my first interview this afternoon in the Fide Olympiad is with Mr. Jagdish Mitra. How are you doing, Mr. Jagdish?
I'm doing very good. Thank you.
Mr. Mitra is Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Growth for Tech Mahindra. I have a few questions related to the company and also to the Olympiad. Mr. Mitra, why did Tech Mahindra decide to partner with Fide and Aicf to support the 44th Chess Olympiad?
So Michael, I think first of all, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you all at Fide. We feel that chess is a game that is most aligned to the business that we are doing, which is about strategy and also about execution, but it's absolutely about the mind power. We are in a business as Tech Mahindra in digital transformation for our customers and for the society at large, and there it requires one skill utmost, which is about ability to put your mind to work most for the benefit of the society. That's why we think chess is best aligned with our game.
So, how do you see digital technology being applied to the further development of chess?
Well, I think if you look at chess, I mean, this Olympiad itself is a great example of how many countries play. You know, more than 180 countries have come over to this event today, and it's going to be a 3 weeks of festival of chess. Imagine the number of people that 180 countries cover. That number of people is the target customer base for this sport. However, I think we have a great opportunity because we don't think we have been able to take it to as many people and engage them the way this sport should be. And one tool that in today's world can scale everything beyond the incremental numbers, but at a larger, as they scale, hyperbolic scale, is digital. Digital enables you to reach to every corner, from Chennai to Cambodia, from any part of the world that you have presence here. People can enjoy the game if they are connected digitally. So we think technology and digital with AI, with metaverse, with network technologies like 5G can actually bring the whole game to people's homes, to people's mobile phones, to people's desktops. That's how you can engage millions of fans. And this game has the true potential to really engage every individual in that space.
So, Mr. Mitra, as you well know, there are 6 absolutely stunning Indian teams playing in the Olympiad. So, what are your thoughts about India hosting such a huge flagship chess event for the first time here in this country?
I think it's our pride. It's something that we've probably have been waiting for ages to be able to host. Our chances of being able to host this has happened by accident, but more by the fact it shows the determination of the organizing power of the government of India, the government of Tamil Nadu, and All India Chess Federation and FIDE. All 4 of you worked so well to make this happen. And the chess, to us, is a sport we believe started years and thousands of years back in the heritage of India. That heritage and the modern game is what we try to bring together as the digital and technology partner. So we think this is a confluence of heritage and future coming together. And India is the right place to mix those two things.
Very nice. Just one last question. As you know, the FIDE president, Arkady Dvorkovich, is an avid chess fan, quite a good player in his own right. What is your personal experience with chess? Do you play?
I play very little. I wouldn't dare to be anywhere near Arkady Dvorkovich or near Vishy Anand for that matter. I think I'm just one of those fans that enjoy and are amazed at the level of the sport that they play and the level of brilliance in thinking about moves ahead of time, which is what I hope to learn for them into not just the game of chess but into my business.
Okay.
But our biggest moment today is when we could have both the Fide president and our own 5-time world champion Vishy Anand, who I think is a world ambassador for the sport, to launch this Fide app. This Fide app that we launched today is an opportunity, Fan Next, powered by TechM, is an opportunity for millions of fans. I would really urge people to go in and experience the Fide app.
Well, it's wonderful that Tech Mahindra is sponsoring the Olympiad, and they see great potentials in the game of chess in connection to AI technology, which I fully agree, because chess is a great game in many different ways. So now let's go what's happening on the chessboards and dive in and start to look the first game. Let's start with Jobava with Caruana. So this is what we have on the board. What do you think, Mihail? This was the beginning of the game.
Yes, Jobava has beaten many strong players, including world champions, with d4 followed by knight c3, which is originally called the Veresov attack. He beat Ponomaryov, I believe also Topalov. But at some point, this surprise weapon stops being a surprise. So now he came with something different.
What is this 3-3 move? What can you tell me about it? I'm just completely puzzled. I mean, I retired 8 years ago. I mean, these kind of moves did not exist in those times.
No, there is some. Black does this sometimes in the King's Indian. He keeps the pawn on d7, and then he plays c6 and d5. With some sort of Grufeld, Caro-Kann,
you have
whatever.
to admit that c3 is not the first move comes to mind.
It's not
right?
the first candidate. It's a surprise. I mean, okay, he had to look for some other surprises than
well,
two
you
knights
might
c3.
think, at first, I would think that he just missed the pawn, and instead of playing d3, he just messed it up and played c3.
His arm was too short, yes.
Well, I don't know. He was just looking somewhere and made the move. But okay, let's put aside the jokes. He's a very serious and very good grandmaster, so he knows what he's doing. Let's see what's the idea behind it. But my question is, for example, after c3, can't black go e4
But
and then knight goes?
No, and then
d5?
Yes, but then d3. No, this looks like some sort of Alekhine with reverse colors, and not so, or Pirc maybe. It's not so easy to.
It seems like you want to take a journey
Actually,
of the position, different kind of openings.
Whatever, but okay, with black, I'm not so sure if you can hold the center.
Maybe it's too early to go e4.
Yeah, I mean, black is more stable in the game because d3 doesn't exist anymore.
Okay,
the structure is.
Fabiano played d5.
I don't say that e4 is bad, but if you get a surprise, you wouldn't like to expose yourself that much.
Maybe we can see later if anybody played c3 before. Do we have anything like this? Because, well, I don't know, e4, knight e1.
Well, in the King's Indian, of course, this c6 exists, and well, but the way, yes, there was a dozen of games with c3, but not more, apparently.
Okay, so knight e1, and now already Fabiano started to think. Look at that Jobava spent only a few seconds. Of course, the players are playing with the time control, 90 minutes for the start of the game. Each player has 90 minutes for 40 moves, and after that they receive 30 minutes each for the rest of the game. But from move 1, they get 30 seconds to play the game. So let's see what Fabiano is up to. He's thinking about to develop the bishop, or to develop this bishop,
or take on d4, not take on d4, because if you take on d4,
would you like to take? Then I can develop knight c3.
Yes. If not, you have to evaluate the consequences of d takes c5 and the occupation of the square of d4.
So
no, this is already. I don't say that. I don't know which is better, but okay, you have to count with all these things. b6 is probably a bit too much. I don't know. It weakens a bit.
B6 is like overprotecting.
Yeah. Somehow you don't have development with.
The question is whether are you thinking to go to bishop a6 and to give a hard time for white maybe on this diagonal?
No, the idea would be not to take on d4 and not to
keep the center there.
To keep the d4 square. But maybe this is a bit risky. I don't know. But you have to.
Okay, so after knight e1, basically b6. But I'm afraid that white wants to go f3 as soon as possible.
Yes. So
usually Jobava is not a player who just wants to maneuver around. He's more active
just-
like that.
But by the way, b6 may actually take measures against f3 because there are things like cd, knight
You want
x,
to have some
d4.
tricks over
This was
here.
not my
Okay.
initial idea. I'm not sure if it works because black's development is not so good. Of course, I would not take on d4. But
Okay, it's possible. But maybe there are other options like even sometimes h5, but I think that's very much exaggerating because
yeah,
bishop
well,
g5.
with reverse colors and extra tempo for white, actually h4 is one of the main
Ideas.
yes, the bishop would be already on e7 here, the extra tempo.
Well, I think we can say that black has many alternatives and it shouldn't be bad for black, but if it came as a surprise, then already you have to think that, well, you want to do something that maybe Jobava was not preparing and how to make it stabilize the position. So we'll come back to this because I'm sure it's going to be an extremely interesting game. Let's see board 2 of the US match
Wow, what happens
between
here?
Aronyan and Mechedeshvili. Let's see, what is this? It was also one knight,
Okay,
well,
it was-
c4, knight f3,
Okay, my pet move order in the ready.
and
I have written a few
knight
things about it.
So, what do you think about this? Bishop e6. Black wants
No,
to hold.
I played this many times. I wrote about it. I beat Drev with this line with white. But knight e5, not knight g5.
Okay, so not in the other game, but this game h5 arise.
Uh-huh.
It's
With-
also
with-
kind
with-
of not
with
the first
Drev-
move comes to mind, though I have these strange ideas myself usually.
H5?
Yeah.
No, actually, after c4, a5, g3, h5 is not such a bad move.
No, but
Especially if you-
here you have the feeling that that things are happening fast, and somehow you should be really focusing on developing with g6, bishop
Yes,
g7.
but then knight c4 and white has simply more space because d4 he will get at some point.
And Aronyan, I'm not sure at all that he's happy to meet something like this original, that it takes h4, so black is running out for initiative, right? Knight e5 he went, h takes g3, takes queen d4. How energetic black is playing.
Actually, white has been moving around with his knights a lot. I mean, we can criticize black that he doesn't develop, but actually he didn't lose any pawn, and white is not that well developed either.
What happened with Aronyan not taking his very colorful t-shirts? Or shirts, moreover. He's so solid.
But it's not a bad shirt, I think.
It's a nice
it's an
shirt, but
elegant
it's not
shirt.
the colorful what we used to from him. That's
Yeah,
what
but
I'm-
class can can embark various shapes and colors and.
So after, but I'm not sure he's happy with his position.
But
to
what
be
if
honest.
queen c3?
You want to go very solid. You want to eliminate the black
And
queen.
no, well, to take with the b pawn and have a massive center.
Well, it seems that probably black should be exchanging or
If
going
bishop-
rook d8 maybe.
Rook d8. But if rook d8, then
No,
I take
on c3. You
B
take b
takes.
takes c3, and I try to go bishop d5.
and I go f3.
f3. So what is if maybe I just want to eliminate the knight?
Yeah, okay. I take probably e4, d4. Yeah, the question is e4, bishop
Not
c4.
so fast, but
no,
okay,
but
you can go
d3,
d3.
okay, so
Yes.
it's not such a big deal.
So I don't know whether maybe I can leave my bishop on a6.
Yeah, it's a question. Okay,
Or
white
you can
has
play c4.
rook d1 and d4. Yeah, okay, maybe it's
But
not
the
so much.
question is, what is this really? e5 is also possible.
Hmm.
Why not? But even if I just go e6,
Maybe it's symbolic. It's just a symbolic advantage for white, no?
Well, the question is whether is there any advantage.
Well, a4, a5, bishop e3, rook b1. I mean,
I'm not sure
Why-
this bishop is bad at all. For
no,
example.
no. I planned after bringing the pawn on a5, I want to go bishop f1 and d4 because I want to pressure on b7.
Well, you just like to have your pawn on a5, as we know it from yesterday.
Yeah, yes. I had no. I mean, white has some dream, but it's a slow dream. So there are no knights on board in such positions. Only with bishops from the minor
It's a
pieces.
Kramnik style of old Kramnik kind of style game.
Yes, but that was a little bit more unbalanced. Yes, the semi-Tarrasch things, no, with Lothier. I mean, it can be really very small if there is anything for white.
Okay, so after queen d4, Aronian is in deep thought.
If bishop takes e6, I assume that king d8, no?
Ah, this is the real question.
No, this was my first,
King d8,
but
so
then I
the
panicked.
knight is hanging. So what about taking? But probably bishop d5 will be
I would be
the
afraid of
story.
getting mated. Queen takes e5.
Queen e5, bishop takes,
And queen h5.
h5.
Maybe
Mate is
but
threatening.
rook somewhere.
Nah.
And it will be a mate. Yes, it will be a mate.
Just
Yes.
check and
yes,
bishop
yes,
h3
show.
and mate.
Show it. Yes, yes. Okay.
Okay, so this is not what white wants.
No,
to
probably
say the
bishop
least.
c6 that doesn't work. It would be king d8 and.
So what about knight c6?
Knight c6. It doesn't create such a big threat. No, I mean, okay,
Probably
it attacks the
take.
queen.
No,
you want to take?
takes, no, because you take with the queen, of course.
Yes, I have to find a good square for the queen on g4. Yes. And now
Very
rook
interesting
c8.
idea.
Rook c8 will come.
Well, first I want to give checkmate. That's my first not very hidden idea. And of course, rook c8 is also there.
The problem with you, especially when you were younger, was that there was no mystery about what you had in mind. I mean, when they sat down to play with you, they knew that you want to mate them.
Yeah.
The problem was that it was not always easy to prevent that. So
Well, sometimes, yeah, I took the initiative in a most unexpected situation. That's true. But I think queen h5 is very hard to
Yes.
defend against.
No, I mentioned rook c8 because it's just like
Yes.
this developing move, which if anything.
Well, it seems that queen c3 is maybe it's the only move, we can say.
Maybe because if the queen gets to... No, bishop takes e6 was my first impulse. I understood it's not serious, but then queen c3 came.
And what about bishop c6, king d8, knight f3,
Queen g4. No,
queen g4,
it's similar,
and
no?
only now to go bishop b7,
Okay,
you go queen h3.
yes.
Yeah, knight h4,
Knight h4.
knight g4. And the game is over.
It's over. Another way it was supposed to.
Okay, so let's leave this position after queen d4. Let's leave Levon to think. And let's move on board 3, if we are here already. So Panzolia against Dominguez. Well, I have great games against Panzolia.
Yes, I
Several
remember.
very memorable from...
You had the beauty prize 19 moves or something, no?
No, it was not 19.
It was longer, but
No, it was longer, but it was one of my best games ever, I think.
you're sacrificing a rook,
And,
no?
I was sacrificing a rook, and it was a spectacular game in the European Championship in 2011.
And then the opposite colored bishops ending from a caro card.
Yes,
It came from a caro card.
I had several very, very nice games. That was already in a European Team Championship.
This is a very elegant setup, old-fashioned setup. White doesn't want to prove anything against the Maroczy bind. He wants to go knight e1, knight e3, then f4. It's interesting, consistent, but it's not very clear that concretely it offers white something. But okay, play remains consistent.
We have knight e1 on the board
Yes,
also.
yes.
Yeah, this is why it's important that white is not rushing with d3,
yes,
right?
It's ultra hyper modern. If you want to, it's not enough that he didn't play d4.
Yes.
But
he
even
didn't play
d3 he refrained from. Well, black has to take care about the pawn on c5 because b6 is not possible. Actually, bishop takes c6 may be some positional threat.
Yes, sometimes this is also the case. But I think Panzolia is the guy who wants to go f4.
Yeah, knight is no, but bishop c6 is always there as a side threat,
Yeah, but that changes the whole structure and the whole spirit of the position suddenly. Of course,
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
the double pawns is not necessarily something...
Well, now
like
the
we have.
threat is to win a pawn, I think. Knight a4, and if knight e6, knight d3.
So let's say if bishop e6, you consider that maybe you want to
But maybe it's better to go knight a4 at once. Why to give up the bishop if we can win the pawn like this? Because no b6. If knight a6,
I just want to see where you want to.
bishop
take,
d7. Bishop d7 probably is the
okay,
move.
after that, you don't take on c6.
No, I don't take on c6, and I don't win the pawn with.
Yeah.
And then I go knight d3. I think this is a sort of main line. Knight d3, b6 probably, and f4, something like. I never played this with white.
Well, probably
just-
we have many games on that also.
Yes.
We'll
yes.
see where the novelty is taking place.
Yes.
Later. Okay, so this is board 4. So if you are here already, let's see the Shackland game. This seems to be the most solid one against Gelashvili playing with the black side.
But Panzolia loves this fianchetto. Okay, your beauty prize, he also played some sort of Reti Catalan
Yes,
with,
yes, yes,
with
he
an early
played
queen
also,
c2.
yeah,
He
yeah.
wanted to avoid everything and then he
Yes.
allowed everything.
Yes.
Somehow.
Yeah,
yes.
sometimes when you want to avoid all kind of theory, you end up having
yes.
something much worse.
yes.
And also, it's another risk that even with white, you can have a worse position after
Yes.
not even reaching the middle.
By the way, Dominguez played queen d7, not
Yes.
bishop, with the same idea.
Yes.
With the same idea of...
Yes. Well, with the same idea, you mean in the respect to...
over defend, to
the
prevent
C6.
bishop takes c6 and allow
But
bishop
generally, he
d6.
wants to go b6 and bishop
Yeah,
d7.
if given the time, then queen d7 is the most harmonious move. Bishop d7 somehow you don't like. But okay, it gives white some time to organize.
Okay,
something.
let's go to the Italy-Norway match. That's where we have Vocaturo playing with the white pieces. And this time, Magnus played the Caro-Kann himself. And it's the very solid
Fischer-
bishop
Fischer,
b3 line.
yes.
Very solid. No Panov, no sharp lines 3 e5. So
The
let's
Fischer
see.
system, yes.
Bishop
And
d6.
very strange choice by Magnus. I mean, he doesn't develop his bishop outside the pawn chain, the light squared bishop.
Okay, but he cannot.
No,
That's why
but there are knight f6, bishop g4. There are
Yeah.
all kind of. He just starts with e6. He doesn't care about that bishop, and then he exchanges these other bishops, which supposedly helps
It kills
white.
a little bit life out of the game.
Yes,
right?
but knight e7, that was his idea, to get this flexible setup, and maybe he will go f6 later. Maybe he wants to castle long and play. No.
So this move probably is not the move what Magnus blundered, because here he doesn't have the plan to go king g8 to
Yeah.
queen h5, but he would be going king g6 and after
Usually-
queen g4 f5.
Usually white
So-
needs a pawn on e5 to make this work.
Well,
with
or
the-
the
with-
bishop, if the bishop would be on c8, sometimes
yes.
also works, but now rook h8, so everything can
Yeah.
be forgotten for
Yes,
white.
yes.
Castle.
The Greek present, they call it, bishop takes h7.
Yeah, the question is what Magnus has in mind. Knight d2 seems to be the very logical continuation in
Yeah,
this
to bring the knight to
position.
g3, for instance, or knight
Knight
e5,
g1, knight
or
here.
or knight e5 and knight f3. Yeah, it depends.
What about knight g6? Or the move what you said, f6 is also something to consider a lot.
Yeah, maybe knight g6 is more. But knight g6, you know, he could even consider taking on g6, hg and knight e5, and then there is some danger of getting mated. If the other knight reaches g5,
Yeah, but I think f6 is...
no, knight e5 now, knight e5. The first knight should go to e5. And then maybe the other knight, especially if you take on e5. Because f6 you don't
That's
have.
why I think that he doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to exchange more pieces.
It's just a possibility, I don't know.
Yeah.
But you have to calculate the consequences.
Definitely.
Well, maybe rook a somewhere.
I don't know, queen e2. Though the question is also, what if white goes queen c2? Are you going to play g6?
Yeah, not really.
Well, in the other hand,
Some
what's
guys
the
may
problem?
take on g6, you know, when playing.
Well, with knight on
rated-
e7,
it doesn't. Oh, I thought it was a draw. Okay.
no.
Sorry. Yeah, but okay, g6 already, rook e2, rook a1, knight f1, knight g3.
Yeah, but the question is if black can go e5 at some point. Maybe this is the point.
Yeah, it's a good question. Maybe rook a d1 then, just to
When?
instead of rook e1, rook e2. Rook
And
a
why
d1.
does it going to stop me playing e5?
I want to take a knight c4.
And knight c4. Okay. That's convincing.
Yeah, but it's a temporary solution. Of course, rook d1 doesn't look that bad. Maybe,
So probably rook e8.
but maybe I
continuing.
switch to Nisolani now with c4. Not right away because of
Well,
knight
yeah,
b4.
knight b4.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Okay, but this game is also going to be a messy game, right? Actually, knight e5 was played by Vocaturo.
So
He
it was
did
his.
not-
Not knight
He
e2.
wanted to take the momentum, not to allow black to stop him playing.
Okay. No, personally.
He wants to play very solid, right?
Yeah, of course. No, he's a very talented player, and what I can say, we're sometimes analyzing. I think that sometimes he sees tactical lines like Tal. He said something like this, and I said, why? Do you have a heart attack? And then he told a long variation. It would be frequently flawed somewhere, but it would be a beautiful mating
Right.
variation.
Well,
yes.
in this game, it doesn't seem he's going to be something very sharp calculation, I must say. He took it very solid.
No, but of course he also has now a solid positional fundament.
Look the Italian team. None of the players are sitting on their chair.
Well, as long as there are girls around, I mean, an Italian would never sit on his chair, no? I mean, there are things to do for an Italian.
Is it really that all the boards, that it's the other side on move? Well, okay, so knight e5, Magnus is thinking how to react, whether to play f6, to give up his bishop. I don't know if knight e5, d takes e5, queen b6, let's say, putting pressure on the pawn on b2.
Queen c2 maybe wins
Queen
an important
c2.
tempo, yes. And then knight d2.
Well, it's not much for white, I believe.
Well, if the knight gets to f3, some blockade,
Well,
some
okay,
attack.
h6, knight
Knight
d2,
yes.
and
Knight c6 you want, then d4, but d4, c4 maybe.
well, it's pleasant for white.
Yes.
No big deal, but it's pleasant. Queen
yes,
comes to
yes.
d2 probably.
Yes, some rook lifts at some point.
Well, of course, this is not what Magnus would like to have, I think. He wants somehow more dynamic in the position.
You know, I look at Magnus' pose now, and he seems like disappointed or bored. But I remember a comment they wrote about Polgaevsky. They knew that the more awful he looked at the board, the more desperate. You know that the more dangerous he was in that moment. I mean, it's not that it's the way of concentrating and thinking and.
Maybe bishop e8. This is
that's
the
a
move.
solid choice,
And
yes.
I want to go
Maybe
f6,
f6,
and
maybe
bishop
f6,
to come
yes.
to g6.
Yes.
This is what I would do, I think.
Bishop e8 looks like a flexible move. But okay, queen c2, let's say, no? Maybe f6 works, no?
Yeah, maybe even f6 is possible, but I'm not sure because maybe you just take and knight
And
g6.
knight g6, bishop g6, bishop g6.
f5, bishop
and the bishop
h5.
escapes, and okay, you are just lost, no? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is too much. So after
Yes.
queen c2, well, yeah, if black goes g6, maybe I go h6.
Okay,
I don't
so
mind.
knight d2, probably, no?
Knight d2, and I go f6.
Maybe I should go knight g6 anyway, no?
Knight g6. And, well, actually, even move like this and e5.
Aha, e5, no.
It's a very interesting, complicated position suddenly.
Yeah, it's not that. No, maybe I gave it too much, no? Because if I take on e5, then the bishop will be attacked.
It's not easy at all, I think. So
Yes,
let's
yes.
wait how Magnus is going to be deciding. Let's move on the board.
No, but it's
too.
interesting that Magnus found some consistency in this apparently passive setup. I mean, e6 right away, just shutting up the bishop, and then exchanging the other bishops just to.
I wonder how much Magnus is preparing in the Olympiad, you know.
Well, judging from his game of yesterday and also from today's game, he's playing by.
This is why I brought up the topic that looking the opening yesterday and today, it seems like I'm not sure that he's spending too much time on the opening
And
preparation.
I don't refer to the because okay, of course he's Carlsen, he knows a bit more than me, no? But I mean, the fact that right after the opening, after 8 or 10 moves, he starts thinking. It seems that he just maybe he takes it as a training, no? But as a challenge.
Well, I don't know, but as we talked yesterday about it, that how different it is for a top player when you're playing in a round-robin tournament, or not only the very top player, whoever plays a round-robin tournament all the time, you can prepare on a completely different level and you can have a completely different mindset. And usually it is not easy to switch from that mindset that you know and you have your problems and thinking about the moves, what to play and how to do, to switch to something that you wake up in the morning and you know, okay, I'm going to play with this or that, knowing that the players know which player, which team they are going to be competing already after dinner. And but they think, well, okay, who is going to play on board one? Who is going to be skipped on that round, right? So it depends. You know the captain, you know the player. So you don't know exactly. It happens so many times with me, and I'm sure with you also, that I was preparing against someone at 10 o'clock when you know that you play with what color.
I never prepared before
I prepared sometimes because more or less when do you know, like 10:30, something like that, you know, but after a few rounds already things are speeding up and everybody's in time. So you get to know your opponent maybe 11, but in some Olympiads, when it was not digital yet, when you receive, so they had to, in every hotel, they had to collect the papers, they had to make printouts and so on. So I even prepared sometimes for 2 people. So I started to prepare against someone who I was more afraid or worried or something, because I thought, okay, if it's not this person, then I will be just happy to play against the other one. And of course you start preparing because you know the color of what you're playing, so you make some repetition on your notes. But still, it's a different mindset to play in an open tournament, and especially here that there are different players.
Yes, but you know, this thing that probably Carlsen takes it more relaxed. I remember that I played one of my best tournaments. I won in Cannes. It was a strong open. We lived in a very beautiful place, but far outside Cannes. We didn't have internet. So I found out who I was playing against just when I arrived at the playing hall, 5 minutes before the game. And all my opponents knew that they were playing with me. I was preparing by studying the games of Wilhelm Steinitz, the first world champion, games played more than 100 years ago. And that was so inspiring. I didn't care about it. Okay, I sat down at the board, I said, okay, I play something. Actually, I won against Amducci, a strong grandmaster, inspired by one of Steinitz's games in the Italian game with black. I just sacrificed the I just went like this. So I won the tournament. Sometimes, you know, this helps you being fresh. And I think that this was partly the key of Nepomniachtchi's success at the candidates. He doesn't seem to have such good openings out, such good positions out of the opening. He seemed to just focus on just playing. I mean, okay.
Yeah, but I think he had a very, very strong opening preparation. Maybe he didn't get the best position, but mentally he was very well prepared already for the World Championship match. He knows a lot of things, and of course against some of the top players it's not so easy to get advantage. But it doesn't mean that you're not prepared very well.
Well, still, I mean, he wasn't the best prepared player there, because he frequently got into worse positions. This is what I mean.
But I think there is no connection necessarily that you're prepared. But, I mean, you know the opening very well because you analyze it a lot.
You understand.
And you don't get the best position you have. There is not, I mean, it happened many times with me that, I mean, the amount of hours, hundreds and thousands of hours I was analyzing the Najdorf, which meant that I understood very well the middle game of the system. But you could make some mistakes. But maybe I just had no idea. I mean, what do I really have to do in move 6? Or I was looking some opening preparation. I knew so many things about some specific lines, but I had the dilemma what to play in the game in half an hour.
But Nepo, for sure, he was focusing on grabbing the moment. He was very good at it.
No, but you have to be extremely good
Yes.
in, first of all, dealing against surprises. And I
Yes,
think
okay.
this is what one of the most important in his preparation,
Yes.
that he knows a lot and he's ready for the unexpected all the time.
To understand the picture, to see
And to
where you
react
are.
some surprises.
Yes. It's a deviation, but you know where you are.
Yeah, and try to understand yourself where you are, what is
Yes.
the position which it gives you, more or less understand the evaluation of it.
The differences, the concrete differences with respect to what you know.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
yes, because a move can change, a concrete move can change a lot of things.
Yeah, but at least with your preparation
yes.
in back of your mind, you can compare things to one another, right?
You have something to compare to, yes.
Yes. Okay, so we have this game. Let's move on to the next game because with, let's see what
But
Magnus after
obviously
95
Magnus
thinking.
is partly improvising so far, no?
Yes, I believe so.
Which is great. I mean, why not?
And he took on e5.
Uh-huh.
He took on e5.
And Panzolia played b4. But we'll see it later.
Wow, some great action is
yes.
going on there, but let's see the others because this is the Olympiad
Yes,
where we have
yes.
so many interesting games running, and so we have to move on a little bit, not to neglect some of the other great players. We have Tari on board 2 playing against Moroni Luka.
Well, it's refreshing to see that young players still care about playing with the hanging pawns. No, because actually this is a fantastic structure, but with both colors, I mean, this used to be one of the main structures in the past. It's a very complicated position, not so easy to understand who's better and why.
Black is playing extremely fast here. This is what I'm surprised at. We are at move 15. And
he has a very natural regrouping. The rook's on the queen side, the pawn is advancing, the queen on e7, and the knight on d2 is not making white's position beautiful.
I don't know, is this queen on a3 stands natural? Or
well,
it only looks for me that it's a little
No,
strange.
it is typical for one of the main lines of the Tartakova variation. It keeps this pin, it hopes to provoke c4. So, yes, but at some point black will play rook b4, for instance, or in some other lines queen
Well,
b4.
probably it's not so easy yet, because,
And-
for example,
yes.
on bishop c6, well,
Yes.
black, it's white to move, but anyway.
The queen also defends on b2. It's also... no, it's not a bad square for the queen, and it's safe. It cannot be attacked. But I'm worried about the knight on d2. It doesn't contribute to
But
anything.
where should it be?
On c3 and pawn on e3. That's the... So it was some Queen's Indian, I guess, where for some reasons white played knight bd2.
It was some strange stuff. It was
okay.
some very strange
Okay.
opening. And then, okay, it was some,
Knight d2 now.
so...
So
It's
knight
very
d2.
strange to see the pawn on a6, no?
Yeah, but you know, there are the Queen's Indian systems where after bishop a6, white plays knight bd2, and then the bishop returns to b7. So
Yes, but the pawn is not on a6, I want to say.
yeah, but this is the only difference. The position will be the same, but with the pawn
Yeah.
on a7.
Yeah, but
And-
sometimes it makes a difference.
Well, the pawn went to a5 anyway, so...
In that
yeah,
sense,
yeah.
it doesn't, it's true.
Yes.
So c takes d5, e takes d5, rook e1, and it was take, queen b3, and that's how it went to a3.
Personally, I like black's position.
So what about knight d4?
Okay, knight d4.
I'm thinking to
Probably,
reach
no,
out
knight
to
d4
f5.
is a typical.
But maybe just simply move with the queen somewhere.
Or a4. What about if a4?
So what is the idea behind a4? That's my question.
Well, I gain space. I get ready for all kind of endgames, for instance. Now you don't have b3 anymore. I mean, you have it, but it would be not that nice.
Yeah, maybe knight on f5 is
Queen
not
e5.
giving me much yet. Because
yeah.
I can't stabilize it.
Yes, because there are no dark squared bishops, so black is stable on dark squares. The knight on f6 is very... There are no knight g7.
I like the dynamic of black's position, to be honest.
Yeah, sometimes king f8 or queen
The
f8
question is,
can be...
the big question is, can I go e4?
e4 probably is the only constructive plan with the knight on d2.
I
Well,
think,
there's a good question what happens after d4, but okay, let's first see...
Well, okay, then that's
yeah,
a big
yes,
strategic question, but
yes.
probably I just take it.
Okay. Sorry.
Strategical
Yes,
is a question,
yes,
but
yes,
concrete
yes.
manners it's
Sorry.
not.
Okay. No, okay, so black has to take the pawn then. And this takes
And
knight here.
I don't know if you can go f5.
F5 or, yes, because knight f6 you take on c5.
Yeah, that was the idea, that after knight f6 I take on c5, which still does not mean that white is better, because
Oh, well, knight c4, knight e3, some blockade, pawn on
if
a5.
I would reach out,
Yes, I know.
because maneuvering takes time.
Yes, but let's say black defends the pawn with f5. Okay.
Yes, let's see what happens if black defends the pawn on f5 with f5.
The question is, where is the compensation? If f3, I don't know. F3 can...
Yeah, but I think maybe
queen
can
d6
go
or queen
g5.
f6, yeah, somewhere, yeah.
Attack the knight.
It doesn't look...
Well, it's not clear because I can take, and queen d2, I can go rook d1, queen b4 probably.
Okay, but black shouldn't be yours. Now we understand
It's
why
okay.
the
Yeah.
pawns stand on a5. And... no,
Okay,
probably...
so... Yeah?
No, probably for he needs to play e4, and I'm not sure he can improve the position more before playing e4. I mean, if black is allowed to continue playing, for instance, king f8, a4, king f8, defending the queen, bishop c6. Well, first a4, I think. Bishop
Yeah.
c6, rook b4.
Well, it seems like it's pretty nice with black.
Oh, yeah, I mean, okay, there are so many things to do with black. You have to manage
it's
well
with white.
your agenda.
The plan with white is
With
not
white
easy.
Is probably only e4, because otherwise you will get suffocated little by little.
Yeah, but e4, as we've seen, it's not so
Nothing.
convincing yet.
And, okay, e3, knight b1, knight c3 is the other plan.
Yeah, but that's kind of extremely slow.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, you can get in real trouble. I mean, black can be very active, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, let's say that we like it for black in this game. Then let's see what hammer is doing with the black pieces.
What was this?
Quickly.
An Nimzo Indian?
It
or,
was an Imzo a3.
The Zamish.
What do you think about this position?
It's...
Bishop pair for white, but white has this double.
No, but it's somehow unusual, this d takes e6,
Yeah.
f takes e6. I mean, there is some pressure on these pawns on f4 and d4. No problems on c4 yet, because there is no knight
that's a long
around.
term.
Yeah, that's okay for the endgame, opposite color bishops, for instance. But, not very clear if those e4 and f4 pawns are strong or weak. I mean... okay,
B6.
b6, bishop b7 makes sense, okay.
Yeah, a lot of sense. Attack the e4.
They more or less force knight g3. The point is
Not
that...
yet. I mean, he can go also queen c2.
Okay.
Okay, so this is an interesting, complicated
The
game.
thing is that black cannot really break with d5 because of cd, ed, e5.
Well, not yet, maybe.
Not yet. e5 would be strategically consistent because it blocks the pawns. But then f5...
But it's very dangerous.
Then f5 and white gets
Yeah.
chances. No, I'm just judging the position statically.
Yeah. I mean,
F5 and of
this
course-
kind of structure, it could be deadly for black.
Yes, so you understand that for black is not so simple.
Well, I think what he did, I like bishop b6, bishop b7, and then at some point maybe to go d5.
If it works tactically, yes. But in principle, it's not very clear how white is going to attack. But it's even less clear how black is going to equalize. I mean,
Yeah, it's a great battle.
It's a game. It's a tension. It's a perpetual tension.
Yeah. Okay, and let's see what is board 4. It's wow, this b6 bishop doesn't
I was
look good.
surprised to see earlier Vocatoro with glasses.
Well, he wants to see better moves.
Probably, yes.
I've seen him.
Really? I
Yeah.
didn't see him for a long time, so since Baku, I believe.
Okay, so fourth board, Christians and Johann Sebastian against Sonic Francesco. Queen g6, immediate threat. They're on some pin. So bishop f3 is a threat.
I would say a few words. I spoke about the Polish chess movement. Of course, Poland is a country with big chess tradition, but Italy, some 15 years ago, wasn't such. They had only 2 grandmasters born on Italian territory, and they started to invest massively into young players. And this was the first generation of strong players: Vocaturo, Brunello, Rombaldoni, and there are new coming. Lodic, for instance, I don't know him. I played with Sonis, who is also younger. Moroni is also the new wave. So they also have new and newer waves of talents, and they're not such a bad team, actually.
Well, maybe also when Fabiano was representing Italy, it was an inspiration.
Well, Fabiano became the number 2 in the world player with under the Italian flag and with Italian financial support. So of course it helped. Of course.
This kind of. He played few times for Italian team.
Yes,
I think.
it was.
So it
maybe
was
for 10 years, maybe for 10 years. Yeah. He moved to Italy. On the Italian list when he was 14, and 24 underrated. And he reached the 2nd position in the world with an Italian flag. So, now of course he was some special case, but all these guys they play well. There are several generations. They are not the same age. Vocaturo should be already 30 something. He's not a baby anymore, but okay. And Brunello the same. He's a bit older maybe, not same age. But all these guys, Lodic, he must be very young, and Moroni.
So what should White react in this position after Queen g6, creating threats immediately? Because I don't know if King h1 is the move. It's kind of strange if I have to play King h1.
Well, generally, whenever I see that White chooses this variation, for me it's a sign that it's some crisis of inspiration, because in principle, okay, which is Black's problem here? It can be only something.
The b6 bishop can be not so good. So let's say I go bishop d3.
Okay, Queen h5, let's say, no?
Queen h5, I don't know, can I attack somehow?
Bishop f5, no? No, this is what I mean. White tries to do something concrete, something speculative, because it's not a real strategic battle. There is a square on c4, knight a5, c6, the bishop returns to c7, so it's kind of trying to force matters.
Well, for now, I see that Norway-Italy is a very balanced match so far. So let's move on. Before we go forward, let's see the matchup between the ladies, who is playing in the top boards, and then let's see their top boards as well, and then we are going to be coming back to some of the top boards. So let's see the lineup first. And it's coming. So let's see the pairings. India plays against England. Huska Jovanka, Harika Dronavali, who is actually, she's playing with the baby inside of her.
So it's the Harikas playing against...
Yeah, she's playing she's in her 9th month, so actually she can deliver anytime after the Olympiad. And but I saw her, I met her, she was in a very good mood, and she's very happy to be part of the Olympic team, actually leading the Olympic team of India. And we have Vaishali, so Koneru is not playing today. And Tanya is playing again on board 3, and Kulkarni on board 4. Let's see the board 2 matchup. And well, it's going to be some tough games also over there in the women's section.
We still see some difference in rating, but okay, it's getting smaller and smaller, round by round.
On board 2, we are going to have Ukraine-Slovakia. Let's see the matchup. For the first time, the Mosichuk sisters are leading the Ukrainian team. And Slovakia, let's see board 3. We have Czech Republic against Georgia. Janidze is playing again. against Movsesian Julia. I haven't seen Movsesian around in the teams. Probably he's a captain or a trainer, right?
Maybe, yes.
Not anymore part of the Olympic team. Okay, let's see who is.
Batsiashvili returned to the team. She didn't play yesterday.
Let's see board 4. Poland plays against Vietnam. Sochko is playing on board 2. Also interesting matches. You can see already that there are stronger and stronger matchups, but still there is significant difference between the players, right?
But
in rating.
Vietnam is one of those countries where chess is progressing. I remember that in 1990, Romania played against Vietnam in the Olympiad. There were some very young and physically small boys playing. I won my game very quickly, but we drew the match 2-2. And it was such a surprise. Okay, they had almost no rating, or maybe some of them had.
I also remember Dao and some of the others that Vietnam, you just think many times.
Dao beat Constantin Ionescu, yes. And I beat one of the Huang, I don't know. I think Huang is a very popular family name.
Yeah, they can be very strong.
Yes,
they
he was very young Dao, yes.
Yeah.
And that was the moment when they started, just...
growing
yes.
and developing.
You also have in Hungary a player originally from Vietnam, no? Huang.
Yes, she's representing
here,
Hungary,
yes,
board 1,
yes.
and for many years already.
Yes.
She lives there, yeah. And then we have the next match is Italy-France. We also see it's also Brunello's wife, I guess, Marina?
No, it's Brunello's one of his sisters.
sister.
No, he's not married.
Okay.
For whom it may concern.
And okay, we have Azerbaijan, Greece on the next table. We see Belaeva on board 2. Next board is Mongolia, USA. So it's already Irina Krush is playing, Yip Karissa is playing on board 3. And then let's see the next few matchups. Germany, Switzerland. Also, Elizabeth Petz is leading.
I see
the
a Romanian
German
name
team.
on the first board, Lena Georgescu. I don't know her, but...
And then we have the next matchup is Estonia against Armenia. Of course, the Armenian ladies team is also very strong. We have Kazakhstan, Peru on board 10. Okay, so let's dive in a little bit to the ladies section as well. Let's see how Harika is doing on board 1.
Yes, in
of
her
Indian
first game.
Team. Yeah, Jovanka, I was never playing with her, but I was streaming with her 2 years ago.
I played
Norway
with
chess.
her and I lost, I must say. I lost rather badly. It was not my best tournament, but I lost. So she's a good player, I must say. By the way, this is some sort of noise. The Carlsbad structure, the minorities attack. White is supposed to attack with b4, b5, not black with b5, b4, no? Or these things change? No, it's a joke. Of course, this plan is also possible. Knight b6, b4, or a4 first. Usually this works if white has castled long. But with the king on g1, this is a bit unusual.
Well, it seems like Harika is very aggressive.
No, this works very well if white has played a3 earlier, because there is a positional threat of a4 and he's starting a knight on c4. With the pawn on a2, no, of course, it can also always be played. What we'll see now, yeah, because the question is what to play with white. They took away your toy. I mean, the minorities attack.
Yeah.
Now you have to organize the minorities defense.
Probably black's idea actually to go b4 and somehow to occupy the e4 square, maybe. She wants
but it depends, maybe. Optimally,
it's not clear, but also bishop a6, exchange the bishops.
Optimally, it would be a4, queen a5, and b4 without allowing knight a4. And then all the other things, bishop a6. And because if b4, knight a4, then...
well, white should react something. Knight e5 seems to be a very logical continuation, right? This is what I would consider at first.
Okay, I assume should have to take, no?
I don't
the
know, but
alternative
if you
would
have to take, is it so good for black later on? I mean, I'm going to bring my knight to e2, somehow to regroup.
You clear some space for the knight, yes, anticipating this before. Yeah, actually, knight e5 looks
Okay, there is a
natural.
lot of other things to be considered, right? I can go knight e2 immediately.
At once, yeah. Somehow I don't believe so much. I repeat.
I can even think knight h4, knight f5, but maybe that's kind of slow.
All the things you said are valid. I believe that the choice is mainly between knight e5 and knight e2. I mean, to
Yes,
choose the right order.
Yeah, but because later on, the temptation is big to play knight e5 anyway.
Yeah, no. When you mentioned it, I didn't believe it was serious. But then, when I saw the position after the exchange on e5, I understood that black has nothing. I mean, except for weaknesses. Maybe it's not true. Okay, maybe Harika knows something, but
So what does she have in mind after knight e2?
maybe knight e4. But okay, then we can take,
first of
we
all,
can take the pawn.
c6.
We can take the pawn.
c6
Yes.
is
If you play bishop b7, then it means that
bishop b7. It shouldn't be. It's not the move.
you understand. Queen b6, let's say, no.
Queen b6, fine. First of all, I can go
Rook
rook c1 just to make sure that you go with
Bishop
your
b7,
bishop to b7.
And knight e5.
And then knight
Now
e5.
there is no knight e4. Yes.
I mean, I love this f5 square. That's my favorite.
No, beat
of
the
course,
bishop,
I
but-
would one day I want to get with
No, but
or
you
with
can,
the bishop.
you can do it more cleverly. Bishop f5, knight f4, knight d3.
Yes.
To clear.
No, this can be a huge weakness for black.
Yeah, no, I'm.
So I'm not sure that I like very much Harika's position.
The majority's attack, you mean, yes? Yeah, because white didn't do anything so special, so unusual.
Yeah, I didn't do anything wrong, really.
Yeah, I mean, didn't do anything far from the standards to allow such. But okay, we'll see. No, I know that in the Queen's Indian with a3, when you get the same, I mean, not hanging pawns, the pawn is still on c7, you can play c6 and then expand with b5, a5, a4, especially if the white queen went to a4 to provoke c6, you know. And then, but the pawn on a3, of course, allows a4, knight b6, knight c4, it's some sort of different
I
discourse.
understand that a3 maybe would be worse for white.
And
but
some tempi.
yeah, but here something concrete starts, right? After knight e2,
Because
it's the pawn on
it's too
a3 or
tempi.
not? Yeah.
It's too tempi.
Yeah.
Why didn't lose the tempo with queen a4 and didn't play a3, which is also a weakening move. So, I mean, this is not that position. This is...
Okay, so after knight e2, this is what we are waiting from Jovanka. Let's see board 2, Vaishali, who started 2 out of 2 in the tournament.
This looks funny.
It's interesting. I don't know this line. It's...
I thought it was a Catalan or something.
yeah,
no, but the pawn was on g2. No, it could not be.
No, but I still didn't think that it was an e4 position. I mean, this... I know this line because I had my Chillinger game from Olympiad 88, but I played e5 here with white. But that was a long time ago, and it's not such a perfect line, objectively. So d6, knight d4... takes, here you can take on d6. Oh, I'm not sure what is this exactly. Takes, bishop c6. Well, black is 2 pawns down for the moment, but of course the b2 will be taken back in a second. So now the question is whether rook b8.
Or bishop takes b2.
I don't know if she wants to go. Well, bishop b2, I think it's just a pawn down.
Yeah, it helps.
This we can say it's a pawn down.
Yes,
of course, some compensation.
It's white's turn to move. Knight d2, knight c4 come very quickly.
Maybe there is some compensation, but it's black who's playing to equalize, right?
Yeah. Okay, rook b8 is more
so rook
consistent.
b8 looks... and also bishop b7 maybe makes sense. Because after takes, still everything is hanging.
If knight c3, I just take on b2 and suddenly you lose material, no?
Yeah, so probably knight d2 is the move.
But queen b2, I also retrieve the material, or not?
Yeah, queen b2.
Knight b3, queen a3. No, and this can be very nice for black with the a pawn.
Well,
like
it
a
means
Krufeld.
it means yeah. I mean, it's clear that black
You know
has
what they taught me
compensation.
when I was young? I mean, okay, it's what these very old world champions used to say, Lascar and Capablanca. You develop the knights and then the bishops. And actually it happened to me in some games because, okay, if the bishop moved away and the knight is still on b1, then the pawn on b2
Is a
is
problem.
vulnerable. Yes,
Yeah.
it happened to me in some games. Of course, it's not always the rule, but you should keep it in mind that sometimes...
It's better in that order. But rook
yes.
b8 is a question, because I think what she's thinking about, whether really she goes bishop b7, she takes back the pawns, and it's roughly balanced equality, maybe even nicer for black. But can black go rook b8 and look for something more? Because I'm not sure. Maybe it can be also dangerous for black, because
the
pushing
knight
it-
comes to d5.
Yeah,
no?
I'm wondering if knight c3 and knight d5 is possible.
Yeah, it doesn't end here, but okay, it shows some activity for...
Well, queen d6, let's say.
so
I mean,
bishop
the
a4,
bishop is not threatening to be taken
Bishop-
yet because of knight d7.
okay.
It doesn't mean that you want to leave it there.
Yeah, but
But
it
maybe
has...
queen
it
a4. Maybe
Queen
queen
A4.
a4. Queen a4, I think. is fine.
preventing bishop a6.
Yeah. And also my bishop on c6, if it's protected, it can be powerful and strong. And the
Yes.
d5, not to talk about my knight on
And
d5.
you threaten queen takes a7 because the bishop is still
Yeah, also
defended.
important, I think, that the d4 square is not given to black. So I still keep.
Rook a d1 may...
So this does not look
your
after
bishop-
knight d5.
Your bishop b7 looks better because it takes out something from white's stability on right squares, no?
Yeah, and basically it's important that white cannot jump with her knight so fast.
Yeah.
Maybe, you know what? What about taking?
Yes.
Taking and queen b3.
But I take on e4. I think this is just normal compensation, no?
I don't know,
also-
maybe rook b8 is possible also.
Also rook
But
b8.
queen e4, my plan was to go knight
to put-
d2.
To put the queen somewhere.
Knight d2, or, because knight d4, knight c4.
Knight to knight c4, then you stabilize. No, this is just a pawn up and at least a slight advantage. Okay. So queen b3. Rook b8 we have to play with, you mean?
Yeah,
But knight
maybe
d2,
anyway, knight d2, but then
anyway.
you can go queen d7 or something. And then the pawn is going to be taken on b2.
Okay, so this is, let's say, the game is very much on here. I mean, not clear.
Not clear, but
evaluation, yeah.
So it's okay that she's thinking board 3 with Yaolan against Tanya. Tanya is very aggressive today, it seems, having her pawn on g5 and d5, action everywhere, every part of the board.
But how did he play? Did he play g5 at once or first g6 and bishop g7?
It seems like she played g5 at once, I believe.
Like Shirov, yes. Only that.
d6, a4, a5, castle g5. She won the first two games.
Similar to Shirov's game, yes. But here g5 is defended. The G4, you know, the first.
He sacrificed in the first game.
No, because later the structure will become similar, like a Philidor, reversed Philidor, because black will play d5. So actually the similarity is...
Knight d2, castle, bishop b3, d5.
and d5. And it's like a reversed Philidor. So only that it was not a pawn sacrifice. Well, now the question is whether g5 is really so good. I mean, so much
Yeah.
better than g6.
I mean, I would rather have my pawn on g6.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, of course, sometimes knight h5, knight f4 is there, but opening up the center, I'm not sure. It's, I mean, can black do really anything?
Well, black has the center and... okay, the bishop on e3. I'm not so sure. What is the bishop doing on e3?
And Tanya is happy with her position, going away. This is a typical maneuver when you play the game, you take off your accreditation card, and then when you go for a walk, you put it back, or at least in your hand, because when you go to the bathroom, then they can check on you whether, so just to make sure that they let you back to play, because, well, there are nearly 2,000 players playing. So it's in some Olympiads, I know how difficult it was. Let's say you're in time trouble and you run out to the bathroom, you forget your card,
they grab you
and they say, "Where are you going? You're not a player. You're not allowed to go in." So I think after a while, just to make sure, I just had it always on my neck. But also when you have it on your neck, you have this big card, and then when you're playing, it can be also a little bit disturbing. So you have to keep these little details in your mind to really play all the way through without any problem the Olympiad.
You know, I think this happened to Corcino in Torino. And then he came up, you know, he has all these books. There are several versions translated in several languages. Chess is my life. And they didn't want to let him go through. He forgot his badge home or something. And then he said, "Come on, but chess is my life." And somehow he convinced them.
Yeah.
It worked.
Yeah. Well, I also understand the organizing team, because in the long time ago, you had many spectators being in the playing hall, right?
2000,
but with time, with time, somehow there were less and less spectators. Now here also in the main room, you have some area where you can walk around as a spectator. Not much, I think, due to the pandemics and for many security reasons, there are not so many people. So outside there are some big monitors where the audience can be following our commentary.
Yes.
They have a lot of side events, a lot of things happening. So the visitors can only partly come into the playing hall. And actually you're saying it right below me on the video, where you see the audience who can be actually following pretty closely the players. They also wear a mask.
Oh, but there are quite some spectators, no?
And,
I mean, the space is almost full.
Well, of course there would be hundreds and thousands and tens of thousands of people, because the interest is huge. We can see that in the press rooms, also in the media interest, because there are always many photographers. Special officials coming over to open up each round. So, but of course this is extremely convenient for the players, that they are very well separated from the audience and they have great space to be also walking around.
I got a hint that something extraordinary is happening in Mabadzadza against Solakidu. That means Azerbaijan against Greece topboard in the ladies event.
Which game?
Mamadzada.
1 second.
M-A-M-M-A.
Mamadzada.
Mamadzada
Let's
against,
see.
sorry for the spelling.
Okay, so there was some Roy Lopez stuff, Arhangelsk variation. And
Oh, it's the classical Arhangelsk actually.
bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, d6, a4. I was playing this quite a bit, and g5. So there is some action going on over there. Takes, white is sacrificing the knight, and knight d4, but this should be actually still the theory.
I think at some point I looked at it, and it's
Don't we have any game on that?
no. I think
I would be
I think
surprised
there
if it would be a novelty.
I think there is something like that, but they reached a high, yes. Let's see, the 3.
And after knight d4, bishop d5 is played.
In this moment, yes, but yes, bishop d5 is still theory, but soon they will get.
And black
Just a
took,
moment, let me check.
and
moment.
knight f5.
I know that Aronian played this recently, but according to the engines, he should have got into trouble. And there is another
Which
move.
point?
I don't remember exactly. I looked it for black, but I was a bit scared. So after bishop d5, knight e6 and c6 are the moves played.
Leaving the b7 bishop over there.
Yes, but attacking. Yeah, these are the
Or c6.
or c6.
Okay,
and she
she
played bishop,
played bishop takes d5.
which apparently is a novelty, no?
Okay, bishop d5 takes. Knight f5. It looks awfully dangerous for black. I would
Yes.
consider to play rook a3 and start bringing the rook, but she played queen f3, which is also not to blame her much. Knight d4. And, well, now I guess queen f6 is not so good, because takes, and knight c2.
Knight c2 and
So the double attack of the
rook
rooks.
e4. What about rook e4? Rook e8 maybe.
Well,
Rook e8 just
some
to,
unpleasant thing on e1.
Yes.
Yeah, who gives checkmate first?
Yes.
This is this chapter. So after knight f3, she went knight d4, and white went queen g3.
And knight h5, I believe.
Knight h5, queen h4, queen d7. So now white played bishop e3, but my question is, why not queen takes h5?
Maybe queen f5 is an unpleasant pin, or maybe it's not that much. Well, it's equal. Actually, white is a pawn up, no?
Well, here, it is a pawn up, but white is not developed, right?
Yeah, knight c3, I assume. The question
Knight
is whether,
c3, knight
whether
c2.
knight c2, knight d4.
Knight e4. So now there is some serious threat on f6.
You can call it that way.
f6.
And the pin works, yes. F2
Well,
is
it
also,
seems
F2
like
is
almost
also-
every single piece is hanging.
Everything is hanging, including f2. Suddenly black is very decent, no?
Black is doing somehow too
Yeah.
well.
No, I know that also the theoretical line, yes, I think knight e6, and then there is something with bishop takes f7, something unexpected.
What about
And-
playing queen h4 here?
Queen h4, okay.
Because after knight c2, I would be going bishop f6 and looking for some checkmate stuff.
Okay.
Because, okay, bishop f2
Queen
takes,
f2.
takes, knight a1. I don't believe that can be a problem for white. I think this should be very dangerous for black. Of course, king h7
King
only
h7
move
is
to
also-
sneak out through g6.
But why is it really so dangerous?
Maybe not, but this knight looked so bad at first.
But not so many pieces, so the knight returns.
Maybe not bad
And
enough.
with the pawn on d5, you know, the knight has a bright future to c2, b4.
That's long time until you get there.
You know. Now I was thinking knight c3, rook a8, knight e4, I take on e4, and knight c2, for instance, or knight b3.
You would really take on e4? Well, I think the problem is you're not taking on e4. But there is no reason to sacrifice your rook. Knight c2,
Okay,
no?
it also makes sense, yeah.
Okay, so maybe this is over-optimistic that after knight e1, white is better. Okay, so...
No, it looks enormously dangerous, but I remember that when...
She played bishop e3.
Uh-huh.
So let's see what's the idea behind. What happens if knight c2? So-
Knight c2 is the first good question.
Yeah, I mean, the first move which we have to consider, I guess, though it's not the only move which has to be considered. But okay, both knights are hanging, right?
Yeah. And also a lot of white pieces. No.
Yeah, somehow it seems that black thinks there are too many rooks for white in this game.
No, I mean, the terrible threat is bishop takes e3 followed by knight takes one of the rooks. So that would kill any initiative. And well, okay, queen takes h5, maybe that's just some sort of playing for a perpetual.
Well, first of all, the question is that it's only black who is playing for a win, right?
Yes,
Already
bishop-
at this
yes,
point.
Yes.
Because
You can play
everything
f6
is just simply so far away.
Yes, after f takes e3, you can play f6, for instance, or what?
F6 I wouldn't play because of check and take the
Oh,
knight.
f5 then.
But
F5.
F5 is
F5,
possible.
sorry, yes.
And actually black should be playing for a win because
Yeah. It's an exchange, and
I think
white
something
structure
went
is
wrong for white. Don't you think so? I think in this position somehow
Maybe rook a3, yes.
But I don't understand what happens if just rook knight d2.
Or knight d2, yeah. No, queen f3, the queen lost a lot of time, no? And
why not developing?
so no tricks with bishop takes f2.
I don't know, somehow these two knights looks very vulnerable.
Well, I'm especially scared about the knight on f6.
Okay, let's leave it here, I think. Bishop e3, black to move. We'll probably come back and see
So okay,
later
we
on.
saw some fun things.
But before we go back to the open section, or we see some of the other games of here, why don't we see some summary and highlights from yesterday? Or, for example, we have this question. Well, what do you think, Mihail? Will we see a first world champion next time? Because Magnus Carlsen said he's not going to be defending his title, but this way, Ding, who became second of the candidates tournament, is going to be challenging Nepomniachtchi.
Actually, I have been following Ding with interest for several years, not only because he plays c4 followed by g3, as I do and as I advocate in my books, DVDs, but he has a very fine positional feeling. He grew as a tactical player, an attacking player, but now he's very rounded up. I was disappointed that he twice failed in the candidates. I mean, the first half of the previous candidates he played really badly, and then he won the second half. And the same this year, he lost to Nepomniachtchi the first game. I mean, he could have taken a pawn, and instead of that, he just committed suicide. And then he had another bad game against Rajabov. So he seems to have an enormous potential, but somehow he's not always in the best shape. So I don't exclude the possibility that even without this situation, I would have considered him a very reasonable opponent for Carlsen. But now, of course, he has chances.
Well, Magnus actually said it a few times back in 2018, I think, during the candidates, that, well, he would be very excited to play against Din, and he thought he's the favorite of the event, though he will also respected very much Fabiano, and that was a very tough match as well. Well, regarding Ding, well, first of all, he was extremely fortunate.
Yes.
Getting into the candidates tournament to play in this cycle, because he didn't play enough games before, and that's how he was not actually part of the candidates originally, but then Karyakin got a ban, and then there was an opportunity for Ding to play. And when there was this situation, I was kind of convinced that it's going to be that Ding is going to be winning, because somehow destiny wants him to become the winner. And then it turned out that actually the second place was just enough to play the World Championship match after all. And I also didn't understand what is really happening with Ding in the beginning of the tournament, but we shouldn't forget that, first of all, the months before, he had to play during 1 month, like 26 or 28 games, in order to have the significant number of games to be able legally by the rules that he can participate. So first of all, that was extremely tough challenge for him. Secondly, he arrived to candidates tournament only 2 days before, without a second, alone. So he was like kind of dizzy, I think, in the first few rounds, because he played on a completely different level in the second half of the candidates tournament. He played exceptionally well the last game against Nakamura. I mean, there were some such fine moves there, and basically it's a very drawish endgame. He just won without any mistake after some. He's such a technique that I just love his technique, I must say. And there is a great chance that he's going to be the next world champion, I think.
Actually, Nepomniachtchi was very wise. He felt something. He played with Ding with white in the second half, and it was obvious that he wants to make a draw. They were not allowed to offer a draw, but he went for these opposite color bishops, ending dead drawn. And then the next round, things started winning. Okay, he had a catastrophic game against Rajabov.
Yes.
But his results starting from that moment were fantastic.
Yeah.
Culminating with the last round, the game you mentioned.
No, he's an incredible good player. I mean, we could see also in 2018 in the candidates tournament where he was playing extremely well. And he has the fighting spirit. He has incredible good preparation. I think he has a great character for that. He's going to be standing the tension. That's not a question. That's clear. And I'm not even sure that Nepomniachtchi is more happy to play against Dingliran than against Magnus Carlsen, because I think he wanted to challenge him so much. But it's not going to be an easy match for sure. And now, of course, Ding will be preparing very, very hard. And of course, his dream is accomplished so far, because he was so close. He was number 2 for quite a long time already on the world ranking list, right?
Yes.
So it was kind of the world also understood that Magnus summary of round 2, what we had yesterday, because we want to show you some atmosphere of what we have in the playing hall.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
And we are back to the third round of the 44th Chess Olympiad. I hope you're following the games which is going on, because we are already entering into the middle game in most of the games. But please not only follow us, but take a look at the other games as well, because we are waiting for your judgment, ideas, and which is your favorite game, or if you see any move like that which you consider that it's move of the day. Hashtag Best Chess Olympiad 2022. So please post us what do you think, or if you have any question to me or Mihail, you can send it and we try to make an answer on that. But let's go and see what's happening still in the women's section. Let's say take a look of the Muzicuk sisters. Let's say Muzicuk Borosova on board 1. We have an interesting structure which I was playing myself kind of in the Rai Lopez. It can happen. This was also Rai Lopez Chigorin variation. So I don't want to go into the opening part of the game because we have many games to go through. So this is what we have already. It's move 23, definitely middle game. Maria Muzicuk is playing this game. So let's see, what is this position? You're a Rai Lopez player with black. Would you be happy here?
Well, from static point of view, if you just look at the position like this, you say, wow, black has a great position. Oh, a blocking knight on c5, best pawn on the a file, flexible on the king side, maybe a5 will come. But things are not that simple. But if there was only a but. As a Rai Lopez player, because I used to play e4 until the age of 18, I see that, well, the bishop on b7 is not contributing to anything.
No, it...
Like for instance, exchanging one of the knights to increase the control on c5, no? And the white bishops are quite active. I mean, okay, if black thinks of something like bishop c8, then bishop c6 is molesting. There is another thing in the Breyer system, and not only, also in some King's Indian systems, there is a competition between the black minor pieces for the d7 square. It would be very nice to have the knights, for instance, on d7 and c5, but then you can forget about activating the bishop. You can place the bishop on d7, but then you can forget about connecting the knights. So, all in all, actually, you won some games.
I won some games in this kind of structure.
Using these micro problems, black's micro problem.
Because white gives pressure.
Yes.
White has these two bishops, which doesn't seem at first that they are dangerous. At the same time, as you pointed out, that the bishop can show up on c6.
Yes.
But also sometimes the bishop is threatening to capture on c5, and then suddenly the d5 pawn can become extremely dangerous. Apart from that, also I think the white rook can go to b1 at some point, and threaten to take, and then be extremely powerful.
Or maybe queen c2 and rook e1 or
eb1. That's also sometimes a great move. So I would definitely pick white pieces.
I didn't say all my buts. And in the end, actually, black doesn't even have a kingside attack like in the King's Indian. Because the knight is on g3.
But that's King's Indian.
No, because
in this Rai Lopez you don't have practically.
Yes, but the structure you can call it King's Indian structure, generally speaking. Because the knight is on g3, so actually playing f5 in this position is...
but if you think about it, in a King's Indian, first of all, you do have an attack. Secondly, if you see something like this on the queen side, it seems like that you're lost.
Yes, it's true.
So if you want to compare it to the King's Indian, it's lost for black. Because black is like nowhere ever on the king's side, and white is very much ahead in creating some problems.
No, I think we can say that white has at least...
Probably rook c8 can be maybe the best move somehow to defend over c5.
It holds, but okay, the bishop is still on b7.
This bishop gives it the biggest problem for black. But then probably white should be playing queen c2, rook b1, as you mentioned.
And the pressure is likely to become unbearable.
Pressure will go because also like the queen, somehow it's too crowded, black's position. So black cannot play rook c7 with the idea bishop a5, right?
And you don't even have to take on c5 with the bishop. You can play knight d2, knight b3.
But for now, I think I wouldn't like to take on c5 anyway, because the rook will be capturing.
No, but knight d2, knight b3, I can increase.
Yes.
And with black, you
now
would
knight
not...
d2 is not possible.
No.
Queen
c2, yes.
And so that's why we play queen c2 first. After that, it's
I mentioned bishop c5 without rook c8 on the board.
Yes.
No, but I would still prefer knight d2, knight b3. And maybe the knight goes to a5. Or the bishop goes to a5, almost trapping the queen.
Yeah.
Or, and for black, taking the bishop's pair with knight takes a4 is not such a brilliant idea, because he would completely lose the blockade.
Well, still maybe...
I mean, c5 will come.
Yeah, this is a very strong threat.
Positional threat.
d6 is weak.
Even if it's a positional, it's a pawn sacrifice. I mean, no, rook c7 is not possible.
Well, maybe after queen c2, black should be still playing knight d7 and hoping to exchange and then replace with the other knight on c5.
Maybe that's a possibility.
Or even, knight b6 usually does not work because of bishop a5, and
let's
that's
say rook e-b1. No, rook e-b1 doesn't seem so wrong.
I can take and play knight c5, and
but
for the moment everything is defended.
Do we have to?
Or you're thinking to go bishop d6?
But then you play
that will be not enough, I think.
c5 and everything is defended, no?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Just in honor, as Corcino used to say. Okay, so rook e-b1, knight a4.
Knight a4, rook takes a4.
Knight c5, let's go rook a2 to...
Yes, still knight b6 is not possible to bishop a5.
Yes.
So rook a4, knight c5, so it's important that the rook actually stands very well defending the bishop.
True, but okay, rook a2 and...
Well, this bishop really still gives a hard time for black, right? And it stays there for a long time.
Maybe now knight e1, knight d3 would be the plan.
Finally, white wants to eliminate this.
The problem is that physically, black cannot hold the blockade. He doesn't have, even if he regroups optimally, how can he doesn't have pieces for that.
Okay, so I think we can conclude in this position that after white made this plan of playing b4, she played some, this was interesting to show, this is very typical structure of the Rai Lopez, and Maria played b4, and later on she wanted to go bishop e3, well, the Fischer way sometimes to go even this way, right, knight b1, knight a3.
I played this with black against Svetushkin. I was surprised by b4, probably I have to take, but I play something very adventurous, knight h5, like in the good old... no, but it's b4 here. No, he played it earlier. This is something different. This is really Fischer, yes? Really
I don't know, I just want to show the general plan that sometimes you go, I mean, bishop e3 is the place for the bishop.
Knight d1, knight a3,
knight d2, knight b1 is one option, the other one to go queen d2, then double with the rook on a3 and a1, and only after that to capture on b5. Sorry, not to play a5, please forget that. a5 is a mouse slip, and never ever play a5 in such a position. No, we capture a takes b5 then, and sometimes bishop a7 is also nice to stop.
Thing.
Yeah.
But
so I won some games in this very systematical.
Even a positional sacrifice, knight takes b5 or knight takes c4.
Yes, but that rarely happens.
No, it depends. If black pieces stand badly,
but it happens.
It
happens.
With the bishop on b7, actually.
The knight b1 plan, I'm not sure if I did something like that, but it's more in the later stage of the game.
Yes.
Or already what we were talking, bishop e3, knight d2, knight b1, knight a3, is of course without capturing. So trying to force black to capture on a4, because then things are falling apart kind of for black.
Yes.
So she played b4, black took c takes b3, takes, b takes a4. I'm not sure this was necessary. I think knight c5 would have been better, and place with the knight
queen c7, rook eb8 or ec8 and bishop c8. I would think knight b6 to keep the.
Yeah, but if our audience would like to play this with black, you have to look some Karpov game and who played very good Rai Lopez. Kasimdzhanov played good games, of course.
Spassky was a classic
Spassky
example.
was a great player.
Judit Polgar
Spassky,
played it for a few times.
but I played it from the white side.
You beat Kasimdzhanov with black.
But that was a long time ago.
But Karpov was even longer time ago.
I won against him because I started to play with black also, but I had my best games in with white.
If you go back a bit, let me see the move order, because I wanted, I'm not sure if you are in that line, just go a few moves back, go back. See if, but it's with h6 at an early stage, no, so it's not that variation. No, Karpov played in his match against Spassky, the candidates match in 74. He played with black. It was the usual, right? Lopez a4, c5, d5, c4, and then after bishop g5, he didn't play h6. He played some very logical.
Yeah, it's like here. I played bishop g5 most of the time.
No, but this is bishop g5 here. No, if you go back with the bishop to c1 to follow the main line.
Yeah, well, I don't think we should be going to deeply.
But those curious you mentioned Karpov.
Yes.
Yeah, he carried out a very wise regrouping. Rook b8,
but
rook
generally
e7.
speaking, I believe that what I always advise to people, and we also have some questions time to time coming up during our commentaries, how can someone improve their play? For example, if you choose to play this opening, or if you don't, but you want to have more understanding, just pick some of the expert players on this opening and try to understand and look the whole game through from the opening, middle game, end game. And don't look necessarily the opening phase like move to move in the beginning, because you have to understand this position.
The structures,
and
the plans, the pawn
Rai
breaks.
Lopez, I believe, it's one of the most complicated middle game we have, because you see, we have all the pieces on the board. So you have to understand how to maneuver from the king side. You can see that white plays on the king side and in the center first, and then later, just in a few moves time, we see that, okay, white starts to play in the queen side as well. And then you play everywhere. So you have to be ready to play everywhere, be a magician. And it's the same goes for black, that you have some bad places, like the b7 bishop is something that black always has to handle, how to deal with it, right? The g3 knight for white is something that is stopped its power by the g6 pawn. But there are a lot of maneuvering, also a takes b5, when to take on b5, because many times if you take a takes b5, it just gives a relief for black.
He exchanges pieces along the a file and life is nice.
You have to understand these nuances that you, for example, you keep these pawns on a4, it gives nothing special, no concrete things, but it gives the tension, right?
For instance, rook a2, rook
you can make
a1.
some preparational move as we were talking, that you can double first, you can make a good preparation, and only once you're prepared, then you open up, well, not the position, but at least the a5.
Then bishop e3, you take on b5 and bishop a7.
Yes,
like Karpov against Untitled.
Yes. So let's see, c takes b3, bishop b3, and even though it seems like it's just maneuvering, time is still an important factor in Rai Lopez.
No,
because
it is, because
here, black took b takes a4, and I think
don't
this
like
was not the right decision, because it was more important for black to keep the tension, but still start to play a little bit active with her pieces, and then knight d7, queen c7, and what we were discussing.
Rook eb8, bishop c8.
Yeah.
And you keep your pieces fluent and coherent.
And harmony.
Yes.
And harmony, which is also very important.
You cross with one knight the square of d7 to go to b6.
Sometimes, yes.
And then you go with the bishop to d7. That's the black dream. Maybe you don't reach it, but at least you have a dream.
Yeah. In this position, after bishop on a4, when I was playing these positions, I loved my bishop on a4.
Yes.
I loved my bishop on e4, especially when the rook was on e8, because already black was not in time with knight c5, because, for example, knight c5 could be pretty good if black could be playing knight c5 immediately. This is why she played rook e7. Yes. And then I think Maria has played very efficiently, because she played very straightforward, playing bishop b4. And black played, this is the position we have actually, so we have a few moves. But I don't understand why she went back to c2. It was her choice. She went back to c2. Well, of course, there are different ways for white to improve her position, because it's difficult to play
Maybe
with
she wants
black.
to go knight e2, knight b. Simply no.
Well,
But I'm not sure why to
I
go.
wouldn't mind to give it as we looked at it, but I can also understand her. Let's say queen e2. She can also play here. She can improve with bishop e5. As we discussed on c5, only one knight can be at the same time.
And bishop a5 may be molesting sometimes. I'm not so sure, but
I mean, and black does not have counter chances.
with
This
the
is
bishop on
because-
c2, there is no
Well,
f5
and
at
no
all.
F5,
No f5 at all.
even in dreams.
Yes, yes.
No F5.
Yes.
So, okay, so let's see what will be. She played actually queen e2 already. Probably white is having a huge advantage. Let's see her sister Anna playing with the black color against
Was this
Repkova.
your variation in bishop e5?
Yeah,
pawn sacrifice, I
this
think
was
it's
this was the position.
Chilingirova, yes?
Chilingirova, yes, and d4.
But she played d4 much later.
Yeah. So this is the position we have, which
It's
could
interesting.
arise from different openings, I think.
It
I mean,
looks
the structure itself.
promising for white, no? I mean, but okay, black has an advanced pawn on d4.
Well, of course, white is trying to provoke black to go g5, and I don't know whether it's
Such a bad idea.
Whether this provocation favors which side. Because I would consider g5. White has to go away somewhere so the bishop is still defended, and then maybe knight g6. Right?
Yeah, actually, black is stable.
And
Some
by the
chances.
way, can I go f5 or this is already too much?
No, f5 looks very unpleasant, no?
But white can go bishop c5,
Uh-huh.
queen a5, and
Takes. And
takes.
Is black hanging, really?
Well, I don't know. This bishop of mine is kind of shaky.
No, it's not shaky, it's over, no? I mean the game.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That it's
No, bishop d7 still.
No, I'm not sure it's everything over
Bishop
because there
d7,
are some
uh-huh.
tactics, maybe with knight e5.
And if you
Rook
take,
takes.
if you take with
Rook takes, yeah.
Ah,
Rook
because
takes.
you wanted rook takes c5.
Rook takes c5. Yeah, that was the idea.
And now rook c5 doesn't work.
No, f5 seems to be a little bit over-optimistic, to be honest.
Knight g6 looked nice in principle.
But she went d3, opening up the diagonal for the bishop.
Well, of course, it's a dynamic move. Well, the main thing is that white doesn't have knight c4. So actually, white's minor piece domination is not that clear because the bishop is hanging on b5.
Well, it would be tempting at some point to play e5 to
But then knight
stabilize
d5,
this
no?
bishop.
Then-
Okay, knight d5, queen d2.
And what is the pawn doing on d3, no?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe g5 was more consistent than knight g6, your first suggestion. Because d3, yes, e5.
I don't know what Anna has in mind after e5. Well, complicated game, that's for sure.
Yeah, not all the pieces on
Maybe
board.
knight f5? Maybe knight f5 she may have. Bishop c5.
But okay, at least the pawn is alive.
Well, queen a5 is also possible. Complicated game, we must say.
Yeah, it's very dynamic piece play. This confrontation between the minor
Yeah,
pieces.
let's see the Georgian board one player. Here, black sacrificed the pawn, but of course this e5 pawn can be taken back
But
at any
whose
moment.
move is it?
It's white to move.
So queen c3 would be.
Black's move was king b7. That was the last move. So white is black is not in a rush to take back, but of course it's also not convenient to take it back. Maybe queen c3.
Yes, because the knight may be stronger than the bishop in the resulting position. There is a weak square on f6, of course, to be
But I don't know
occupied.
what black wants to do after queen c3. Because h3 is threatening to trap the knight.
g5 and h5.
g5, h5, and after h3, I guess h4.
Or knight h3 first and h4, I don't know.
What about knight g5?
Knight g5, okay, I want h4 and then to take on e5.
Here, bishop f4.
No, I'm not sure it, and knight takes e5, no. No, I mean, you have to do something. Not
Well,
sure
I
if
will
it's
move
enough.
with the queen, right?
No, I agree, I'm not that happy with black's position.
Yeah, it's not clear whether black has enough compensation for the pawn.
Rook d g8, just to-
Black is playing, I understand.
No, maybe a player with a firm hand could control this very well with white and keep the extra pawn. But okay, player with a good feel for the initiative might squeeze something out of it.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back, I think, to the open section.
To the Magnus section, yes?
Yeah, but before that, before we go back to the section of the open event, I would like to share with you some emotions from the Olympiad, because that's also interesting how the photographers can catch them. So let's see some emotions from the Olympiad. So we see smiles before the game. This is not before the game. This is already some tension going on.
Yes.
And concentration is big part of the game. As we see, calculating, right?
Is this a lady or is that
Well, was it a bad move, or what's the reason she has this, that she wants to cover her head? Yeah. Attacking on the king's side. Before the game, concentration. It's not a bad move that you don't even want to see it. Just concentration. Before the game, everybody has a different face and different way of focusing and trying to exclude everything around it. Yes, some of the participants do play in mask, but it is not obligatory. Another concentration, focusing, or what am I going to play in the move one? D4 or E4? Still hesitating.
Oh my god, the game didn't start yet and I'm tired already.
Well, this is full concentration, that's clear. And also, well,
Oh, this is a very relaxed. Oh, no, this is the spirit.
this is the spirit.
Forget about opening preparation. Just play. Just come and play. Come and get them.
Of course, in the Olympiad, we have players from all age group. The youngest participant is 8 years old. And of course, a lot of different players in strengths, in looks. And we will have much more of that. And of course, the dressing also. Every country has uniforms, but we'll show that later.
By the way, talking about the
Covering your face?
Covering your face, yes, I talked with some players who do this sometimes. And they explained to me that if you calculate a lot, if you look on the board, sometimes you may forget that one of the pieces went off. Yes, because there is the optical inertia. If you move the pieces in your head, of course, it's a bit more difficult, but at least you know that that piece is not there anymore. It went away. So, of course, mainly you calculate on the board, but then when you check, you get it more accurately in your mind.
It's interesting. I was never doing things like that. I was more or less, I was
Yes.
focusing. I had this movement with my hand, and I was looking this, that, but I was never covering my face.
The same here.
Yeah.
But I can understand their
And also, I was never watching like the ceiling or anywhere else apart from the board. If I
it
was
gives
playing,
me.
I was walking though.
Yes.
I liked walking pretty much, but it depended also on what kind of position I was ending up, I must say.
But
Because-
when you are away from the board, many ideas can come up. No. some abstract ideas, some dangers, some things like that,
Yes.
without thinking of the position.
And you know what's interesting? And this I always tell to talented kids or somebody who wants to compete and they play, that after move 40, no matter what, stand up, go to the bathroom, go for a walk, go away 10 meters and then get back. Even sometimes I say that it's nice to see it from the other side, from your opponent's side, which is, for example, in the Olympiad, you're not allowed to stand behind your opponent's team. But it just gives you a completely different feeling and perspective on the game, especially in a time treble when you have played like 10 moves and there were like many things happening, the pawn structure changed, you go away, you come back, and sometimes you can have the feeling, oh, is this really my game? What has happened in the last few moves? So you have to have a fresh look on it. And sometimes you're happy, sometimes you're not so happy what you got. But let's see what the guys got over here. Did we see Vidit's game? No, so it's
This
time
position
to...
is new for me.
Time to see Vidit's game on
What
board
was
2
that, some Slav or what was it?
between India and Greece. It was a Catalan kind of stuff. Yeah, it seems. So let's go to this position. Black played f5, and now White has to decide where to go with the knight.
So, okay, White has
Knight
this kingside majority, which is very solid, and some hopes to reach some blockade on the queen side. Well, if Black plays a5, then the queen side will be immobile. Yeah, White's structure is a bit more mobile. That's his chances for a symbolic advantage are connected to that. Whether it is realistic or not, okay. It can also easily go the other way around.
I don't know who thinks that he's better. Do you think Vidit plays clearly for a win? He thinks that he's already better, or he wants to take the initiative, let's say? Or he's not
With
better
Black?
at all?
No, Black cannot be better.
But
I
why
don't-
should he be worse?
No, I don't say he's worse, but
I mean,
in
I have a
principle-
beautiful knight on e5.
yes, but it doesn't do anything. I mean, the white knight is more beautiful. Knight e2, knight f4, or knight d4. There is a pawn on f5, which, well, you'll have to justify that.
Yes, f5 is energetic. What was happening in the
Yes.
last move?
Yeah, knight e2 and okay, knight f4 or knight d4 are... no, I don't say that white has an advantage, but let's say if I had to choose...
But maybe black is going to be faster, playing, for example,
Okay.
bishop f6, or I could also consider to play queen c5 to put a little pressure and the pin.
queen c5, then okay, I have to go rook c1 maybe, no?
Rook c1, bishop b6, bishop f6.
No, I don't have squares for the queen, you mean?
You want to take on f5, takes queen f5. Is this possible?
Because if knight d3, then I exchange queens.
I'm not sure, because here you can have some weaknesses, don't you
Yes,
think
okay.
so?
Okay, but knight e4.
Knight e4, knight b3,
Rook b1, no?
rook b1, knight a5.
So how is yes, knight, but now knight c5 if you went there.
Well, this was not exactly what I wanted originally. I just
Yes.
ended up this way. But queen c5, rook c1. Maybe I should just take this, giving up
I
to center.
take with the,
the
queen,
queen?
probably,
I
no?
go rook d8, but then knight d3 will be there.
Okay, so better I take with...
I don't know. I kind of like it for black.
no, queen
after
c5 makes a
f5.
difference. Queen c5
No,
makes
but
a
it's just
difference.
like I feel that I'm active. I like my knight on e5. I like the black square bishop. I love very much my queen on b4. I mean, maybe it doesn't show because I move it
No,
immediately,
if-
but it's
if-
stable there,
If
right?
white is not ambitious, then of course knight e2 and knight c4 is...
Knight d2, you mean, yeah?
yeah. No, knight c3 is more ambitious, but if I don't get to play knight e2, then okay.
I don't know. Can't I go after knight d2, rook d3? Double?
So if knight c4, you go.
Another option that after knight
the
d2
pawn.
I may have is bishop f6. So you don't have knight c4 because you can have some
Yes, I cannot.
funny
yes.
things here. So
Rook
you have
b1
to go
first
rook
probably,
b1.
yeah.
There is not too many squares to go, and only after that I might go knight d3.
But what is now the threat?
Queen
if I go-
c4?
Yeah, queen c4 is the simplest. Yeah.
Okay, but it's not white who has a nicer position, I think. I mean, the black squares, I can put my
No,
bishop
but
on c3.
I take on before I play a5.
But a5 is going to be weakness,
No, knight c4 I have, so I consolidate everything.
You
no,
play
no,
a5?
No, a5, yes.
Okay,
I can also start with
interesting
knight
that
c4.
you're so enthusiastic about this. Optimistic, yeah?
I mean, okay, maybe you can get some middle game elements here, but if it stays as an end game, I'm not so sure.
Rook d3, bishop c1,
Knight c4, why not?
knight c4, rook d8.
Okay, so I should take and bishop f1, no?
Yeah, takes,
You are-
bishop
you are-
f1, I go bishop rook d7, I'm controlling the d file.
Yeah, but f4, king f2, I don't know.
Well, it's probably pretty balanced.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this is the solid approach.
But let's say I'm not sure I would think that, well, if I'm black, probably I may play for more.
No, knight c3, knight c3 was the ambitious move, planning knight e2, but if after queen c5 I cannot get it, then...
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe after knight c3, queen c5, b4 at some point can be
that's before work,
possible.
let's see.
Because after queen b4, rook b1, right?
Queen c5, no?
Yeah, queen c5, rook b7.
So how it is, bishop f6, I assume you want to play? But then I give a... Yeah, I will have a check and knight e2, not at once,
Yeah, rook
first
b1
rook
or
b1, yeah.
something, right?
No, of course, black is still active, but
No,
you
this-
know,
this I
but,
don't
you know,
like. I don't like-
strategically, it's already wrong for black.
But okay,
yes.
I don't like when you take on b7
Yes,
and
yes.
you're there already. So white played knight c3 actually. Let's see the next game on board 3, Erigaisi.
No, I didn't want to say anything, but in principle, strategically, white has some chances. Maybe concretely they are not real, but
We'll
from
see.
structural point of view,
Yeah.
there is some future.
Okay, so this game we've seen only in the very beginning, or we haven't seen this at all. Rook c d1. Interesting middle game.
Not unusual, Isolani.
I like white's position a lot. Look at this.
But
The
you know
blockade.
what happens if there will be no sacrifice on b7, on g6? The bishop will be
No, but
not
it's
only
I
passive.
think, well, if it's an end game, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, back rank problems and so on. No, but in principle, at this stage, white's position looks
Looks very promising.
fantastic, yes.
Yeah, knight d3 is possible also to eliminate the knight. I mean, the b7 bishop, d5 isolated pawn.
Okay, that's just part of the business, but g6 with the bishop on b6, you know...
Well, of course, g6 was played against knight f5, right? So
Yeah, but the bishop
trying
is on b6.
to avoid. It's not so easy to progress with white, though.
There are not so many squares for the pieces.
There was a maneuver after rook c8. White regrouped his knight to e2 and f4, and after queen a3, white went out from the c file, giving up the c file.
Yes, because when you play against Nizzolani, keeping rooks is right.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
Of course, we are very far from the position with only with major pieces. But you want to keep the tension because, after all, what is black doing along the c file?
Well, the problem of black here really is the weakness of the king side, and we don't see exactly why is it going to be bad. But the problem is whenever something happens, then, like for example, bishop d4, let's say, I can go e takes d or queen d4, and already you cannot move your pieces because there are
Yes.
weaknesses, right?
And
so
it's even worse that e takes d4 is also very strong.
Yes, that's also very strong.
Knight d3, knight c5.
Yes.
So, I mean, bishop
But
d4.
generally, whatever happens, only later on already you will
Yes, yes.
experience the weakness.
And also b5, okay, there are endings where, yes, like
Yes.
for instance, after bishop d4, e takes d4. The right goes to c5.
yeah.
And,
Yeah.
So somehow almost everything is wrong in black's
So I
structure.
don't know, what about knight c6, let's say?
But even that is not a threat, because if you take with the knight, I take with the pawn, and still the knight goes to c5.
I just want to show some of the plans, what white
What
and
a-
black is playing. So let's say after knight c6, because the knight came just from here, right? So you're not going to go back. Maybe you're going to be taking this, and after capturing back, I don't know if after rook c6 I can take on d5, or let's say after this to play knight e2 and regroup it to d4.
But actually, I wouldn't be that happy to exchange on c6. I mean, I already have a knight there.
Maybe knight d3.
For instance, threatening bishop g5, bishop h4, sorry, to
Yeah,
force
to
g5.
try to provoke g5.
No? And, I mean, the knight stands there on d4. Why would I exchange it? Black doesn't threaten to take it, I think, because of the c5 square.
So, yeah, knight d3 is a possibility. But let's see how black will be continuing his game. So after rook cd1, basically white says that I don't want to exchange, I just want to be improving my position.
The point is that black doesn't have clear plans. He controls some squares. The white queen is not very mobile. I mean, black can consider bishop a5, then only queen e2 is possible. But bishop a5 was played actually. But not sure that this is enough for. I mean, if white doesn't get his queen trapped, bishop a5 is not so effective. But of course, it's not easy to. I mean, with all the pieces on board, it will be not easy to convert this, at least optical advantage, into something concrete.
Bishop a5, yeah?
Yeah, queen e2. But okay, we know from Karpov's games that sometimes the queen can be very comfortable in such narrow spaces. He had his games with rook c2, queen c1, rook d1. I mean, if the queen has one square, that's enough.
Well, now it has one square. And it's just enough.
No, of course, we shouldn't underestimate black's dynamic potential because, okay.
Okay, let's go for Jobava Fabiano
Yes, something.
for a short time.
So, okay, the question now is, will Fabiano mate Jobava, or will Jobava win a better ending?
Well, what do you mean, mate Jobava? You think he's going to go g5?
Well, that was my question. No, because otherwise, white may be better, no?
Knight e2.
But it's white's move.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
white's move. No, so f6 is probably the move. f6, knight f4, bishop f7, hoping for. But then queen a5. Maybe black is not in time.
on what?
f6 now.
I thought you just want to go g5 immediately.
No, but g5, I don't know.
But okay, this is the...
Knight f4. No,
White
maybe we
is-
should
oops.
check. Maybe we should check
Here.
g5.
Well,
Queen
okay,
a4,
we can
queen
do
a5.
this first here, and
Maybe black is not in time, no?
queen d7.
Rook c5, maybe.
Well, it's a question. What
yeah,
is
no,
I mean, rook c6
yeah,
is possible also.
Threatening b6. Yeah, actually not so clear. Maybe. Okay, so this is consistent.
Knight e2. Well, g5 immediately is also extremely
It's-
risky.
Yeah, okay.
But this is what I thought that immediately can we do that?
No, I know. So probably has to take.
Takes. Let's say takes, rook c1.
Okay.
Because if black would be taking, then I
And
would
h4.
take h4 and
Queen,
then h7.
queen
c7.
c7, and suddenly there is no attack.
Yeah,
And,
there is attack here. Knight e3, I'm not sure it's... though maybe knight e3.
You think so?
Well, you never know. Takes, bishop g4. Knowing these guys.
Yes.
They are ready to do anything.
Oh, so it's tricky actually, no? Both f6 and g5 are worth considering.
f6 seems to be a little slow, but it looks very nice if after that you can go to play g5.
Yes, if you can hold the position in the center on the queen side, let's say, then of course f6 is
But in the other hand, if you let's say f6, what happens if just rook c3?
simple chess, yes. G5 and you don't do anything. Rook ac1, no?
It's no, but the problem is you are taking on h4.
And play f5.
And you play f5, exactly. And then I can be in great trouble.
Well, but knight f4 first.
Okay, bishop. Sorry.
No.
This is not exactly the best move. So what about taking?
Taking now.
Taking, bishop f7. Still, this is hanging.
But
Nothing changed.
no, maybe I did something wrong. Maybe I should have taken on c8 when I had a chance earlier, not knight f4. But then again, you could have done that. So f6 we said.
Actually,
yes.
Fabiano has half of the time of Jobava.
So
And
f6
Jobava usually
takes
also
you on.
likes
f6 I want to take on c8.
on c8. Yeah, to simplify it,
And
it makes a
rook
lot
c1,
of
yes,
sense, I
yes.
guess. Let's say g5,
G5
anyway.
I take on
takes,
c8, yes.
Queen a5 or
Queen somewhere active, yes. Maybe a5, yes.
bishop e6 anyway.
Queen b6, let's say.
And everybody stands. So let's say king g7.
Well, a4 pro maybe. Yeah.
Again, a4, a5,
yes,
just in
yes,
case.
yes. Without preaching this time.
You have patented this a5 move.
Yeah, well, you have to get ready for any kind of simplifications and...
Well, it's balanced.
yes.
Maybe black should be playing knight h6, what do you think? And then go knight f5 and try to push and
force. That makes some sense, yes. That makes some sense. Of course. a5 and the knight maybe goes to a4 then.
Okay, so let's wait.
No, it's, look, it's...
Let's wait what...
it's both positional and sharp, no? Double-edged.
Yeah, I mean, it can be... I mean, g5 is very much inviting itself to be played in the next few moves, right?
Yes. That's the only thing to do.
But the question is whether... What do you want with black? Because you have to be also optimistic. But this is something is very inviting for sure.
Yes.
So let's see how Fabi is going to be continuing that. Let's go to see the world champion, and then we can go switch back to this match, because there are a lot of things happened since then. Endgame. And Magnus has the image of being the best endgame player. And well, what he won yesterday, it was also showed that he has the perseverance, he has the patience for playing endgames so much. But he's not at the board right now.
Well, maybe this is not an endgame yet, no? It's still partly a queenless middle game, because, okay, it's not a pure endgame, let's say.
Yeah, you can think it that way as well.
But in principle, black should be happy with his position. For instance,
he has this tricky move to put on b6.
Yes, white has that weakness there. At the same time, how is black going to make any progress if white just says, you know, I'm tired, I go to get a sleep, please play for yourself a few moves. I mean, okay, I agree that white doesn't seem to be better. I don't see. I mean, okay, there is the plan G3, H3,
Yes,
G4, and G5.
Exactly. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
G3, though I can play. I mean, I can wait G3. Why should I play G3? I play King F2.
Yeah, okay. So white has a plan, but does black have a plan?
Well, this is the big question: whether really Rook B6 does it make any sense, or you want to play B5. B5 is possible also, but the question is, what are you playing for? Where do you place your Rook? G8 or H8? Because really, this is. I mean, black can have a plan. But it's not so easy to execute it for black to reach out to d6, because if I could play
Yes.
rook e8, let's say, g3, and I can go king e7, the problem is that knight f5, I think. Temporary.
No, but knight xc6 is more unpleasant.
Sorry. Knight e6 and f5,
And
of
the
course.
endgame could be very bad.
Of course. So this is a problem, but you know what black has? Not king e7, but let's say I go rook e7. Then you play what?
Let's say h3, okay? Without
You go
commitment.
h3, king e8.
So you want to go all the way to d6?
Yeah, but
G4, okay.
well, the thing is that even this is not good because all these knight f5 can be unpleasant. So
It wins an exchange, yeah?
well, I wouldn't go king d6. I would go back rook
Rook
e8.
E8.
But my
It's-
idea
it's a-
would be to have my king to d6, my
understand,
rook
then
on
play
e8,
E5.
and then somehow play e5.
But you know what the surprise would be after that? I take on e5 and play knight f3, you have to go e4,
Yeah.
the knight returns to d4 and I have a good blockade.
Yeah.
So even that. So okay, I think that white has a dream and black doesn't seem to have one. At least
Okay.
as long as far.
G3. What do you play with black?
No, that's the problem. I mean, white has a plan and black maybe not. First, I saw that black is doing very, very much okay, but
Maybe he can go b5 and b4.
and b4 maybe this is the only thing he can do. I mean, to display some activity. Because of course, white's plan is not so easy to carry out, but it's mathematical.
Okay, let's say h3,
b4,
b4.
King
I just
F2.
leave it there. King f2. Takes.
yes,
Well, yeah, a4 is not so easy to execute. Maybe
Rook
rook
E8
e8.
g4.
Okay, g4.
Okay, takes, a4, we take, and g5, and you have the surprise that there will be no pawns left for
Well, I'm not even sure g5. Maybe rook,
Rook H3.
h or rook h3, rook
Rook
h1. Though after that e5.
yeah, e5, and suddenly we have some problems, no?
So g5. But so what? G5,
Yeah,
rook
no,
a3, rook.
there are no pawns left,
or
so-
rook check, and then rook a3. It doesn't look.
No, I mean, okay.
Black will go maybe some counter chances on the h
Yes,
file.
yes. So basically, okay, black has this counterplay with b5, b4, which should...
King f2 is on the board.
okay.
So let's see if Magnus is, what is he up to? Because he wants to show which direction he's going to be moving, right? I mean, b5 is, you show that you want to do action.
You kept the bishop on a passive square for something when you play d6 in the opening, you know?
b5,
Yes.
without hesitation.
You remember there is this famous, I'm going to the classics again, famous game Janowski Capablanca. It was exchange Slav, and black had double pawns on b6 and b7. And Capablanca plays bishop f5 back to d7 to sustain b5, b4. So, okay, Carlsen did it that once. I mean,
Yeah.
he played d6. I mean, just let the bishops be passive there. It will be useful later on d7.
Yeah.
So,
Well, okay, he didn't think of it so much ahead, let's put it that way. But okay, at least it's not only defender, but it serves something good also on the
but he
b5.
understands the abilities of
course.
the piece. I mean, okay.
And Magnus knows very much old games.
Okay, yeah, okay.
He learned a lot of the historical
know.
games, so
No, but it's understanding,
He connects
you know,
it.
the global plan, the harmony of the position.
Yes.
So he knows that is not a bad bishop.
yeah.
Unless you play a5 with black here, which he wouldn't.
Yeah, but after that, it's not the bishop who kills you, but the weaknesses, right?
Yes.
So, okay, b5. Let's see, what do we have with Aronyan's game? That's also going on right now.
So he got some, it was this h5, h4, if you remember.
No, it was this queen d4,
Yes, yes, so
and
for
white
what?
did play queen
Uh-huh.
c3 after all. Rook d8, not queen takes exchange.
And now
takes
E3 and
takes
D4, yes.
d3.
D3, oh, simply.
Yeah, d3, a6, bishop d2, and he went on with a very small, trying to
No,
get
white,
something.
white has the center. I mean,
Well,
okay.
the knight on e5 is unpleasant, right?
Yeah, and generally,
f4 stabilizing.
the structure is more mobile. There is some minorities attack.
He gained
Well,
some
there is some
space.
blockade. No, actually, here I like white.
And I think Levon likes these things.
Well,
Here a little,
yes.
there a little. We are
No,
playing,
but
we're maneuvering for the next few
White
hours.
is better everywhere, no? I mean, okay, white doesn't play a5 because then rook b5 maybe it offers that square. But
Well, for now, yes.
well, knight
Though,
d4,
yeah, knight
d4.
d4, rook c5 also.
Yeah, but okay, he doesn't hurry with a5 because, but in principle he has this
Black can
blockade.
also play at some point, but of course this d5 rook can be.
Yeah, the pawn on a5 may be also weak because you might have to play b6
No, but
after
also
a5.
I believe that the rook can be getting
Well,
in
e4
danger sometimes
e4
if
is
you're not
an
paying
issue,
attention.
yes. Of course.
But it's not so easy with white, I think, also.
No,
It's a very long
to make progress
journey.
with white, no. Okay, one important aspect is that black is playing with an extra king.
What about e5?
If I would change the character of the position a bit. So one question is if e4.
Rook d3?
Rook d3. Sorry. No. Sorry, no, that was a blunder. So f takes e5. I play like this.
Takes.
Bishop takes.
And
No, but the rook is hanging. Yes, no e4,
takes.
no e4.
Well, there is possible to play d4, bishop goes back,
d4,
e4, rook d7, b5.
Yeah. Well, it looks like relatively stable for white, no?
I don't know, it's a very interesting
But,
structure because I think it can also be white who gets
I would
worse.
need more pieces with white to control this space, no?
Yeah, now it can also be dangerous because black can replace.
So, okay, e5, what else could he do after e5? No, maybe e5 is a good move.
But he couldn't stop it, really.
But couldn't he just remove the rook from a1 at some point earlier?
Instead of b3, you mean?
Yes, let's say rook
But
c1.
here, of course, he didn't want to play.
No, but
okay.
here it doesn't work because the rook is not hanging on a1. No, let's say rook c1.
But why is it going to be?
Because if-
sorry, king d8, rook c1.
Rook somewhere, rook d1, but even c1. e5. Then I go f takes e5. Knight e5, bishop e5.
And d4.
And d4, yes. Okay, rook a5 before, no?
Yeah, okay,
So
now it
b3
would be a blunder.
b3 is giving some opportunities. I don't know if
But
on c1
here-
or b1, d1, some square for the
But
rook.
here maybe knight b6 would be something that it bothers him. So after rook e4, rook f5, and even maybe the knight can also jump.
Yeah, black also has squares, no?
So I'm not sure, knight e5 or something.
But bishop e5 now, maybe.
Yeah, this is why it's tricky for black to move away with his knight.
Yeah.
But it's possible to go with the knight and after knight e4 to go back, for example.
Yeah, but then now knight c5 is some sort of threat.
Yeah.
Not sure.
No, knight c5 I'm thinking to play. But okay, you have
Yeah,
also
I
check
have the check. I
there.
have the check. Yes.
Yeah, but okay, let's see what's now. And black played e5.
Yeah, but e5 solves the problems and even
Because after b3 is possible.
Yes, it
Because
gives.
in the last move, this could be something that was
Yes.
missed, forgotten by Levon, because the king went out from the possible rook e4, right?
Yes.
And then he played extra this b3 and he forgot.
He completed the puzzle. He
Yeah.
put the last element in the puzzle. He weakened
The diagonal.
Yes.
So after e5, maybe it's equalization completely.
No, I think that after some move like, I don't know, rook c1, rook d1, rook b1, after such a move, white would maintain the control.
So for now, we can say that the US, we have this position.
We have this US attack, yes.
Queen c7 is going to be in the air, I think. That's going to be the
And if knight e3?
Oh yeah, this is what we looked, Queen c7, knight e3. Oh, then it's kind of tricky. Maybe knight f4. Maybe knight f4.
Here, yes.
Knight f4 takes and takes. Well, it's not very nice at first sight.
Okay, but now white is defending, no?
Well, the e6 bishop, I don't want to capture, yeah? No, it's not nice, but I don't know what he can do.
Now you have the bishop on g2, like, this Ray Lopez, the bishop on b7.
Yeah, but the problem is the weaknesses, right?
So if queen c7, then knight takes e3, we suspect.
Queen c7, knight e3.
Unfortunately, the intermediate move g takes h4 doesn't work so well.
It does not. Because I think here takes.
But okay, he can go with the king.
Here, but what was it? Bishop g4.
Yeah, but I think he can go. No, knight f4, no?
No.
Knight f4.
Takes.
And okay, queen d8. At least we have.
Yeah.
We have a perpetual, probably.
That's not
more.
a perpetual because queen g5 or queen g4 takes.
No, but there's
with
with the check will.
Actually, we have also this move.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm not sure it gives anything extra more than queen g5. But the problem is queen g5. King f8, knight g6.
Knight, okay. So it doesn't work. Whoa.
So here, queen g5.
Okay. So this is winning, yes?
Because king goes to the edge, then already check and takes.
Well, with two extra pieces, we may find a way. No, don't laugh, because actually we may have to give the knight.
No, knight h3, I think.
Knight h3.
There is the move.
And there is no perpetual?
Well.
Let's go. King h7.
King h7 you cannot go because anyway queen there, and then if we go back.
Oof.
So I don't think there is much what black can hope for.
Okay.
After bishop g4, knight f4, maybe queen g3.
Queen g3, yes, okay.
Queen g3.
Okay, but now we check.
Check and king h7. Queen f6.
Or f6, yes, better.
So it's not easy at all. So after all, queen c7 actually is on the board.
It's playable, yes.
It's played. We see Fabiano concentrating, calculating. One of the best calculator actually in the world.
That's true. But sometimes even the great calculators, I think that it would help them to just, put a break, look around and look at the position and try to see what is actually happening, what is the essence. Because when you calculate, you may not see the wood because of the trees. You have to keep the balance all the time. Yeah, because of course it's a matter of style. Because great players of all times have reached similar results, either by calculating or feeling. So there are these famous answers. They asked great players, 20-something, how many moves ahead they calculate. And there was Bogoliubov who said, always one move more than the opponent. And he said that as long as I need to win. And Capablanca was outraged and he said, I don't calculate, I know. So, the intuitive player.
Well, I think Fabiano is calculating heavily now.
Yes,
he is calculating because it's not so easy,
Yeah, no, but this is the kind of position which is, if it's not lost by white, then it's easier to play. I mean, we just saw that knight takes e3 does not win.
But white also has to calculate non-stop. For example, I think white is threatening to take now to take on b7.
Well, queen f4 is also a nice threat. Queen f4 is also some sort of...
But why is queen f4 good? Then takes?
No,
with
no,
what
no,
are you going
I
to be
cannot,
taking,
I
right?
cannot. Okay, sorry.
So that's the question. So let's say black goes king g7, for example. Then knight f4 probably. So it's not so easy because whatever you play, you give other new opportunities.
I mean that black's position is easier to play because he's more compact. Black has given away a lot of squares. He has the space.
You think it's easier to play with black?
With white.
With white.
Because, black may not be worse, but he needs to sustain his space advantage with something concrete, because otherwise, with so few pieces on board, he may simply have weaknesses. So he has to come up with something.
Yes.
White has to parry some threats and maintain the structure somehow.
And I have the feeling that Fabiano is not necessarily so comfortable in this position. Queen f6. He just played queen f6.
Okay, it's forcing matters a bit, no?
Well, it means that he wants to force queen f4, which is not the best move necessarily for white now, because after queen h2, queen f4, black would take, and it's not so easy to find with what you want to capture back, right?
Yes, because knight f4, then h takes.
So queen f6 actually is pretty
yes, it forces matters. Yes.
Good forcing matters. What you think? What you're going to do? I don't know if queen b8 makes any sense, because after king g7, knight f4 would be already something I would want to play.
Yes.
But I think black would
King
be
h7.
going king h7 instead.
And not so clear. Okay, so this queen f6 may be something. Actually, what is white doing?
Yeah, I think queen f4 somehow is maybe a must.
And you take with the g pawn.
Yeah, it's not so much fun for white to do so. So queen f4, if g takes f4.
King g7, let's say, no?
Yeah, it's a big
some
question.
sort of...
What is this? Can black win this?
No, it is, of course, it's a completely different story, because there is no more blockade on f4. And there is half an extra pawn, let's say.
Okay, so let's just look the results. It's Panzolia, we have a draw.
Apparently, there is a funny...
Maybe we get back to that later.
Okay.
I just want to see what is situation. It's a draw here. Dominguez, there was a strange repetition of
this
moves.
before, yes, the game with 91, 93.
Yeah, there was a pawn sacrifice, and then it was a
yes.
very nice, interesting repetition of moves. Only possible, no draw offer before move 30, but repetition is possible, so this is what we have.
As a C4 player and advocate, I recommend, if you want to finish the game before move 30, you can find nice repetitions here. No, of course the players were playing for good, but it was just a self-irony.
And then I just want to see the result here, because we had one draw, and then we have Schachland game right here on board 4. Well, black seems to have a great position. Schachland maybe is in can get in trouble. And then Aronian.
No, black has almost everything, no?
Yeah, Aronian seems to be, it's going to be a draw. So this match is very tough for US.
Aronian, in principle, it can go either way, because, okay, there's the pawn on g5.
Let's say if
let's say he understands how the position is and he plays for a draw already.
Okay, yes, Jobava game, this is what we have already on the board. And then we have board 4, where Schachland is having a very difficult position. So US has to do something very much to win today's match. But before we go on to another game, and maybe some other interesting game from your end, I would like to share with our audience, we have a little highlight from today. Welcome back to the third round of the 44th Chess Olympiad here in Chennai, India. And things are heating up, I must say, because we have a few results. For example, I want to share with you one beautiful ending what Duda played against Smirnov against Australia. They scored their first point, so Poland is leading 1-0 right now. And as we've seen just before, that USA is kind of struggling to win this match today so far. Of course, anything can happen shortly after that. And we also have other results, like Mamedyarov won already his game, so Azerbaijan is also leading with 1 point. And let's take a look. It was a very nice ending by Duda against Smirnov. He played h5 in this point, and knight e2 was kind of inviting to play, and after queen g2, White resigned because after bishop g2, knight e2, and taking the queen. So this was the first victory. And we haven't seen some of big games, actually. I apologize for those who, for example, root for Holland and the Giri fan. So let's go to check Anish what he's up to today in this game, and let's see a little bit the other teams also how they are doing. Queen c7 was the last move against Grandelius for Anish. What do we think about that? It's a double attack.
But bishop e3, it's a counter attack, let's say.
Bishop e3 is possible, yeah, because White definitely don't want to play queen c3. This is just played, and it is on the board, bishop e3.
So the question is there play left in this position? Let's say b5, no?
Well, I think the e5 pawn is a big question for this position. So after b5,
no,
how is White?
The question is if we play, if you play queen c3, we lose the a pawn, not the c
Well,
pawn.
queen c3 is not something that you would really want to play.
Bishop
it is
d5,
a
yes,
desperation, and
yes,
this gives a huge problem.
I didn't notice that one pawn would get... Okay. So forgive me, I was only thinking of the weakness on c3.
And so this can be not easy necessarily for White. Okay, he can go bishop d4,
okay,
because queen c1 is maybe not decisive,
Maybe.
though after this bishop d5 can be unpleasant again, because the White queen has to go somewhere to e3 or c3.
No, but it loses the pawn
and
on
it
a2
seems
then,
like
no?
losing the pawn.
Okay, queen e3 to take back on e4, but it's not the same kind of pawn. Maybe.
To do what?
Queen e3, but queen e3 will change. No,
Queen e3 takes and queen a2 as well. So after bishop e3, b5.
So maybe, but a4, queen takes e5.
And
so
also black is threatening already immediately bishop d5, attacking the queen, and the a2 pawn can be very vulnerable.
So it's just a huge advantage for black, no? Despite the apparent symmetry.
Well, it seems that White is in a slight or bigger trouble at this point. Okay, let's see board number 2, because we have some great actions over there. Wow,
Yeah,
what is this?
This was the game I was hinted about. It started a bit earlier. I think
Well, it was some chaotic. Wow, it was a piece sacrifice.
we can go
can
somewhere
see.
at move 18 or 19.
Yeah, g6, a3, rook d8. It is kind of a dangerous stuff for black. I mean, look at this.
Yes.
Potential mating square for the queen. c5, takes, and look
Now
at this
takes
bishop a6.
Yes, that was the moment.
Was this expected by Blomqvist? That's a big question, because after bishop a6, knight d5, well, we know from other tournaments how Jordan can attack and how dangerous he can be. He has very interesting preparation also. We see him on the picture also. Right now, f6, knight c7, so attacking the bishop, and at the same time, of course, he's trying to head to e6 with his knight.
Some material back, yes.
Bishop e2, knight e6, double attack, queen f7, knight takes d8, rook d6. Well, it looks very tough for black because there's too many pawns for white, but now bishop
Bishop takes
g4
g4, yeah,
is
it's not
protecting
so
back.
clear.
It's not clear
no.
at all. Now queen c5 was possible, don't you think so? Or maybe queen a2 was something that white was scared of? But white did not play queen c5, played rook
Queen
g1.
A2 maybe is unpleasant, no?
Sorry?
But is it really unpleasant, Queen A2?
I'm not sure, because after Queen
D4,
A2, you can go, well, Queen C6 also.
The rook is on H1, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe Queen C6 is possible. Unfortunately for White, Queen D5
Queen
is not
D5
possible
doesn't work, yeah.
because of takes and Bishop
Yes,
F3.
yes.
So this gives difficulty for White, but let's say after Queen A2, I don't know, what about Queen C6?
Check and takes on B2.
Check and Queen B2.
Well, it's not that one-sided, no?
Well, I don't know if Rook E1, Rook E7, it looks extremely concrete, I must say. Also, there is a possibility to go check, and it seems Black has to go to
Yes,
F8, because
yes.
after King H8, Queen F7 could be
Just
quite
mate,
annoying.
just mate, yes.
But it's not a mate yet, right? Rook G8. And it's not so obvious. But after Bishop G4, White played Rook G1, because probably he thought that he can do it afterwards. But he got a double attack intermediate move by playing Queen F8, Queen D2, Bishop F5, Rook D1. Well, it's a quite unpleasant pin on the D file.
But he got rid of the pawn, yes?
But suddenly he gave up a pawn.
Okay,
Well,
okay,
it's an
H6,
exchange,
yes,
but
yes.
still, to give up the H6 pawn, it's worth more than the F6.
Black seems alive again, no?
Bishop G4, Rook E1. Black is in little time trouble, we have to say, because he has only 3 minutes and little more than that.
Statically, Black is doing fine, but there are dynamic nuances, and with little time, this is very dangerous.
Well, his king can be vulnerable.
Yeah.
No, you don't care about the king?
No. Yeah, it depends on whether he managed to regroup with Bishop F5, Knight F6, maybe Knight A, then H5. That would be already.
Well, I believe that in this position, White didn't want to get this position just few moves later.
No.
This is something was complete misplayed,
No,
blundering something, right?
He was either too shy to take on C5 or blunder Queen F8 or something.
Maybe he thought that there are several ways of improving the position or even winning the position, because I believe at this point of the game, White is winning.
It looks.
White should be objectively.
Bishop takes A6 was very, very beautiful. Yes.
Yeah, that was a very nice move, and this is what we have right now. So
This looks Black looks very human, no?
on board 3, we have Hilar Persenteger against Bog Benjamin. Queen D3. Well, Black has a pawn up.
Nice blockade, but a missing pawn, yeah? So Black is better.
Black is better, but it's not so easy to hold on the B6 pawn, right?
Rook B1 is a threat, no?
And Rook B1. And also I like the white square bishop much more than the black.
Yeah, well, yeah, Black and
I mean, one day my dream is to get the bishop to D5. Then it's not a question who has a better bishop.
Carlsen won an ending against Karyakin some years ago, maybe I can say. It was with rooks and opposite colored bishops.
Yes.
Okay, but there his structure was also a bit better. It was not winning, but to defend that was not simple. So it's a game that you practically should win. No, okay, this one not because you are a pawn down. But
well, after Queen D3, I don't know what Black will do, if maybe Rook C3
and D3 maybe.
But
no,
after Rook C3, Queen A6.
Why not on B5?
Rook B3, I thought.
Rook B3 is possible. Oh, I didn't see Rook B3. Sorry. I mean, I just said to myself inside that Queen B5 because Rook B3 is not possible. It's funny. So, okay,
Rook C3, after Rook B, Queen D5 is also
no. Queen
A6.
No, Queen A6
Queen A6 immediately.
Queen A6 at once we have to go, yes.
Yeah.
So Rook B3 anyway, I believe, no? But Bishop F3 may be the first, or...
Yeah, Bishop F3 is completely
G2.
Sensible.
King G2 and then...
But also maybe White
Rook
can
C1,
go
yeah?
just to
Okay.
improve the position. I don't think Black should be better here.
No, actually Black
Because
is a
White
bit
is
kind
very
of-
active with the Rook on the 7th.
Yes. If you play this, maybe D3 and Bishop D4? D3 now.
Yeah, D3 sacrificing a pawn back and activate your bishop.
And now maybe you would like, you would
Well, Queen
enjoy...
C4 is possible.
Yeah. Because I was hoping that you will love Black's bishop too after this.
Well, I do. But
Queen C4 is
okay,
probably
Queen E4 happened, Queen D6. Okay, now we will start to have time troubles here and there.
Queen E4, because if he takes, then the bishop comes to D3.
Yes.
And that's...
Well, that's it.
I'm not even sure if White is
it.
not slightly better, no? Despite the missing pawn.
Yeah, but okay, because the B6 pawn will fall off
Yeah.
automatically.
Well, it's a symbolic advantage, but okay. Nowadays you play.
Well, you will play
such
for a long
positions,
time. It
yes.
depends on the rook standings, whether White
yeah.
can control the 7th rank.
Yes, of course.
But for now, Queen D6 is played here. Let's see the other game between Warmerdam against Berg. Wow. It's full of pieces. Only one pawn has been exchanged.
Is
and
this
it's
an
already
endgame?
moved 23. Sorry?
It's almost move 40. Is this an endgame already?
This is move 23.
23.
This is move 23. Oh, and Berg has 43 seconds.
Oof.
Wow. That's a brave... that's an unexpected
Doesn't
story.
seem to have a bad position, so not... I mean...
No, Black has a pretty interesting position.
Yeah, the blockade,
Actually,
yeah.
also G5, I
Yes.
think he has his plan. But last move was E5 by Black, stabilizing the knight on F4.
No, I mean, it's strange that he's in such a time trouble because his position is good. It's nothing to worry about. I mean...
No, this is, this is of course a big question, why people are getting in time trouble. Many people ask me, amateurs, and also of course when you have training yourself or there is someone who is a professional chess player, a youngster, usually actually young players don't have time troubles. I think it's very rarely that they are. But it comes only later. But there are some time trouble players, and of course there is always a big question: what is the reason for that? But when I was in time trouble, sometimes, basically I was not a time trouble player. But when I later on had some occasions where I had, well, not like this that you have less than a minute for 20 moves or 17 moves. But let's say if I had to make 5-6 moves in 3 minutes, I felt a huge time trouble already.
No, of course, of course.
And usually I got into the time trouble because it's either you're out of shape and you're calculating and recalculating and recalculating again in the
Yes.
game because you don't feel secure, you don't have that self-confidence in your calculation.
Yes. Or evaluation.
Or
also,
evaluation, yeah.
Which is
or-
even more difficult.
Yeah. So,
Well, the Soviet classical point of view is that time trouble is something which you should avoid. And I remember that Dvoretsky wrote, I don't know who was his pupil, one of his great, maybe Alexandria, maybe one of these Yusupov, Dolmatov. They decided that on the next tournament, the result was not important. The main thing was not to get into time trouble and to have some time, orientations. I mean, on move after 45
Yes.
minutes, you should have so
Yes.
many moves played. Kotov also wrote that making a blunder in time trouble is not an excuse because entering in time trouble is equivalent to blundering a piece.
well,
But okay, there are big time trouble players. I even saw Caruana recently. I don't remember with whom it was.
sometimes he ends up in time trouble.
Yes, it was very complex, but then the opponent made some concession and the position became simple. And then he played quickly and confidently, and okay, after the time control he won. Yeah, because it depends. If the position enters something that you know, a pass that you are familiar with, then you can just blitz out the moves, and so it's very tricky. It's very tricky. I know that some players get into time trouble because because of stress they cannot make a choice, and they just wait to reach the moment where they are in time trouble, and they know that their talent will just pull some moves out, but they will have no time for stress anymore. I mean, they'll just they will play something will happen, but they cannot let this happen while they have time, because it's too much responsibility.
Yeah, it's hard to make a decision.
It's also tricky.
And in this case, if you realize it, what is the problem of, what is the reason that you end up in time trouble, you have to work on it.
Yes.
You have to work on it very hard, so you don't end up having 43 seconds only for 17 moves.
Yeah.
I mean, and in a team competition, I must say that it's even more responsibility, because it's not nice to see if you're playing your own game. Let's say you don't even have a good position, and you look to the right side or some side, and you see that your teammate is struggling in a huge time trouble. So it's, but of course, yourself, you should be avoiding time troubles, because the consequences is that it's very easy to make a blunder or simply ruin your position, right? So,
but we also have the so-called truth researchers. I mean,
yes, that you always want to be the perfectionist.
Like Rishuk, who is, and actually he used to play some fantastic games, and to find some fantastic plans, but many times he would not have the time, because this cost him too much time and energy. He could not convert it because of time trouble. From the past, Geller was such a player who could think for 1.5 hours on one move, to see everything, understand everything, and then lose on time.
Yeah, but how many times you hear that, and I think most of the top players can agree with me that you spend half an hour, you spend 40 minutes, you spend 50 minutes, and you play a worse move than you started out thinking, right?
Yes.
Or it happens how many times that you start thinking about a move, then you think about many other moves, and then you say, nothing is good, and you play something completely different.
Yes.
I mean, these are very common, and also there is an unwritten rule that if you think more than half an hour, then most likely you're not going to make the best move, because you get confused somehow. There are very rare occasions, I think, when someone
of course,
really calculated.
There are some, okay, from the past, Geller, Kasparov, also Grishuk now. But Vinnik said that if you think he got to the conclusion that if he thought for more than 20 minutes on a move, it meant he's in bad shape.
Yeah.
He should offer the draw.
Okay.
Or something like that. That she's not in the best shape.
Wow, we have move c5.
Aha.
And black has 8 seconds, 6 seconds, 5, 4, 0, 3, 2, and I'm sure he made a move and got 30 seconds. D takes c5, knight e5. Of course, black is fortunate.
He's hanging. Now he's hanging a bit, no?
He's fortunate that he gets 30 seconds after every move still, but it seems like the position may fall apart.
Well, fortunate would be to get rid of the pin. Really fortunate.
Well, this pin is very annoying for black, that's for sure.
This is what I would call fortunate.
G5.
Okay.
Well, G5 was in there, it's expected.
Yeah.
Well, there is a way to play maybe knight c4 with the idea to go f5 or d5. This
you
seems
don't
to be...
want to play a4, a5 for a blockade, no?
No. No, that's not the first thing comes to mind. And maybe I will resist and really want to go knight c4. But it's so difficult to...
No, knight e4 anyway, but after that a4, a5.
No, but in this specific situation, it is so difficult, I think, to control yourself with the white pieces and not to play fast and play for some tricks, right? Because when your opponent has really 35 seconds, and actually it's not 35 seconds because it's move 25, and if you say he has another 15 moves, it means like he has 8 minutes altogether.
Which is not that...
Which is not that bad. The only thing is that it comes only after you have a heart attack kind of situation.
You have to work. You have to work for
You have to work for your extra 30 seconds per move.
No, because if you have 8 minutes,
yes.
then you okay, and how many moves, then you can just relax for 7 minutes, and only then panic.
Yeah.
But no, like this, you have to panic move by move.
Panic for the next 15 moves, and white has 16 minutes left in this position. But of course, every game, every scoring a win, it's a big thing because they play for match points, and which is very important because already if, let's say, this is board 4 between Holland and Sweden, it means that the rest of the team would be okay. Okay, at least we are already, we are point ahead, and let's see what's going to be happening.
But you know what I realized after commenting on these rounds? Nowadays it is difficult to win a point easily. Don't you agree
That's
with
true.
me? Okay.
That's true, very true, because the defensive skills of the players are much higher than 20 years ago. But it's improving, and I think it's very simple. The reason is because of the engines. Whenever we are looking some interesting ideas, the engine is always going to give some good defensive idea. So we are learning from the engines, and we also believe that many positions we can save. I was always on this side to believe that you can always save. So we have the fighting spirit. Knight d5 is on the board.
But okay, what is knight
Of course.
d5? Is something hanging? Okay, knight g4 is coming or what?
Knight d5, e takes d5. Knight g4 is something,
Knight g4 is coming, no?
can be a threat. So what happens if knight d5?
No, this was my question. Knight g4, no? But okay, queen e6 even.
Queen e6, rook e2, so
Okay,
that is not possible.
So queen f8. Then, but queen f8, I can't believe that something will happen, no?
But this has to be rook e2 simply.
I know.
Yeah, and it's going to be decisive.
Yeah, I know. Bishop e2 also coming.
I don't know if black can go f5, but it looks extremely scary.
No, he played well knight d5. Now and with black to defend is maybe it's simply impossible to defend. But
No, this is impossible that black can defend.
I mean, even under normal circumstances.
Yes, I agree completely. I mean, I think there are several ideas. First of all, probably rook d5 is the simplest. Takes, rook e7 and bishop
Yes.
c4.
Bishop c4 the simplest, not even bishop d2. Okay.
No, game over.
Yeah, bishop b2 is coming soon. Okay.
So let's see. But of course, you have to control yourself with white, right? I mean, obviously you want to go knight g4. Knight g4, I want to win. He's going to lose on time. I'm winning something, right? But on the other hand, it's so annoying if you're ruining this position. Bishop c4 immediately.
Well, the least committal move, maybe, no?
Well, he may have thought for a little longer. It's typical if you win the game, everything is fine. But if you don't, then you start cursing yourself. That why didn't I think I had 15 minutes on my clock? Why didn't I spend 5 minutes, 8 minutes calculating all the way and just win the game?
So now knight f6
Knight
is
b6.
Knight b6.
Knight b6, trying to get rid of the bishop on c4.
Because if knight g4, then rook d1.
Exactly.
So maybe it's not clear if bishop c4 was really the move.
No, knight g4, rook d1, knight h6 check is the problem.
Okay.
So queen f8 only move.
Yes.
And then still not so simple. Game is not over yet.
It looked more convincing.
Yeah, because now there is an exchange happening on the d.
On the d, maybe on c4
fine,
too.
right?
So maybe this thing of not following the first impulse.
Well, rook d8 still. Bishop d8, because otherwise if rook d8 anyway, rook e2.
No, bishop d8, yeah, that should be the...
So knight
Okay,
b6.
we'll see. It's hard to say, but sometimes it happens that if you find something good, sometimes it's practical not to look for something better.
Okay, we'll come back to this because maybe we have other interesting stuff also. So just to summarize the situation right now in the Holland match, Giri has a pawn up. He's just doing much better. He'll have to show his technique, but he should be winning. Board 2 Van Forest against Blomqvist is kind of a tricky position. Knight e4 was played,
of course, yes.
which is...
It can go either way, no? The king has reached some safety, let's call it, no?
Yeah, now white has to decide whether rook e4 and well, anything can be. Board 3, we have a draw practically. Black is going to be taking on f2, but it should be interesting that Black is still doing a little better. He's going to take on
No,
f2.
but this will follow for... no, this will continue.
Well, for a long time, but I'm not sure how long, because if white can go rook f3, rook f1, or rook f1,
No, I
rook
was thinking of rook
b7.
takes f2, but okay, maybe it doesn't change that much.
Yeah,
Rook
that's...
f2, king h1. King h1, I assume, no? And then rook f1.
I'm not sure actually that king
But rook c-
h1... Yeah, king
rook
h1 was a must, yes.
Rook
Yeah.
c8, bishop f7.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a problem that black cannot go rook c8. Okay, this here, black is pressing, and then in this game. So Holland is going to score definitely victory today. Then we have Ukrainian playing against Cuba. They have on board one Korobov playing. Well, this is not where white is going to be.
Well, white is a pawn down. It's not such a big pawn, but
Yeah,
the
but-
knight is strong.
Basically, it's not white who it's favor. Volokitin plays with black. He's a pawn down, but probably he can manage a draw. Actually, so much that it was a draw. Already agreed. The reason is that it was a
Perpetual attack against the pawns. and king,
basically, white couldn't improve his position. Board 3, we have the game running. White has an extra pawn. So actually, Shevchenko, Ukraine stands better. And then we
An
have
extra pawn and the blockade. Okay.
board 4, which is kind of messy. It's a messy position.
Very hard to evaluate, no? No, in principle, white has some pluses, but okay. Where is
No,
the
I
threat?
like it with white.
Where is the threat? C4 he played. Okay, now he wants to
I
go
like
for
it
the...
for white.
I didn't notice that the C4 forces the knight back, and then bishop f4 is just great.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what if knight b4 to go to d3?
Queen a5.
That's the point. Okay, then
So,
no.
so
No,
there
no,
are
no,
there
no.
are many problems
Yes,
for black. I think.
yes. No. Then white is simply better. White will play.
You see, already
bishop f4.
round 3, right? I mean, round 3 already anything can happen here. Basically,
Yes.
it's a balanced match.
Yes.
Well,
true.
white can go d5, for example.
No, this one should be won for white.
I think white should win, but then Cuba wins on this board. Here, white wins, so it's 1-1, and then on board 1, so it can be easily 2-2.
Well, I mean,
Even worse. So it's absolutely for
if
3
white
result
holds.
this match.
Don't forget that white's pawns are blocked.
Absolutely. So here,
For instance, without rooks on board, g6 would be a plan. g6, and if you don't take, you lose the pawn on h5. If you take, then I get an outside pass pawn. And on this side, I have an extra pawn. I mean,
Exactly.
if everything gets exchanged.
no, anyway, I mean, it's clear that we want to play it from black side, right? Because
no,
and it's not the pawn,
it's not only
the
that.
extra pawn which
and
counts
the,
the most.
The structure and the knight also, the minor pieces also.
But basically, black is not really having an extra pawn from pawn point of view.
but there
it
is no rook
gives,
d6. There is no rook d6,
Yes.
for instance.
This is the main importance of it, that the d6 square is
And
covered.
in pawn endings, it may count because with white you have to capture 2 pawns, and how do you approach them actually? I mean,
No.
from e5 you in a
No,
pawn
you
ending.
don't- you don't
From
approach
e5 you
them.
don't approach them because they
Okay,
are 2.
so this match is very interesting. In the meantime, we have some results. There, Mamedyarov won, and also Zhang Zhong. That's already the Polish match.
Jobava made a draw with Caruana.
Okay, let's see what Azerbaijan is doing. Mamedyarov won already. Mamedov is still playing. Wow, what a messy
What is
game.
this? What is this? This I like.
Yeah, this is a fun game, but it seems like black is just should be winning at first. But okay, white pawn is there. This is hanging.
This is the kind of positions when I would need Aruna's help, the wife of Anand. Because I remember I was accompanying you in Vaikanze, I think as a second, and I saw her sitting in the press center reading always. Sometimes she asked me about Vigi's position and so on, and I asked her, do you actually play chess? And she said, no, I'm just counting the pieces. And actually, in such positions, maybe she would be better than me if she used to that, because you look at the position and you don't understand who is better from material point of view. Then, okay, the positional factors come only. But I think white is an exchange down, yes? After
White is an exchange down, but in the Sicilian it doesn't count, right?
Yes.
That's a secondary story in the Sicilian when your pawn is on f7 and you can. You don't have to have great imagination.
You just need a check. Yes. You have a dream. It's a wild dream, but it's a dream, yes.
No, at first I thought black is just completely winning, but then I realized that actually it's not necessarily the case.
But if e5 now, or is it white to move?
No, it's black to move. If e5, I think I can go.
But the queen can still cover.
Queen f6, queen f5.
And do you take on e7 then?
No, I play rook e6.
Rook e6, even better. Okay. Yes.
I mean, I don't know, because you have queen a3 and king d2, knight b1. King e2, but is it more, somehow it looks
more than chances
more
for a
than
draw?
Scary.
But is it more than chances for a draw? I mean, if I go king d1, do you have more than a perpetual?
Yeah, but I think I go king e2 and I want to get,
okay. No. I wanted to understand whether you think
it's... No. I want to play for a win now for white.
Okay. No, that makes sense. No, the bishop stands beautiful. Okay, the king goes around.
Okay, you have d3, king here, queen c1.
I don't care.
Here, and okay, queen h6 is not enough.
Probably not. Queen a6 takes, queen g6, bishop f8, queen g8 mate.
Bishop d4, I mean many.
Or bishop d4.
Many things, though.
Of course, bishop d4
Well, bishop f6 can be a move here. But I don't believe that black can survive.
But rook takes, no?
Takes.
And after taking on f6, we don't have more checks, no?
Well, check and bishop d4,
bishop
right?
d4, yes, okay.
But okay, this is not good. No, because after king g7, f8 and
f8, okay.
And bishop d4.
That's nice, yes.
Yeah, okay, so there are some fun things going on, but for the moment king c1 and it's black to move, so he really has to be careful what he's up to. Queen f4
I was
is...
used to the fact that Mamedov has his bishop on g7.
Yeah?
Yeah, he plays a lot.
Well, here he doesn't.
Modern and King's Indian, and his bishop was not on g7 in this game. I have.
Well, he can go check and queen b4. Of course, this is a move.
You see what happens when you don't play g6 and bishop g7.
You see?
But is this more than? Okay, it can become more than just perpetual.
Well, I don't know. I mean, rook e5 is also something you have to take in account, right? Very complicated. He took on a2. So after, well, king d2. Good question. What he's up to on king d2. Now maybe queen f4.
Queen f4, you try to defend from...
And now king e2. Somehow white seems to be much slower than
a5
before.
or something, no?
But we have two more other games. Let's take a look. Okay, knight a2. I think black should be okay here. Then we have another game on board 3 with Gusainov.
Not a pleasant ending for black.
Well, white should be winning, right? It's a pawn.
It's opposite colored bishops, but there are knights on board. So.
And then we have Flores again, Abbasov. Yeah, Argentina is not doing too well against Azerbaijan, of course. Now we see, after looking the positions.
But okay, how is this position?
Well, this I think it should be
drawn,
equal,
no?
right?
Drawn, yeah.
I mean, rook d4.
But Mamedyarov won, yes?
Mamedyarov won already, so here Gusainov is going to be winning, and I think Mamedov also.
Probably it's very complicated. I mean, okay, yes, knight a2 is a good...
Knight a2, yeah. Yeah, that's the move. Queen f4 is on the board also, and somehow I think it's black who is playing 4 more. Then what do we have? Let's go back to Holland. Well, Anish is just
Yes.
improving his position.
Oh, an
Board
extra
2.
pawn, okay. That's
Okay, this is what we said. It's kind of tricky.
This is like some sort of in the dragon you can get these kind of positions. I mean, with mutual passed pawns, just like this: 2 against 0, 3 against 1
Yeah.
in the Sicilian dragon.
Yeah. Yeah.
And,
But here it's not clear who is better. I think white should be better.
In the dragon, it's not clear either.
Yeah. So I don't know after a4 what black should be doing. And then we have board 3.
Yeah, because the black king is.
Oops,
if he could play h5 now.
No, that's a different story
h5
if you
now.
start. Yeah.
h5 now, but
Yeah.
how to achieve that?
Yeah, this is the thing that after all the king.
King g5. Okay, what to do? Okay,
Well-
life is tough.
Okay, we get back to this one, but I want to see what has happened. Okay, Anish, this one, Fun Forest on board 2, and board 3, we saw that it's going to be squeezing, and of course we saw victory here. Yeah, after knight b6, knight g4 was played, queen f8, rook d8, takes, and he just went back bishop d3 on the long diagonal, on the diagonal of b1 h7. Bishop c6. Now the long diagonal is taken by the bishop. Knight d5, queen e4. And, well, this was somehow obvious already for the last 10 moves, we can say, because that was a huge time trouble. So Holland is leading 1-0, and they are still... Anish should be winning.
Yes.
Bok is also pressing, and Van Forest also. So that is going to be a victory for Holland. How are they doing with the Ukrainians? Koryobov, well, this will be a big journey for Koryobov to,
It's not
if
very-
he's going to make a draw.
It's not very clear
difficult.
why it's black play.
H6.
No, h6 was on the board, f6, because he loses the idea of g6.
Of G6. Maybe he
Yes.
wants to regroup his knight actually to E5.
No, the question is whether without pawn breaks, whether he has a plan.
Well, if he wants to go knight G5, knight F7, knight E5,
King e6, I understand.
and king E6, and then he can still start to break it. I
Aha,
mean,
with
break it
rook
that
g8
yeah,
and g6
yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
Aha.
But of course, it's not so simple necessarily, not so obvious, because bishop c3, if he can eliminate the e5 knight later. So, okay, this will be a long suffer for Koryobov. We have a draw here, and this position, not much happened.
No, well, maybe it happened because black hopes to retrieve the pawn. Well, d5 is also weak.
And then,
No, d5 is also weak, so... Okay, still good winning chances for white.
yeah. Let's go back to India for a second. Okay, this Hare Krishna won today. He was making some sacrifices. Look at this. He made some good plan, knight h2, and then he went knight g4.
I had a game like this against Tisdal, and I sacrificed on h6. It was winning, I won a pawn, simply he would not take, and then I didn't win the game. It was the Catalan, it was the same, more or less the same setup.
So
on
he
the
went
king
knight
side.
a8. Well, pretty optimistic to go after knight g4, knight a8, I must say. Bishop h6, takes, knight f6, king g7. There was a check. Queen g4, king h8, queen f4. Very typical, right? Bishop d5.
It was not Tisdal, it was Adianto. Sorry. Moscow Olympiad 94.
So bishop d5, what a beautiful tactics. You see,
Yeah,
because after e takes d5, queen g4 and queen f5 is the
you
win.
need that
and
square. You need that
mate
square.
on h7. Very beautiful tactics by Hare Krishna. Bishop d3, controlling this diagonal, and after that knight h5, king h7, bishop e4.
No, I told you that
black
I like Hare Krishna as a player. You asked me about my favorite Indian player, excepting Anand, okay. And I know that he has this positional style, and he knows how to attack also.
Tactics also.
I'm not sure it's this tactics. It's just attack. I mean, starting from a positional basis. It's not really tactics. I mean, it's sacrifice, but not tactics.
Yeah.
It's an attack that is going. Tactics, I believe that it's something that it's somehow very concrete for some very concrete reasons.
We have Anand visiting the playing hall, and the president of Indian Chess Federation, Mr. Kapoor, next to him. And also president from Chennai region. So
it seems that for a moment there is only one important thing in the playing hall.
Well, most of the players are not noticing this element, what is happening right now, but of course this is also very important, and this is the reason we have the event played in Chennai, because the government and the area is very much
Luc Van
supportive.
Vel is a captain?
Yes,
Okay.
I think. I'm not sure though. And still, I think we see the matches running there. So this was Hare Krishna's
No, that was
victory.
beautiful. I feel satisfied after not winning against Adianto 28 years ago. I'm satisfied that somebody won with.
Very nice combination. Then Vidit is playing this game. Actually, they agreed to draw already.
Yeah,
Board
without knights.
3 is very interesting because we had a very promising position for white, and Erigaisi has this position after bishop g4. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't like this h4 that he was giving this.
No, black has
square.
squares now. Black has a lot of squares now. When I looked at the position, black had no square.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
And white has not so many pieces to control his own squares. I mean, c5 and.
But now
somehow-
there is pressure, though the b1 bishop still is very nicely activated from b1 attacking.
Yeah, at least that. The pawn on g6 is weak now. But okay, the knight could go to e4 maybe. Knight
Well,
e7,
that knight is far away. You want to say that you want to go to e4?
Yeah, you never know.
I'm not sure. Maybe he will want more to exchange it on e6.
What if g5 and rook takes g5? Sometimes.
Yeah, that is also something to
I don't know,
consider.
but black can become very nasty. I mean.
Exactly. I also believe white played b4.
Okay, he prepares
Well,
for
if
some
you have
ending.
the time for it, I like it very much, because even sometime a3 bishop a2 can
Yes,
occur
that's true.
much later when we have no queens and so on and so forth. And later knight b3, knight c5. Similarly, how Dink played in the candidates last
Yes.
round, he made some very nice moves there against Nakamura, which we mentioned before. So, well, few moves to be made in the little time trouble, we can say. But it's not so easy to play.
It's not a one-way business. Rook takes it. The king is on h1, sorry. I was considering rook. So g5
Black,
he went.
played g5.
Yeah,
Okay,
why
so
not? Why
things
not?
are getting concrete here very much.
Why not g5?
Well, and now black is threatening to take, and the e3 pawn is in trouble.
Yeah, so I have to take, but then I can take with the queen maybe even, no?
Well, I'm
increase
not
the-
sure if white has to take. You sure that white has to take?
But what
Maybe.
does he gain if he doesn't?
I don't know. If takes, then probably queen takes.
Yes, queen, and the pawn on e3 is in
Okay.
h4, yes. No, h4 actually is h4, h3. No, something went wrong for white.
Well, maybe white
Comparing
can
with-
go knight f3.
Okay, so we have to
Now
take.
takes queen g5 and gf3.
And rook g3 then, no?
Rook
Fortunate
g3,
move.
maybe rook g1 I can also go.
Aha, you saved
Right.
the pawn.
Well, I don't know what is this actually at all.
It could be a minute
I don't know.
better for...
For who?
good question. Rook e1, d4, and the knight comes to
Well,
d4.
I don't know if we have to play after d4, bishop e4.
Aha, okay, so knight e6
And
then,
then
okay.
takes and rook a3 also
Okay,
possible.
the bishop is okay,
Here I
but
like
knight
white
e6.
better.
Okay, but knight e6.
knight e6 or knight d7 and jumping all over. So there are several ideas, maybe.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe knight d7, of course. To go to c4 and attack the whole family. Yeah.
He went h takes g5.
Of course, rook g5 is also possible.
Well, rook g5, I'm not
Queen
sure.
h4, that's the problem, no? He stabilizes.
Yeah, it looks like a good
but then rook
blockade.
e5, then I go rook...
Queen
rook
g5 is on the board.
Okay.
Well, black has a minute and 40 seconds for his last move. Because this is move 39. So... rook c3.
If you want rook c3. And if h4.
No, actually, this is move 39.
Why didn't he play knight f3? Not very clear.
Well, because he's he's not ready to enter to endgame yet.
You mean he's over optimistic, or maybe he's...
I'm not sure that was the best move. I mean, I also not sure that I would want to, during the game, I would say, well, okay, I want to keep my pieces, because generally speaking, the d4 knight is excellent, the b1 bishop is excellent, the rook can be very good.
No, but at the same time, black is better regroup and the bishop on b1.
But why? Why is he better regrouped?
Well, h4 now.
Well, this is the question. You go h4, queen f2, let's say.
I mean, the rooks are not coordinated, the white rooks. The bishop on b1 is just...
It's a beautiful bishop.
vulnerable and not hitting anybody.
Well, because it's only the f8 knight is holding.
I don't know.
I mean, I might go on rook f1 next move. It can fall apart also easily. No?
Maybe. And
I mean, for example, now knight f3 is a much bigger threat. h3, I don't care. I can take it.
It helps you. Yeah, maybe you're right. So...
and in we have rook 5 e7. But what is this? Knight f5 is not a problem? No, knight f5 is...
Knight f5. Okay, but if the rook goes back to e5...
Well, knight d6 is possible, or... Yeah.
And the question is if you reach
improve,
concrete,
Bishop f5 is something to consider.
Bishop f5, okay. Now the question is the same. Rook e5.
So you just want to go back.
Yeah, because if you take, you never know.
Well, I don't know, bishop g4, you go queen g4.
No, I would like to take the pawn, no?
You want to take the pawn.
Is it wrong or?
No. I think it might be very good.
Now the knight.
But what is the idea behind rook e7? Does black want to go...
No, it's against the knight f3. He doesn't want to be forced to take on f3 after, I think.
Okay.
You didn't play it.
What about, okay, I go rook f1.
Okay.
Can you take it? I'm not sure. I'm not sure you want to take it.
So if takes, the rook f8 or?
Takes, I thought about that too, but what about taking this? Because queen?
Yes, if queen.
Queen, c7, rook e7, right?
Or queen e7 maybe, no?
Or queen e7.
Looks more solid.
But I'm not sure who is better here.
No, I didn't say I was better, but okay, it's an extra pawn and I hold, no? Queen g7.
I don't know, maybe bishop f5. Also, knight f5 was possible.
No, I thought that maybe knight g6 in this position.
Well, knight g6, maybe queen d6.
And do I have knight if...
I don't know.
But is that pawn so important? Yeah, no.
Isn't it shaky now for black?
Maybe. Yeah, queen d5, queen d6.
We have knight f5, rook e5 on the board. And this is move 40.
No, of course, white has compensation, but not to be okay. It's an interesting game.
Yeah,
It's an interesting game.
it's complicated.
But I don't think that black is in obvious danger. Let's say.
Okay, so we have this game. India is leading 1.5. Then board 4. India is playing for a win because black has a pawn up. So he should be pressing. India will be winning this match.
Okay.
Let's see, Jobava Fabiano ended up in a draw. This endgame, Aronian is seems to be, well, I'm not sure we can say that he's pressing because simply black is going to be playing bishop a7. The knight is tied to the d4 pawn.
Yeah, show me.
Well, his only chance to go probably rook, regrouping it to f6 and somehow push e6, right?
But then the rook could come out, rook h8.
Yeah, let's say rook d7, you go rook f4.
No, but I don't like rook d7 because I want to use the h file when given.
Okay, so what's the position? So after rook h4,
To make
you
another
do...
waiting move.
Okay,
King
let's say
e7,
king
yes.
e7 here.
Then rook h8. Somehow it makes sense, no?
Well, the only question is where are you going with your rook?
Well, to b4, for instance, rook h1.
Well, it can be far, far away.
Okay, yeah, I have to take. Aha, and you don't want to go knight e5. Oh,
Not yet.
so maybe the bishop should not go to a5, to a7. Can it go closer to f6?
Yeah, I didn't want to allow the white knight to...
No, okay, will the bishop be in time on
Black
e7?
played bishop a7. No, I think there should be something else for black, like... though it's not so obvious.
I'm not sure if maybe he could have got his bishop on e7 in time because from e7 it would defend f6 and also
Yeah,
c5.
but then the knight is e7 is
But
a
even
good
after
spot.
e7, okay, then the knight comes to c5. You have to take. I play bc.
Yeah, but the question
And
is
it's,
how the pieces can really be
Yes,
in reality
yes,
in those
yes,
places,
yes,
right?
yes.
Because right now it seems like the bishop
No.
on a7 it has a long journey to reach to
No,
e7.
but I mean after bishop c7.
Yeah.
If you had played bishop
Yeah,
c7.
yeah.
Even if reaching a7 is not very clear because the knight could go to c5,
That's true.
takes b takes c5, and then the rook goes to f6.
Yeah,
Or on the
and
b file,
d6.
and
Yeah.
It's too much space advantage, too big space
Well,
advantage.
this can be dangerous for black now.
No, maybe yes, maybe it's.
And it's an important point for the US. Very important because
Now I
for
would
now
think
Caruana
that-
made a draw, Dominguez made a draw, and on board 4, Shackland. Actually, he's doing very fine.
He's doing better now. Yes, something happened.
Okay, now something really happened. Probably, I don't know what could happen. Probably some thumb trouble.
No, but in Aronian's position, I am impressed about the regrouping. The knight on f3 is huge. It protects the king on e4 from checks.
Yeah.
The rook can, even if the rook gets out, and also the pawn. Somehow the central part is really impressive. No, it's.
Yeah, I mean this knight on f3 it defends also so well.
Yeah,
apart
no
from
checks,
the fact that it can jump into the
to e5.
center so powerfully.
And the king defends the knight and is protected by the knight.
Yeah.
And together they keep the pawns together and ensure such. Yeah, that's okay. Let's call it elementary technique somehow.
We have many decided games, and already some matches finished. So maybe we can see just.
By the way, Vocaturo Carlson became a bit more concrete. The end game.
Yeah. We can go back to Carlson, see how are they doing there. Knight c5.
How did they get here? Okay, we see that Vocaturo started king
Well,
f2.
yeah, it started out
Okay,
from
but-
regrouping,
yes,
and it
okay.
seems like Vocaturo ended up with his king on g2. b4 happened, rook a1, rook e8, so now e5 is kind of a plan. Even giving up the pawn, right? So it was a pawn sacrifice, as e5 seems to be extremely powerful. So Vocaturo did not play that. Rook e1, a4. So very aggressive elimination of the queen side pawns. And he did not take on c3. He was pressing, and he wants to get something more with black, because now the d4 knight is not stable anymore, because it's not protected with the pawn. So knight c2, so the knight left the center, king f2.
So now
rook
black
b8.
also has his dream, yes, finally.
The black actually sacrificed the pawn in order that white's pieces does not have harmony anymore.
Yes, no, I mean, okay, it's harder to keep the harmony between them.
Yeah,
It's
because
not-
the knight has to be a defender now.
Yes, it's not, yes, but rook a3, okay, now the
No,
knight
it's
is
not
free.
bad. King e7, rook
Yes.
d2.
But at least white has to work a bit to maintain the balance, no?
Well, can he hold his pawn on b4? This is the big question. Knight b3, king d6. So this is the position right now. Move 41. So Magnus had a huge time trouble.
Ah, really?
Well, he has only 1 minute and 20 seconds, and it's move 41. I mean, okay, now he received his extra time, so he has 28 minutes for the whole game. No, both had probably heavy time trouble, it seems. Which is not a good sign for Magnus, usually. Bishop c6. So the next move, rook b4. If knight d3, then e5 comes.
Yeah, so he did something to...
Interesting that Magnus gave a pawn just for...
yeah, because his center, yeah, it's to distract the pieces, because the center needs to be kept under control.
But it's a
by-
very interesting concept,
no,
and
no,
it's a
no.
very brave concept.
It's a dynamic concept, yes. It's... even if it doesn't promise an advantage, but okay, it makes you play. It makes the opponent make choices. It
Well,
forces-
that's the big thing, yeah. For
it gives him a choice. That's the best thing you
Yes.
can
yes,
you can wish for an opponent.
yes.
no?
But what about playing rook e3? After rook e3, black can take it, or no? No. What
I
do you
think
do
26.
after rook e3?
If e5,
E5, knight e4 check.
and is it so bad?
It's not that it's bad, but where do you go with the king? You have to go to
To
e7, right?
yes. And knight
But not
c3.
knight c3. King f6. King e6 now. But then I can go b5. So
But
I'm
b5,
not
you
sure.
have to go to b7.
Yeah, okay, but then, okay, after all, I have a pawn up, right? Or no?
Maybe f5 I can. Yeah, somehow there should be some knight takes d5, but
Well,
I think you have to
don't
go
think-
knight takes f5 and knight takes d5. I think you have to.
But you cannot
play.
go there. f5, king e6, king d6.
And knight d5 is not working.
Not working because rook b5.
So maybe not so simple, yes.
Well, there are continuously questions, right? Because after king d6, you can go knight e4, king e7,
Knight
knight
c5.
c5, and then the d5 pawn. So, I mean, black
Yes.
also cannot do anything what he wants, right? So rook e3
yeah.
played. Rook e3 played. Rook e3 played. So I'm not even sure who is better, to be honest. I mean, now rook b4, knight
Then knight
e6.
e6. No, okay, this is better for white.
So
no?
this he cannot do.
No, this is close to losing for white. No?
After
for black.
rook e3, so if he goes rook e8, that's not fun, right? I mean, I have an extra pawn. I understand that it's Magnus who sacrificed it, but it's a pawn after all. And I have a great knight over there.
This whole respect you show to Magnus, and you get to say that it's an extra pawn.
Well, not completely, but let's say it's a half a pawn. Okay? Okay, so after rook e3, if really black has to go e5, it's not necessarily the fun part what Magnus will have after knight e4.
Yes, knight e4.
No, but it can be that it's just a draw, because after king e7, I just wanted to go back.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
And, okay, so this is...
Yes, so you
So it's
went,
only a
you went
repetition.
king e7, but then, yes, this knight c3. Which,
Yeah, because here I went king e7. So,
Yes,
but there
yes,
is no other way because the f6 is hanging.
Yes.
So this may be a repetition here. So what do we have? Magnus, we have this position. We had a draw with Tari eventually. Then on board 3, hammer 1.
Sorry, what is that?
Not hammer. Hammer lost. No, hammer lost.
Someone lost.
This was this interesting...
Let me call my piece counting agent.
It's a queen, extra queen. That's the big problem.
So you think...
Not only those pawns, those pawns who are going in pairs there.
So I thought it was the pawns. Sorry.
No.
Okay.
So actually, Italy is leading against Norway. 1+, and 2 games are running. This is one of them.
So Norway
Norway is white,
shouldn't be that happy about being white, no?
having 2 pawns down, and Magnus is game. So they are fighting for their life.
It means that they basically lose the match, no? I mean, unless...
Well, you never know. I wouldn't be so brave to say that, but they are definitely on the edge of it.
So...
Because, okay, here, rook d1, I mean, h6 can be... I mean, there are some contingencies,
no,
right?
I mean, okay. Of course, Vocaturo could go wrong and lose, but it doesn't seem very probable. And, of course, here, theoretically, we would say that black could only try to win, but also...
Yeah, queen
things
e2.
can happen. But objectively, Norway is losing, no?
Yeah, objectively, they are not standing well, because this game should be winning for black, which is not an easy game.
No, even if it's
still.
a draw, even if it's drawn.
Yeah.
Because Vocaturo seems to control the position, so...
Yeah. So Shirov made a draw today. And Vallejo made a draw today against Fierce. So against Brazil, they have 1-1 so far. And on board 3, Spain is doing well. So this is
this is a
very good with white.
Yes.
Resembles me the World Championship match between Kasparov Karpov 87. Queen ending. And then this,
that was a passive knight on f8.
And this is what we have on board 4, where, Spain is trying, yeah?
Maybe
he should be winning for black.
Maybe not so easily because the king, but okay, it should be winning.
It's not easy, but you're unhappy if you don't win the game, right?
Oh, no. Of course, you'll not sleep the whole night.
Okay, Australia, they had 1-0. Then it was Wojtaszek is still playing.
Talking about Smirnov, the guy who allowed queen takes g2.
Yes.
I just read a Facebook post of his. Hello guys, I'm going to play on board 1 of Australia, who is number 29 in the event. And of course, we'll fight for the medals.
Of course, optimist should be there.
No, but I mean, it's okay. We're all players. We're grandmasters. I mean, we move in turns. I mean, okay, I play with Carlsen, I play with Giri. I mean, okay, show me. So, of course, a grandmaster should think that way. I mean, from outside, it sounds a bit
from outside, it looks kind of.
But this is what I mean. I mean, starting with round 3, okay, we see that Italy is likely to beat Norway, which is number 3 in the event, no? I mean, ratings, I mean, if we talk about 100 or 200 points of difference, what do they mean? I mean, statistically they mean something.
Yes.
They mean that you played a lot, in the past you played a lot better than your opponent. In that game, you don't know.
And also, we shouldn't forget that, of course, you can get sick, you can have any problem of that kind also.
Yes, yes.
So, and if a country like Australia, everybody has the life of their tournament, anything can happen. But let's see what was going on board 2. Actually, it is still going on because Wojtaszek is still fighting with Kuivakarov. And actually, I can't even say that he must be so happy.
No, his position is not nice. I'm not sure he holds this, no?
It seems like a very difficult position for White.
Okay, maybe he can just get a perpetual or something, no?
Well, I don't know. How can you give a perpetual with White?
Okay, where do you go with the
Well,
king?
So
I wanted to go
G7.
queen, not on d7 because I know that you have a trick. You have a combination.
Well, it's
queen e6,
a
queen
threat.
e6.
But also bishop f2.
So bishop f2 anyway, yeah? Not only because of that.
No, it's
No, that's very serious.
And king g7 is on the board.
No, that's very serious.
Because after queen e6, you get this.
King d1.
But to tell you the truth,
but
even
d6, yeah.
but even if I just go back to f6 and my plan is to play c4, c3.
Yeah, it's
Okay, you probably go queen e2 and you're doing okay, but I mean, it is far from fun for white, that's for sure.
Yes. No, but
Let's say here, of course, black is going to be taking this,
Take
and
and
after
queen d6.
and queen d6.
and the white
Oops,
king.
not queen
not
d5.
at all.
Sorry, this was not my intention.
But
Queen
the
d6.
white king is exposed, and this means that sometimes the black king come out and attack.
It's still not clear, and it's not going to be easy to win this game. It's going to be another 45 moves or so.
Yeah, the point is that
And queen e6 is there on the
the
board.
point is that rook endings are usually not won. But if they are won, you win them.
Yeah.
The queen endings are usually won if you have an advantage. Yes, but
Usually.
in order to win them, I mean, it's. I have this comparison with Sudoku and killer Sudoku. You are familiar with. I know that killer Sudoku, I must solve, but it's so difficult sometimes. It is like a queen ending. I mean, the process is, and the Sudoku is somehow not always solvable. But if it is, then I don't have problems. So. Yeah, with queen endings, you never know. I mean,
You never know. Actually, now either queen d6 or queen c3 and queen f6 is also another unpleasant.
But it doesn't the queen stand somehow more?
Well, it's a question where the queen stands better.
Because on f6 it's a bit hidden like this somehow.
Yeah. But okay, after queen d6, still okay, white goes queen c4, and so what? What's the next move?
No, my idea was to come out with
And
a
this
king.
is what we have on the board.
If I try to come out with a king,
I'm not sure black
To
is going
attack?
to be able
have-
to make it all the way
to
to
f8,
victory.
to f8,
Ah,
to
to
f8, I
f8.
wanted.
Yeah, but don't forget that after king f8, it's also possible eventually one
To
day
f5.
maybe f5, yes. Well, now it's not possible. Queen b3, let's say,
So that I don't.
or queen
come out.
c2. Put pressure
Okay,
on the
let's say
g6.
King, let's say king e8. Because
Okay, let's
everything is
say
defended.
here, king e8,
No, I want to try to understand myself because
queen e4.
I said we are convinced that
I mean, I could play queen e4
King d7,
immediately.
okay.
I understand, but why not to make it harder?
and now queen b7 and then you want this.
Yeah, I can do that. Queen b7 was the other option.
No, there is no.
No, I think it's either you have your idea and process with
King
the
d8,
queen
okay.
and pawn.
King d8. Maybe no.
Well, check.
King c7. I will get out eventually. King c. King
But
d8.
where? You're not going to get out anymore.
King d5. What do
And
you
you
make me?
get
Ay, oh.
So it's.
No, there is
I
no,
don't think there is
no,
much
no,
of
no.
a
I want
story
just
here.
to analyze.
Yes. So it's not going to be easy to win for black. Okay, so Duda won. This is the other
So bishop takes
game.
f2 is, of course,
Well, it's hard to resist to
Yeah,
take.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
basically, you understand. I'm not sure objectively it was the best because it's not so easy to win this, really. I mean, maybe e6.
maybe e5
Maybe
is...
e6 should
What
be, and
about
queen
e5?
d5.
What about e5? e5, and then I will get out with the king. Put the queen on f5, let's say, and then get...
e5 is also interesting, yeah.
I mean, I know that if the... Yeah, because now at least I don't have structural problems. There is no more f5. Possible more
I don't know,
space.
can I go queen e4?
Queen e4, if I take...
Take.
I want to take like this.
Well, I don't really have many of a choice.
No. I saw that you wanted to invent something. Yeah, okay. No, my question was stupid. So king f6, let's say, for the time being.
King f6. Okay, I said another 45 moves, right?
You promised that to me. You should...
Of course, it's not fun for Wojtaszek. I wouldn't like to be in his place. Let's see what the other games are up
yes,
to.
now,
Actually,
now the threat is queen e6 and c4, which means a small progress.
but Poland will win because they have this game. This is board 3.
But is this winning?
No, this is not winning, but on board 1, Duda won, and on board 4, Bartel won.
Ah, they have...
So they
2-0.
lead 2-0, and then they have these two games.
So who was the pawn up in the other game?
This game, black is on Poland's side.
Well, this could
Okay, but it's,
become rook and bishop against rook.
Nah,
No?
nah,
No?
I don't believe it.
Okay.
No, come on. He's going to play knight d3, knight d5, or knight d1 now.
I was just asking. I didn't
I don't believe
mean
it.
anything.
No. That's not what black wants here.
Well, knight d3, rook h6, I thought.
Sorry?
Knight d3, rook h6, I thought.
Now it's white to move, actually.
Well, then... rook
Yeah, but okay, black can go rook a2, cut. I don't think
No, to
white can
start an
reach.
attack with bishop h5, that was my idea.
I don't think he will be able to reach that.
g4 he played? Okay, this will be a long game. Objectively, it's a draw. We can agree with that.
Okay, what do we see? Where do we see what Holland did? Let's see what... Let's see, Caruana Aragnan, what is he up to? He's regrouping his king. Interesting. King d3. Where is he heading to?
Maybe he wants to go to king c4, maybe rook h4 afterwards, then bring the knight to d3.
He wants to... But
then king f5.
I don't know, king f5 is there. Interesting.
This is the only...
And okay, well, yeah. It's interesting what will be here.
No, but I love the central regrouping. Now I'm not so sure anymore.
But okay, we haven't seen and visited the ladies section.
For a
so
while.
let's go and visit the ladies section. But before that, we have an interview with the women grandmaster Nandit Ha from India. Maybe we see what she has to tell us.
Hi, on the third day of the 44th Chess Olympiad, I have Nandita with me, a local favorite. You have played 3 matches, you have a perfect score. Today you won by forfeit. How does it feel to be playing in your home state?
Actually, women's E team was announced like 1 week before the tournament, and also this is my first time to Olympiad, and to playing in the same country, hometown. So it's very proud of myself and very happy being part of Indian team.
Lovely, that's great. Nandita, how do you celebrate your wins?
Yeah, actually, last 2 rounds I was playing, and this round I didn't play only. But still, I'm happy for my teammates, and they are still playing, and that this will help them to play little, free. Yeah.
How is it to be surrounded by your fans? I can see so many people want to speak to you, so many people want to take your autographs, take selfies with you. How does it feel?
Yeah, actually, this is a very new experience for me, and I'm playing since like 17 years, and this is really new. And chess is becoming more popular in India and Chennai. So very happy, and to be part of. Yeah, it's very happy to see like a lot of people are supporting us. Yeah.
Lovely. I don't know if many people know that Nandita is also an engineer. She studied engineering for 4 years, and now she is back to playing full-time chess. Nandita, do you have any suggestion? Any you want to tell your fans, people who follow you, people who look up to you? Anything you want to tell them? Say to them.
Okay, if you want to play chess, then. My personal opinion, don't take engineering and all. Just concentrate more on chess. This is my personal opinion, because I didn't do anything after my engineering. So this is my personal opinion. Sorry.
It's all right. Do you have a favorite sports quote?
Sports quote.
Any favorite sports movie, sports quote that inspires you? It could be in your local language.
There is a movie called Dangal. Yeah, I like it very much, and yeah, that is my favorite movie. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nandita. Thank you so much. Good luck for the future rounds. Thank you.
So we are back, round 3, the 44th Chess Olympiad here in Chennai. Quite a few games already finished, and let's see a little bit, observe what happened in the women's section. Still some games going on. On the first board, Harika made a draw. The other 3 games are still playing. Then we have Anna Muzichuk, who won her game, and also Buksa, so they are leading 2-0 there. We have Movsevyan, Juliana Janidze. We have a draw there. Still on the top boards, quite a lot of games are still running. And so we can go to see some of the games, what we have still on the board in the ladies section. So let's start first with the Indian team, who is playing on board 1. And Vaishali still playing. She has a pawn up, so she was able to keep that pawn, which we had seen in the opening back long time ago, many hours already, because the players are playing for 4 hours. They entered just a few minutes ago to the 5th playing hour. So we have this endgame where it seems like she almost has it every day.
Yes.
Some kind of endgame. It's not so easy for white to convert the advantage, no?
Well, but it would be more difficult if black's pawn was on f7. The way it is, I believe in white's chances.
Because of the e6 weakness or the 7th rank weakness?
Well, both, and g6 and everything. I mean,
okay.
No, because with the pawn on f7, I'm not so sure. How do we make progress? f2 is under pressure. And...
well, I think this is a very nice observation, what Mihail is saying, that really, you look at the position, right? white has a pawn up, and suddenly you just say that the pawn is on f7, then it's huge difficulties for white to convert the pawn into a serious advantage and to victory. While if the pawn on f6, probably we can have even mating attacks or something like that,
in
right?
both cases, one possible plan is to bring the knight to d3 to over-defend f2, and then have some freedom with the queen. But we understand, okay, but with the pawn on f7, it's not so clear if the knight can go even further to sustain the pawn. Because if the pawn stays on a4 forever, then you cannot win. But with the pawn on f6, after knight d3, there is also the idea of knight f4, which can mean a lot of things. And now, for instance, we can play knight e1, because if queen a4, then queen e7 check, no? And I think the endgame is very dangerous if you lose the pawn on f6.
Well, I don't know if that will be the case. It's black to move right now.
It's black to move. Okay, if she takes,
It's
then
black
queen
to
e7,
move.
yes.
So let's say if black takes on a4, then queen e7 check.
Well, with the knight on f3, it's simply lost, I think,
It seems like it's just completely
But even with the knight on
disaster.
e1, the knight can return to f3.
Yeah, the
shortly,
problem
so.
for black is just
Double attack, yes.
double
yes,
attack
yes.
and checkmate over there. So
Yes,
this is
yes.
not possible. So black has to be considering something else. Queen a4 is not possible. So where the king will find its safety? Nowhere.
Yes.
This is the answer to that. And let's see. This is the moment. This is the moment where black went f6. So this was maybe a decisive mistake.
So she feared queen e5 or what?
Well, if it's there is an exchange, then the game is over.
No,
anyway.
of course, yeah, but okay, there are decent ways of.
So it was not easy to make a move, and yeah, because how can you stop the pawn to move if
Well,
a5?
queen a2 is possible.
Queen a2. Anyway, probably
Knight
there are
g5?
some provocation will be.
Yeah, but okay, now I just have to avoid committing myself. No, maybe bishop d8. Maybe I don't know.
Well, one thing is sure that black should have tried not play f6 because f6 he has extra difficulties.
I don't say that it's drawn, but I mean, okay, I can try to defend to ask you how you made progress.
Yes.
Because if the pawn was closer, you know, the knight is the beautiful place. Yes, we explained the difference, no? But it's a bit short ranged.
Yes.
And if the pawn is on a2 and the king on g2 and the knight needs to care about both of them, it's not so simple. But if the pawn was on d3, let's say, no, then, well, you would find a way to advance, or even on the c file.
Well, if the pawn would be on d3, you're not winning, no?
With the knight, why not? With a queen, I think there would be chances.
Well, chances, but I don't know.
No, I mean with the pawn on f7.
Yeah,
no, let's say on c4.
Yeah, no, from c4 on, I'm okay.
No, but I mean on a4 there is no coordination. You cannot defend.
I would like to have it on b5. I think on b5 is just winning.
Yeah, b5 is already crossing
b5 is
the board.
the best.
No,
it was
no.
the best.
Yeah, b5 is crossing the.
But of course, anyway, when you cross the force
that's
to the fix,
that's another thing.
that's a different story.
Yes, yeah. No, I didn't consider
Yeah.
situations with.
That's true.
Of course, on d7 would be better.
Yeah. Okay. So this game, it seems white can. There is a very good chance that she's going to convert this her advantage. Then on board, board 3, Tanya is playing with the black pieces. It's going to be a draw, most likely. And then on board 4, okay, India is winning.
A few extra pawns.
It's surprising that the game is still going on, I must say. Okay, so India is winning there. Then we have Ukraine playing in Slovakia.
You said that statistics showed that men tend to
play longer.
Play longer against women.
And women lost positions, or difficult positions.
Women also seem to play longer against women in those positions sometimes, no?
I don't know. That I didn't read the survey on that.
No, but we saw some,
Yeah.
this painful loss of the young, who's that girl who lost to Tanya, the
Yes.
epic first round.
But she was not playing so long. I mean, she played a few
10
moves,
moves.
but
It was 10 moves. I mean, okay, no.
yeah, but that was not the worst. I remember when I was playing with Maria Muzichuk in 2011, I think, in Gibraltar. And it was not an easy game, but somehow I managed to have a good position. I had a winning position, and I had a classical king, rook against, and the pawn. And my pawn was on b6. My king was just next to it, and Maria's king was cut too. So I was just wondering that, come on, I mean, I knew this when I was 7 years old or 8 years old, that this is practically, it wins by itself. And she was really playing on and on and on. And I don't know why, but I was really angry on that. Come on, I mean, am I tested whether I can queen my pawn? But I think it's simply, of course, she didn't want to insult me or she didn't want to do anything bad to me. It's just probably she's used to the fact that in competitions where she plays many events in Olympia, whatever, she's just trying that, you know, you never know, something might be going right or something. But I was extremely surprised on that occasion.
No, I also had such cases. For instance, a young Israeli guy, he was 70 or something. I got rook, g and h, pawn against rook. Okay, my pawns were home still. But he played all the way, you know.
Until you queened.
Oh, yeah, until my pawns... No, not only until my pawns reached the 6th rank, but I think I even had to do the whole plan with... but he was calculating and suffering and...
and played on.
But, okay, no, I was irritated when he asked to analyze. I said, okay, it's a bit late now. But, you know, I was hungry, actually, and... But okay, maybe he didn't know. I mean, okay, nowadays this is not common knowledge.
No, but it was painful from every angle, because obviously, if she doesn't know, which is obviously she knows.
At the level of Maria Muziciuk, of course, you can suspect that.
I think it was just it just happened. There was nothing wrong with it, but I remember vividly how badly I felt about it. But now this is the game we have of her, and she's playing very well today. It seems, well, this was what in the middle game we were discussing, how to play the Rai Lopez. She has an extra pawn, though it's not so easy to break
it's
through.
It's not obvious. I don't think he got the best, because at least now Black's coordination is normal. I mean, the rook's blocked, there is no more c4, c5.
It's difficult to break through, right?
Yeah, the bishop, okay, is passive, but at least it defends the back rank. And yeah, okay, maybe White has to break with f4 somehow, no? But how? Okay.
No, but I would think.
Or it's changing.
I don't know. Can the d6 be attacked?
Maybe rook b5 and rook a5. What do you think about that?
I like to exchange one rook.
No, and the other, and then the other one.
Yeah, yeah. It's black to move now. Queen b2 was the last move.
Yeah, also your idea, but how to attack d6?
How to attack the d6? Very provocative questions.
I don't know, because
very straightforward.
The passive bishop defends the.
No, I think rook b5 will be the threat.
And rook a5, but okay, the question is what happens if black just stands, passes, and you take twice on c5.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
do you win that?
Of course.
You win it, yeah?
Of course.
Okay, then I think it's...
But how not to win it? I mean, let's say king f7, yes. Rook b5, right?
Yes.
So if you just go back.
Let's here. Yeah, king e7, okay? King f7.
But actually, even rook b5, even instead of rook a5, I would even consider, I could consider to take and play queen b6.
And rook c7.
I don't know, c5.
C5, yes.
I won some very nice game against Spassky also. I mean, this is a nice breakthrough. Just finish off the game as fast as possible.
Maybe this is better, because I am afraid that that endgame, I don't know, it would be on the edge. I mean, if you go back, no, you may be right that it's better to take and play queen b6. Because after rook a5, king f7.
1 second, I just. Okay, so if rook a5.
Okay, king f7.
Okay.
You take, okay.
Well, first of all, here also I can go.
No, I understand, but I'm talking about the plan. Yes, okay. But
I
then
go here, everything is hanging.
I don't.
No, I think it's just.
It's also okay. No, I had in my mind that I have the queen on c7 for some reason. No. Then it's just lost.
No? Okay, so probably she's going to win because she plays rook b5 in the next move. Then Anna Muziciuk won already, Buksa won already, so they are just going to win the match. Then we have, who do we have on the, hold on, yeah, on board 3 we have Czech Republic against Georgia. So this game was a draw. Then the Georgian lady won. This is a convincing end. And there's still Melia Salome still playing. Well, this is, I guess it's not going to be a decisive game. That's what I would guess.
But it looks unpleasant for white, no?
Sorry? Unpleasant for white. That's true.
Maybe that drawn, but unpleasant for white. No?
Actually, I'm not even sure that f3 was a good move.
But f3 is a threat, no?
Yeah, but you can go e5 also and try
No,
to
e5
fix your life. But here, well, let's say rook e3, king d2, king e5. Or g5 first and only later king e5.
But if g5, then e5 maybe, no?
Well, that's the, or maybe just
But why-
simply bishop transfers.
Why do you need the rook e3? Because f3, why not king e5 at once? Because now
Yeah.
rook g1 is not possible.
Okay.
I want to use this.
Okay, I will go here.
So you want to fight against the blockade, but now check on e3.
And you take the pawn.
Yes. No, it's
And if check, then king e6.
king e6. No, it seems to be okay.
Well, which is also, I'm not sure.
Okay, but the game starts now, I think, no? What? Aha, you want to... But I
King
escape
E7.
somewhere far, no? e5, you mean, or...
Yeah, e5, you can give it check.
Or rook e3. But then
Rook
you mate
e3,
me.
rook b7,
Then
no?
you mate me somehow. King d8, that's...
No, it's just check.
But I go to c8.
Okay.
I want to go all the way to... No, of course it should be drawn,
But okay, I will play e6.
No, king... okay, king c8, yes. e6, and rook e6 is just a draw.
Well, that is a draw. And everything else will be objectively a draw, right?
Rook e5, but rook b.
What is this optimism?
You have that move. Sorry, I
Okay.
didn't see it. No, okay. No, yes,
Rook
it's
d7, I mean, there is not much for
there
black
are not-
to be
there are not
fighting
en-
for,
There
right?
are not enough pawns, yeah.
Somehow it's, yeah. So what's the point here? This is board 1, board 2. So board 3 will be a draw. Board 4. But it's a problem for the Georgian ladies then. On the last board, they're losing.
Yeah, with the king so close to...
So it can be 2-2.
Maybe now g5, the most technical move now.
What is the simplest way to win?
g5. I mean, just to forget about weaknesses on that wing. No,
Yeah, g5 and rook e5.
Yeah, and rook e5. Rook
So
a6,
to
rook
cut.
rook a6, king d7. Okay, it will not last forever. And just threaten to.
Go here, play c4. Right?
Yeah.
So, okay, but this match will be 2-2 then. So Salome's fight is extremely important because she can win. This is the position actually right now in the game.
What's the country? The country of the opponents?
It's Czech Republic against Georgia.
No, not so high rated, but a country with chess tradition, no?
Well, chess tradition, they're fighters, they're experienced, so it's clear that... so this is a big game now, running in this endgame, because...
So Batsiashvili won? They are on +1.
Yes.
Batsiashvili won?
Yes, but on board 4,
But
they are
on
in trouble.
Board 4...
She's much worse.
Just a
That's the
moment,
position.
No, this is losing, probably.
Well,
I mean,
should be losing.
You would be irritated not to win
Then
this.
Poland, Vietnam, they have some interesting end games also.
No, all the games are on, yeah.
Yes, Poland, Vietnam. This is board 1. Koshlinskaya Alina is playing. But okay, this should be win, right?
Yeah,
then
to all
board
probability.
2. Wow,
Oh.
this is not exactly winning.
Okay, let me
Or,
first,
well,
let
maybe
me
it's
count the
winning,
pieces.
but
Let
not
me
for
count
black.
the pieces first.
I mean, black can be in big trouble, though it's not so simple.
So I mean,
I
rook
mean, the
d8.
white king is pretty
Yeah, but look at
vulnerable.
those pawns. Rook d8, c5.
Black played h5 last move.
So white cannot make progress that easily. And if queen is 7?
Queen e7, I'm not sure.
course,
Maybe
of course.
just takes,
And
rook
F6.
e8,
Rook e8, rook
and f6.
6. Okay, so this should be
And
a
I
draw.
think
I'm not in
it's not
time,
enough.
So that's
It's kind of a tricky game. Then we have, let's look board 3. Board 3.
this looks a bit unpleasant, no? For black, but is it lost?
If black lost,
No, if black is lost.
I don't know.
Or it's just unpleasant.
I don't know if he's lost. Of course, the plan is to play b6, rook a1, rook a7, bishop c7, right?
That's a possible plan, yes.
One
or-
of the plans.
Yeah.
So to try to win this pawn. Well, first of all, black should be playing h5 to start with, right?
Yes, because if not h5, maybe it
First.
Yes, yes.
Because, yeah, you are an a5 player,
Yes,
I'm on my h5.
No, I'm a, you know.
Both sides. So h5, let's say b6. No, but actually it's not clear at all who is,
But
I mean, rook a8. I mean, is it really winning for white? I'm not sure.
no, this was my question, if it's winning for white. But,
Well, white is better, I guess. This
yes,
is
it should
true.
be better.
So white is playing for a win, and on board 4, this is going to be
There is
a
also
draw.
another plan f4, f5 maybe, and
Yeah.
take on d5. But it's not simple because your king is not so. Maybe we should bring the king to f4, no, before anything. But then rook g2 and rook h2. Or rook, yes. No, rook h2 is not possible. Okay.
No, after king f4 it's
yes,
possible.
but rook h2, then king g3, and you have to go away with rook. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, then king h6 is possible. That's why it's good.
Yeah. You have some
It's
limitation.
white who is going to be pressing, I believe.
Yes, but she, no,
She,
has
sorry.
to do it with care somehow because light squares, all these things.
Then we have Italy, France.
Aha, the neighbors.
Yeah, this was a draw on board 1. On board 2, Italy lost. White made a crushing attack, it seems. On board 3. Well, okay. Black is trying to
White
get
is
something.
white is very
but-
passive now.
Passive,
We
passive, but what's
saw a
the
lot
problem?
of
What
we
was
saw a
the
lot of
problem?
such bishops now, like that one on
Okay,
b2.
let's take.
I was just judging abstractly. I didn't.
No, I
didn't imply
understand.
anything.
That I understand, so maybe rook.
F1, but king g3 you can. Even rook e2.
Yeah, this can be. I mean, rook d1.
It looks awful, no?
It looks difficult, yeah. But okay, white can go rook c7 at some point, right?
And how? Because bishop h6 there. Okay, so rook d3,
It's
Rook c7, rook d3.
black white to move now.
rook c7, rook d3.
Here, king. Yeah, where to
Bishop
go with the king?
h6, bishop h6.
Well, bishop c1 also can be unpleasant.
No, I was thinking. But the king doesn't have squares, yeah.
Yeah, it's not easy for white to make any progress.
Yes, so now just rugby 3.
But okay, Italy's already won the match because they won. Oh no. It's France won the match already. You also see it there. So France won already the match. If I see it properly, that it's 2.5 for the ladies.
Right. Yes.
Then we have the next matchup with Azerbaijan, Greece. There is 2-1 for Azerbaijan. This was a draw. Then the next
So
one
we
also
saw
was a draw.
there was this game Mamazat. I don't remember what it was. It was the Arhangelsk, yes.
Yeah, this was
ended in a draw.
this part.
It ended in a draw, yes.
Yeah, because she exchanged queens at the end. After bishop e3, rook e8 happened. And then it was, this was the game.
Okay, and it's just nice for black, but...
Okay, in the US team, they're
struggling, yeah? They're -1.
Irina Krush made a draw.
Yip Carissa lost to Munchzul. Probably there are two sisters here too, yes? No, because one of them is Mungunzul and the other, no. Just similar family names.
There are still 2 games running. The first and the last board. Right?
So here black is a bit better probably, no?
Okay.
And here what is this? Black should be safe here, no?
Well, because after rook a3 she can go king a6. So that's a cool saving move. And here white is not worse. So they are going
White
to
is not worse, you think?
Sorry?
You think that white is not worse?
It's g5, you mean, and double...
and a4?
Double problem?
No, I would...
No.
I would be surprised
this can be that there is a big problem.
If white holds, yeah. No, so practically Mongolia wins the match, no? This is what it means.
Yeah.
I mean, they cannot lose either of the games.
Well, that will be quite a surprise, no? In rating, probably there is a...
I can check...
great advantage to the US team.
I can check here the difference, the rating difference.
Big fight on the board.
Well, actually, the rating of the American players is not that impressive, at least those who played this match. But let's say there is a difference of 200 points, maybe,
Well,
in general.
In favor to the US.
Yeah, no, of course, yes. I mean, I think that the States had also higher averages at the Olympiads. But still, they are a good team. And
yeah. Well, from now on, from round 3 on, you don't have an easy match.
Let's say that the lowest rating in the American team is higher than the highest ratings in the Mongolian team. So,
okay, that means a lot. So this will be a huge disappointment.
Yes.
And of course, we were talking about this, that for good teams, strong teams, and for teams who are playing for a medal, you can barely afford yourself to make a draw in the 3rd round. Though, it happened also with the Hungarian team before that sometimes, well, normally you should be winning your matches, and then when you start to play against the stronger teams, then you can end up making draws, and well, to afford yourself to lose, that's already a big thing. But I think Hungary also had, for example, in Hantiman-Sisk, we dropped some points between round 4 and 6-7 somewhere. So we were not playing against such a great teams, not the very best teams. So we were playing against good teams, but then we were collecting our points, and then finally we were actually fighting for bronze medal. So that's another way
but
of
it was game points or match points that time, because it makes a lot of difference in the tournament strategy.
Yeah, it makes a big difference actually. But there, I think already we had match points. That was already match points.
Because when it's game points, you can afford to have an average start.
Yes.
This was what I told the story yesterday, what Danilov tried with the Bulgarian team in Istanbul. He played without Topalov and Kirill Georgiev the first 4 rounds. It was 14 rounds then. And then and still it failed, because he saw that if we just win the last 4 matches, we have these 2 players in big form, and we win 3-1, 3.5, then we get close to a medal. With match points, it's not so simple, because if you lost, you can lose games, but not matches. That's.
Let's see. I think Magnus finished already, so actually that's what we see also here. They agreed to a draw. What has happened?
Actually, Vocatura was trying something, and I'm not sure if he didn't have some chances.
It would be fun to ask him, right? How he felt in this game.
Vocatura?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's not easy to reach through SMS, email.
No, but...
I think he threw over the window his telephone and all the
No, but
electronic...
if somebody's catching him...
Yeah, no, if I caught him, then okay, of course he would tell me, because we...
Well, of course,
are
it's
friends,
it's nice to see someone who played with Magnus, made a draw, has a discussion, to have him to talk. But how was the end of it? Because this is where we stopped.
He didn't go for a repetition there.
After
Vocatura.
e5, knight e4, king e7, knight c5.
He didn't go for the repetition with knight c3. He went knight c5. He played for a win, for the blockade and everything.
But what do you mean that he played for a win? If king d6, we are just repeating moves. He came from c5.
Oh, okay. So it's not. So he gave so he gave Carlsen a chance to avoid the repetition.
Yeah, because probably knight c3 was something possible, right?
No, okay. I just had in head that knight c3 was okay. So it's.
Yeah, so knight c5, e4 was played, rook d4.
Yeah, the blockade is nice, but
f5.
the pawns are connected somehow. And
rook a3, so there is a great
yes.
setup for white.
Yeah, but he cannot make progress.
Yeah, rook g8,
yeah.
he exchanged, takes, and went knight a4. So he wants to replace his knight to c3 to put pressure, and then he relocated his knight to e3.
And just looking around.
Bishop e6, rook d2, rook b8, knight d2, bishop d7, and it seems like white cannot make any progress, right?
Yeah, because it's 2 connected pawns.
And then this was the moment.
There is no white pawn which can stop those. The pieces are needed to. And g3 is also weak. You cannot go with a king.
So this was the final part of the game, and they agreed.
But it was nice to see that Carlsen found his way of turning the position dynamic.
Yeah.
I mean,
you can see the fighting spirit with Magnus, right?
Yes.
That it's not that he's underestimating his opponent. It's not that he thinks that he's going to be winning. He's just the world champion and the player who loves to play, and he has this curiosity about the position itself. That, well, is it possible to give a pawn and then play on? And of course, he has incredible self-confidence that he knows that he will find some way. Opportunities, ideas, and then he will push his opponent very heavily.
You know, there is this famous dialogue between Korchunov and Kasparov. It was a drawn rook ending, pawn against pawn. And Korchunov looked at Kasparov and said, young Chelovek, young man, are you playing for a win? And Kasparov, with all the politeness, said, no, I'm just playing. And then Korchunov blundered and lost.
Well, that many times happens with Magnus, that he's just playing he's waiting for the mistake to arrive. Yes. So what is going on? What's the end of it? We have and we have a special guest. So we have just a small break.
My dream came true. My old friend is here.
We're just back in a second with an interview. Hi, everybody. We have our special guest today, Daniele Vocaturo, who just played and finished his game against Magnus Carlsen. So welcome in the studio. How do you feel after the game?
Well, okay. Drawing with Magnus and being here to analyze with you, it's simply a dream. So what can I say?
Well, how was your preparation? What is the preparation against Magnus Carlsen?
You never know what he's going to do, no? If he's going to really press hard, because of course he's much stronger, or maybe try to play solidly. He tried to unbalance the game with the Caro-Kann, but he didn't really manage. And I got a solid position after the opening, but maybe found a way to put some pressure, I think.
So how your team came to this event, because today you made a brilliant 3-1 against Norway, who is definitely playing for a medal as well. So how do you feel about that?
Yeah, this is great. We have some young players, so they scored 2 points, so this is amazing, I guess. And okay, I tried to be the whole one of the team to be solid in the first board, and somehow it worked well.
How do you feel in the Olympiad? How are the circumstances, the area, the playing hall?
Well, everything is great. I think it's the best Olympiad ever. Everything is great.
Of course, after such a day, what else can a chess player reply? Right? Yeah, maybe you can share just a few thoughts what you had, like in the opening. Were you surprised with the Caro-Kann?
Yeah, I was not expecting the Caro-Kann. So maybe.
What was the crucial point that you felt that it was?
Okay, maybe later on I would say. So let's say where I think I got wrong somehow. So I moved number 16. Maybe. Sorry. Move number.
You can see there.
Yes.
The
okay.
Position. So it's before or after?
Maybe even earlier, because I think I misplayed it somehow. So this is the moment. Okay, let's say.
So 95, we were thinking that instead of 95, you may go maybe 92, but you were happy with 95.
Yeah, I thought the structure was good for me, but maybe it's not that easy. Let's say, because I thought, okay, this should be solid. I tried to exchange. And rook d8, knight a3. Okay, let's say this is probably the critical position. So knight c2 is still normal to go to d4, and knight c6. And I thought I was fine. I had complete stability, but at some point I started to realize if I play f4 to keep the structure intact, he might play g5, and g3, maybe taking on f4, taking on e5. King h8, and suddenly he might get some activity, rook g8, rook g5, So it was not that easy to keep this strong pawn on a5. On e5. And so I decided to take on f6.
Instead of f4.
Gf6. And I have the feeling that the whole concept is not good. Bishop b5. So I wanted to take the knight, put the knight on d4, get some stability on the center on the black squares, like, you know, old books says, but...
And the old coach?
Yeah. But somehow I didn't manage because he started to get some space on the queen side. And, you know, you think you have complete stability, but Magnus, of course, is great to find a way to create initiative.
What was your assessment in this position?
I thought I was fine, but, you know, 2 moves earlier, I thought I had some slight advantage. But here I started to think, okay, if he plays b5, a4, b4, maybe he's the only one with an active plan. And around here, I started to realize that maybe the concept behind bishop b5, bishop c6 was not that great after all.
So this was the moment where you were absolutely not sure whether it was a great idea to exchange the bishop.
Yeah,
for
I
a
should
knight.
still be fine, but...
Was there any moment where you had the feeling that, oh, I may
Yeah, okay, around here I
go
started
wrong in this game?
Yeah, around here I started to do something really... So I played rook a1, and he played rook e8. Great
You were
move.
surprised, right?
I mean, I said, okay, I'm threatening c4 and rook e8. If I take e5, and suddenly all the pawns start to run, and bishop c6, d4, everything is coming.
Yeah, scary stuff.
So around here I started to realize that maybe something was going wrong. But I said, okay, let's try to keep control. So rook e1, and he went on a4.
Were you expecting this move?
Kind of, but okay, I was hoping it would have been so strong, but probably it is. I think I'm still fine, but I mean, from the beginning, it's incredible how we managed to create activity. And okay, I try to stay solid. And now I don't know. I mean, of course, he has to push to win because he's stronger, and also for the team because we were winning. Maybe this is a bit too much, but probably still fine for him.
Yeah, we were considering that he wanted to make unstable your knight on d4, so after c takes b4.
Yeah, but somehow the knight on c2 is keeping...
Yeah, it's not a nice place for the knight, but it's at least you have a pawn up and you're keeping it, right?
Yeah.
And later on, what was your thought? You were not thinking to play for a win?
At some point I was hoping to try to play for a win, but also I was hoping he would have tried to push a bit more.
So in this position where it was knight on c5, were you surprised that he moves on and plays e4?
No, I was sure he would have done.
You were sure?
Yeah, okay, we were winning the match and they wanted to win, of course. But it's a bit borderline. I don't know how to assess the position. What do you think?
I don't know. I thought that it's not much danger for white because you have a strong pawn, you have a very strong knight. But we were also considering knight c3. Were you considering knight c3 instead of knight c5?
Yeah, but knight c3, so king e6, I thought. This was my initial idea, actually.
Yeah, after that, b5, bishop b7, and f5.
And king d6.
And knight e4.
And king e7.
And knight c3 back. Or knight c5, sorry.
Okay. Like this.
Because then the d5.
Yeah, I missed the
maybe false.
Final
well,
line.
you can go bishop b8,
c8.
bishop c8 maybe.
Yeah.
But okay, maybe g4. Well, rook b5, rook d5, rook b2.
No?
Yeah.
Yeah, if those pawns start to run, it's...
Okay.
Maybe knight c3 back, like you after bishop b7, but rook d8.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you were comfortable here already, right? That you didn't know how black...
I thought I could even try to get something, but okay, I think his rook g8 was really good. Yeah, rook g8. So keeping pressure on the pawn on g3. So let's say if in this position maybe I have the pawn on h2, I can try to get somewhere. But with the pawn on h3 and the weakness on g3, there shouldn't be any way to make progress.
Yeah. So after the game, what were you discussing about?
Yeah, we were.
Was he complaining about some of his decisions?
No, it was simply commenting this bishop b5, bishop c6. Actually, I asked him if it was so bad or not, and he tried to be kind and not to say it was that bad. But okay. And also, he was speaking that maybe he had some initiative at some point that he doesn't think that he is better at any moment, but maybe some pressure at some point. He was simply outplaying me. It was clear.
Yeah.
But okay, managed to keep solid somehow.
Well, I know that you were a professional chess player for some time, then you went to university, and then you are back as a professional, right?
Yeah.
Is it nicer to be a professional chess player than...
The years of university helped me to understand that I wanted to be a professional chess player, so...
Okay, so what are the goals of the Italian team in the Olympiad?
Not any goals so far, just trying to give the best. And every match is unclear. We could see it today. It was really unexpected, this win, but winning 3-1 against the Norway, it's incredible, because we remember that last year we were playing against Norway, and his last board was playing in the first board. And I think we lost the match. Okay. So winning today was something incredible, simply.
Okay, so great success. Thank you very much. We wish you good luck. And, good luck for the rest of the event.
Thanks.
Thank you for being here.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
So my next interview this afternoon is with Grandmaster, first board for United States, Fabiano Caruana. How are you doing, Fabiano?
Good. It's good to be here.
Okay, you just told me you did a draw. Could you tell us a bit about the game with Chobaba?
I thought I was much better out of the opening, but it was very complicated, and I must have misplayed it, because at some point my advantage completely disappeared. I don't know exactly which moment I could have, consolidated my advantage, but I'm sure there was something there.
Okay, so today's a tough match against the strong Georgia squad. How do you think the match will end? What about the rest of the games? How are you thinking the match could continue?
Well, we have maybe some advantage on the two boards remaining, and so far it's tied. So I hope that Levon and Sam can pull out a win. But it's not easy. Neither game is clearly winning for white or anything. But I think that we have decent chances to win, but we'll probably just barely win.
It seems to me that the team has had a sort of slower start than maybe other teams. Are you getting into the rhythm? Is there anything that maybe the heat, or is there anything specific that's not allowing you to perform at 100%?
I don't know exactly. We made a bunch of draws against players who normally we'd be expected to win against. I mean, the most important thing is anyway to win matches. So even if it's not by 4-0 or 3.5, it's still good. But yeah, we have been playing a bit, maybe not at our full potential.
And final question. What's your experience here in India in this tournament? Are you having a good time? Is the playing venue to your appeal? What about the hotels? What can you say a bit about the fans? Everything's going around the Olympiad here for you?
Well, it's good to be in India. I don't have a chance very often to come to this country. My last time was 12 years ago. And it's very good to be here. It's a beautiful country. And I think everything is quite well organized. Unfortunately, the hotels are a bit spread out, so it's difficult to catch up with friends, people you haven't seen sometimes for many years. But in general, it's quite nice.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
So my next interview this afternoon is with Fiona Steele-Anthony. How are you doing, Fiona?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
You're playing in the Luxembourg team, and it's a unique team because 2 of the 5 members are women, and you're playing in the open group. Could you explain what's behind this decision?
Well, I think it's exciting to have 2 women on the open team, but on the other hand, it's a pity that we couldn't field a women's team. It's not because of money reasons or anything like that. We just couldn't find 5 players, so that is a shame. But I think we might have made history. The first couple of rounds we played with the 2 women on the top 2 boards, which I don't think has happened before.
It must be said that there's only 13 women playing in the open section, more than 1,500 players, so that's a feat in itself. And you and your other team player are 2 of the strongest women players in the team, so you must be very proud of that.
Well, it's just always nice. I think, as I say, of course, I know it's the maximum women teams there has ever been, I think, this Olympiad, so it would have been nice that Luxembourg added one more to that, but always a pleasure to represent Luxembourg and to see more and more women playing wherever that may be.
Okay, so today you were playing against Marin. Things are looking good, so are you confident you'll win the match today?
Yeah, I think so. We won on the bottom 2 boards, and actually the other woman player and her husband are still playing on the top 2 boards, but I think things are looking good.
Okay. Now, you're a very popular streamer as well. How are you able to combine the playing in the tournament with your streaming activity and other jobs and things you have to do?
Very easy. I don't stream while I'm here. I know other people do it, and I respect them immensely for it. I think in the early days I tried to do it and I understood it's just very difficult because in the end you're not doing either of them properly, or if you do, it takes a lot of energy. I think playing in an Olympiad takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of energy. We're staying quite far away, so we have to leave the hotel at 1 p.m. or shortly after 1, so there really is no time. So I might do a quick stream on an off day, but when I play, I think I learned my lesson that I focus on the playing.
Okay, so it's your first time in India. Have you been here before?
No, never been here before. It's my first time.
So what can you say about everything you've seen here, the fans, all the playing hall, the hotels? You say you're far away, but is it a good hotel?
Yeah, we're far, but the hotel is very nice. The food has been brilliant. I still hope to see more of India. I've been playing every round, so I haven't seen much. But I think the fans is what, for me, stands out and makes this Olympiad really one of a kind. You mentioned yourself, I'm a streamer, so there's a lot of people that recognize you, so many people that come up for selfies, and just in general to see all the chess fans here is really fantastic.
Okay, thanks for your time and good luck in the rest of the games.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We are here at the third round of the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India. And most of the game finished already because they are playing already for 5 hours already, and we are entering to the 6 hours of fight. And some countries can be pretty upset today, unfortunately, because, for example, one of the big surprise we had that Italy beat 3-1 Norway. Don't you think so?
Yes, of course. If you judge objectively, it's a big surprise. But Italy is a team made out of players, grandmasters. So in one match, I mean, they are serious players. So in one match, of course, Vocaturo was white against Carlsen, and he held. Okay, Carlsen didn't try that much. I mean, he started solidly, as Vocaturo said. And then, of course, other grandmasters can beat opponents of higher rank. But it wouldn't mean that they would repeat the result if the match would be replayed tomorrow.
Yes.
But it's just one match, one round, one match.
Well,
so
probably they must be very disappointed about. Well, this is what we see here, the results. So Vocaturo made a draw, board 2, also draw, and on board 3 and 4, it seemed like they were falling apart in this match. Maybe we can go and see the other matches, how they are standing. I think India is doing very well because actually Eric Aicf, he won that game. He won that game. If we can have the results on screen as well. The Indian team, they finished also. I saw that they finished 3-1, and most of the top boards we have finished already. India, Hare Krishna won. He won the first, and then Judit made a draw, which was not surprising. Board 3 was quite surprising to me, and we see that actually they scored 3.5, but I'm not sure about that because I think on the fourth board they made a draw. Yeah, so they won 3-1, and
not a bad result for the round 3 already.
Not at all, because Greece is not a weak team either.
They're experienced players. I played with both brothers who actually lost today.
Absolutely. Well, actually, USA did not look very well before when we were talking about 1.5 hour ago.
Yes.
We thought it's going to be, US will not win. But I see the score. First of all, Fabiano played a reasonable game, completely normal game against Jobava. It was a draw with Aronian. It seemed like he's very much struggling to get advantage, but it seemed that he succeeded. We are going to get back to that game. We have Dominguez, who made pretty fast draw on board 3. So on those 3 boards, they are leading 2-1, and there is one game to go, which we are going to be looking and watching now. Then the Italians beat Norway. Then we have Spain against Sweden. They made 2-2, if I'm correct.
No, Spain won 3-1.
No, they won 3-1. I'm sorry. Spain won 3-1, so they are doing pretty well, I must say.
Even when Shirov and Vallejo don't win, the third and fourth board are quite strong. So
so they won.
They are very compact team.
Actually, it happens. This is what happened with Italy also, that
Yes.
they won on board 3 and 4.
Yes, and I think it's the younger players.
Here we see also on the screen that the first 2 players, they did a draw, and then board 3 and 4, they made a draw. So if we could go on with the standing of the match between Australia and Poland, there we see victory for Poland 2.5.
It was not an easy match, yes?
It was a very tough match, and Wojtaszek lost his game.
It was that endgame,
That
yes.
specific
Okay.
queen endgame was very difficult for Wojtaszek, but Bartel scored on board 4, so it's a very important victory for Poland. We can move on for Azerbaijan because they are still playing. Let's see how Azerbaijan is standing against Greece right now.
They are +2 and an extra pawn in the remaining game.
Yeah,
so.
Mamedjarov, who we were talking beforehand, how great style he has, he won today. And Mamedov also won today, so it's the first and second board. And Gusainov is still fighting. We are going to take a look just in a second. And then let's go and move on to Mongolia.
Sweden.
Sweden against Netherlands. What has happened?
It ends badly.
Wow, what a crushing score we see on the screen. 3-1 leading the Netherlands, of course, Anish Giri.
3-0.
3-0, sorry. 3-0.
And it could become the fourth thing because
and we'll see also
Tiger is not in a good position.
Is going to be, but it's very important to win with a significant score. And we saw that, of course, on board 4 there was a huge time trouble, and it was favored the Netherlands. And then let's see what's going on with Ukraine against Cuba. They still play, fight, and only one draw.
Korobov lost. You remember the end game.
So we have one victory for Cuba, and on board 3 and 4
they are still playing.
Still playing. So we see Austria against Germany as in the last out of the top 10 matches. We see Austria against Germany. They are 1.5, and on board 4
they won. No, Austria won with 1.5. The match is over.
Okay, so Austria won, which is a surprise.
It's a bit of the difference is not that big, but you look at Germany.
They were the underdogs.
26. Yeah, I mean.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, and then we have England won against Lithuania.
2.5. Yes.
2.5. I don't know if
India too leads with 3-0 against Switzerland. And one game to go, but
okay. So let's see the women's section. What do we have there? It's England played against India on the first board, so we are going to see exactly on board-wise how it's the standing, but they were doing pretty well. Harika was playing in the ladies' team. It's the first appearance for her in the Olympiad. This was the first match. And Vaishali is still fighting.
No, actually she won.
She
it's
won
3-1.
already.
It's 3-1.
So it's already 3-1 victory. Then we can see Ukraine, Slovakia.
Leading 2-0 and 2 games to go.
If we can see also the Ukraine, Slovakia.
Anna Muzichuk and Buksa won. Yes.
Ukraine, Slovakia, you see that Maria Muzichuk.
And Maria Muzichuk should win.
Should be winning.
She's a bishop
up. So they win.
They would have 3-0, and Osmak is also playing with black. Well, she's a pawn up, if anything.
Okay, so there is a huge victory for Ukraine.
It should be at least 3.5, yes, if not 4.
Let's see, what do we have? It's Poland, Vietnam.
Poland, Vietnam.
No, sorry, we have Czech Republic, Georgia.
Georgia won by they just scored 1 win.
Okay, so
the rest draws.
That was an important victory for them. It's very important. It's only round 3, but it counts a lot.
Of course.
Poland, Vietnam, the next one.
So it's 1.5 to half for Poland, and board 3 and 4 are still playing. So board 3 is that ending with a strong bishop against a rook.
Yes, there is an exchange for black.
The king is very active now, the white king, so maybe it will be another plus for Poland. So maybe they win the match.
And then we have Italy, France.
Which ended 3-1 to France. Yeah, there is another draw.
Okay.
So it's 3-1.
So more or less this is what are the standing. And then let's go back to the open section.
We didn't check how Sweden against Spain, which was sentimental in the ladies. Okay. So
let's see. Poland,
Sweden won by +1. Pia Kramling won, but the daughter lost. And they won on the back on the last board. So probably the captain has mixed feelings.
Well, yeah,
I think he's more with the family than with the country, no?
Yeah. So let's go back a little bit to the open section regarding to see the games which is still on and it's running. But in the meantime, actually, Shakland won his game. So USA finally actually seem that they are not going to be winning, but they won 3-1.
Do you frequently get such structures with white?
Well, to have an extra 3 pawns that way, that's not very often that it happens. Let's see what is still running. We have Gusainov playing this endgame, which is quite interesting and instructive, I must say. Because I don't know if this is winning.
But you wouldn't like to have it against Karpov? I know already.
Definitely, it's not something I would want to play against Karpov, but I would be extremely happy to be playing it from the white side, and I would be quite unhappy to have to be defending it from black side. But maybe bishop e3. I wanted to play bishop e3.
The bishop was there earlier.
But isn't this, what is it, knight g6?
And then just take, no? Actually,
no, the problem is that it's still lost, because after knight e6, knight g7,
knight G7,
just defending it. After this move, it's important that the king can stop my king moving.
Actually, any king move wins, e5, e7, e6,
so it's, the players have very little time already, because they are on 70th move. So knight e5, bishop b2, and well, actually Azerbaijan won already 2.5 half. They won the match, but of course everybody wants to fight it out and win the winning position and win the drawish position and generally to get the victory.
There is an interesting psychological, let's say, balance here. I mean, theoretically, the player with a disadvantage, I mean, when they are just leaving out of the half a minute addition, of course, the player with a pawn down should be under pressure, because, okay, move by move, he should be watching his steps in order not to lose the drawish position. But if he manages to find the position of resistance, then the pressure is passed to the opponent, because after all, the opponent has to show something. So it's a very tricky psychological game. And this may mean also losing time, getting into bigger time trouble and so on, but it can be mutual. So, but now the knight is going to
Well,
d4.
but it's so difficult to handle such a position when it's...
With both colors, no?
Well, but with white you can go all around 5 times with the knight, 3 times with the king, and then your opponent is falling apart mentally.
No, the usual thing is that the opponent simply finds a solution himself.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, that the opponent is falling apart and collapsing and makes a mistake, blunders something.
Yeah, just put it in other words.
And unfortunately, I was doing the same couple
I think
of
that
times.
Mihail Gurevich used to be very good at that. I mean, okay, not at Karpov's level, but a very strong grandmaster. He played in many open tournaments, and I know that he was very good. He was not calculating already. He was just moving the pieces around, and somehow, at some point, he won. It just happened like this. So.
Yes, there are some very experienced players who happens to understand so much this maneuvering and just being aware and alert if something goes wrong and some mistake is done, and
the
immediately
the bell ringing,
yeah. King d6. So what is the plan of white? The plan is to eventually... That's a good question. I don't know whether it's winning this position at all. Because I think the plan is when you have 4 pawns, if let's say there would be 1 pawn each, 4 against 3, it's winning, but the main idea is to exchange the f pawns and to have a pass pawn.
No, the same thing applies to pure knight endings. If it's 4 against 3 or 6.
Yes, sorry, that's what I was mixing it up.
If you manage to create a pass pawn, then you're winning without exchanging all the others.
But there is one thing you have to be careful, that the knight does not come behind your pawns. That's the only thing which we have to be careful.
To counterattack, yes?
Yes, That I remember. I don't remember much about that knight endgame, but I know that 4 against 3 wins, and you have to be careful to press and push and go forward the way that the enemy's knight cannot come behind your pawns.
For the middle game and complex endgames, the structure looks fine for white. But from the point of view which we have just explained, I mean, the possibility of creating a passed pawn, it's not very helpful. And If by piece pressure alone, I'm not sure that.
But this position should be probably objectively a draw.
This is what I mean, because we cannot create a pass. I mean,
Yeah.
it's very beautiful, but since there is no possibility of creating a passed pawn,
I wonder how White wants. Well, maybe there is a way to put the king on f5.
no, but if you bring the king to g5, then I think that already the plan with g5 can be dangerous, no?
If the king is on f5?
Yeah, maybe or maybe not.
I don't know, I just thought to bring the king on f5
And the knight
and
on
the
e5,
knight to e5 and try to occupy the g6 with the king and then to go...
You will occupy it, yeah, you will occupy
Yeah,
it.
but then after occupy the g6, then after that f5, f6
no,
wins.
Yes, but how do you get the king? That's the problem. You cannot get the king to...
Why? I go king g... Well, now I can't because now already I can't, but before I thought it's possible. Probably not.
No, I also had that dream, but I thought it was
okay,
impossible.
f5. This is not very happy for white.
f5 and that's over. So there was a moment when he could have brought the king to f5. No, of course that looks that one looks like.
Well, now it's difficult to make progress because once you move the knight away, the black king will move up to f6 and possibly even to g5.
Of course, you can bring your king back to f3 and think of something.
But what is that something?
I mean, okay.
I mean, you can play endlessly. That's clear. But the big question is, what's the plan?
Okay, if you go knight d6, king f6, knight e8, black
king
can
f7.
even. Black can even go back if he doesn't want any trouble.
Yeah.
I
would be scared to go out to g5.
Yeah. I mean, with little time, why to bother?
But maybe even objectively, right?
Maybe. So knight c7 now.
Especially
but
when
knight
someone
c7,
has...
do we lose after knight c7?
But why would it be losing?
If taking on c7 and king f6?
Ah, you mean white is losing?
I mean, if we try really hard...
Well, yeah, this is not the way to do it.
No, because I wanted knight c7 and knight e6.
No, but actually knight d6 check would be losing already.
Okay.
Takes king f6.
Okay. Anyway, I wanted to bring the knight to e6, so this is what he's doing now.
Okay, anyway, probably. Though, maybe after this he wants to go king e8. King e8.
And
that's an interesting way. So he's not moving anywhere with his king, but goes bishop e5.
Okay, but then he goes knight e6. He wants to go knight d8. Oh, knight b7 he wants. He wants to push the enemy king somewhere.
So, what is your intuition? What is the end of this game? Is it going to be a draw or a victory for white?
I can see the times on the...
It's seconds. Gusainov has 2 minutes and 5 seconds, and Krisha has 37 seconds.
If I
Actually,
was,
on the
if
clock
I
we
was
see it.
white, I would not hope to win this already.
No? But how can you win if you don't have hopes?
No, I mean objectively. I know I would have.
He's trying to lose, or what's going on? King f6, king g5. No, it's tricky actually because king g5, king f7,
and king g6. No, now I would have hopes to win, of course, but maybe it's exaggerated.
Well, the question is whether can white be winning here, because maybe even this is not going to be winning because how can...
Knight e8, we take on g7, take king takes f5, draw.
Well, exactly. Of course, if it would be not the h-pawn, then it would be a completely different story. Now we see king on g5, so black knows exactly what he's doing, and he's going to be making a draw because of the pawn is on h5. If let's say one line we would be pushing it, so all the pawns would be on g5 and e5,
you know
then it would be winning.
On the table-based site, Schroeder okay, I said something that maybe you didn't understand, then yes, you cannot go one move back, but if you push the arrow to the left, then it shifts the whole position to the left. So there should be such a cheating button here. I mean, if you don't win because of this, just shift the position to the left.
Well, it's a completely different story in chess, in endgames, where which file you're having your pass pawn. Is it H and A on the side? That's a completely different strategy and patterns than if it's anywhere else from B to G.
It's funny because black thought for some seconds and played bishop b2, a little bit unsure. It's not that it's going to be Zugzwang because the bishop
No, but the thing is, he has less than a minute for some time already.
Yes, no, of course he's tired.
It's very nerve-wracking when
I know. I'm not right. No, I mean, no, of course it's emotions. Of course, how many moves have they
So he probably just wants to go as far as possible with the bishop.
But at the same time, if you have the time trouble, you have to move around the clock, no?
Yes.
Close to the clock?
Yes. Yes. So the question is, can white do any tricks or anything that it can give any hard moment for black?
So something with
see.
f6 and the king takes h6. But he would... So the bishop is on
knight
a1
d7, bishop c3, let's say f6.
But gf6. No, first of all, bishop takes f6. How
but
is
bishop
that?
f6 is a draw, so yes.
Yes.
Yes, of course, white is trying. Now it's already over move 80. Very few other games are going on, but let's see those ones also just for a short time, because we have other very interesting endgames. For example, this Ukraine, Cuba. Let's see what is happening here, because this is still a match where Cuba is leading 1.5. And this is board 4, where, well, this is going to be a draw. So this is a big question, because this is a game where if white wins, then Ukraine makes 2-2, right?
Yes. So the last board, it looks like drawish.
Well, that is not much to be done. Right? But this is a very interesting endgame, because the problem of white that we have, I mean, he has a wrong corner pawn at the end, but of course
there still is a knight.
There is still a knight, and actually there is still 2 pawns and not only one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if g5, bishop takes h5.
Well, actually now immediately the pawn will fall off.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a very important victory for Ukraine once it's going to be over, because of course black will still try to play, but maybe not for long, because after taking on b6, white
he
will
wants
go
to go
d4.
g5 without losing the pawn on h5. He wants to exchange all the
But
pawns.
it's not so easy to do that, because after knight b6,
king h6, there are some
knight
tricks,
d5, and after g5, knight f6, and the h5 pawn, I believe, is going to be falling off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but at least you can simulate some
Of course, black is going to be trying and fighting for it, because I mean,
but then you could try something to put the bishop on e5.
But it's interesting. What's the reason white played knight e5 and did not take on b6?
He wanted to force g5 now.
But why?
To take the pawn.
Okay, we shouldn't forget again that white has 40 seconds at this point.
We shouldn't forget that white is a man and not a computer. And not a commentator who also has a... I mean, okay, if you exchange ideas, sometimes you see much better, things much better.
No, of course, it's much easier to do it from our perspective. No question, no pressure, no heartbeat
Even if we are
in the
relaxed,
sky.
if we just discuss, of course, we see more ideas. I mean, because sometimes during the game, you have so many questions in your head and you choose just one answer. But what is this?
This is
the game.
What we see, Shevchenko looks a very young man.
He's very young. No, this was what I was surprised. He's really young.
Knight d3. Well, of course, this should be a win as well, right? Probably next move, maybe he wants to take on g5 and only after that to take on h5. But of course, practically everything wins. It's not that knight b6 was much better. It was just simply, if it's there, why not to take it, right?
Well, but maybe he anticipated his pawn break and.
And we see on the board takes, bishop takes h5.
But
this is something which I'm not expecting that it will be played for too long. Though you never know, because white has a minute and a half.
But you know, the pawn on b6 is not really so important.
It's not important.
It's not, no, I mean, I think he did right what he did. Because now he has the g pawn, not the h pawn. You understand? It's really the safest thing. Black doesn't even have that hope to. And he will put the bishop somewhere close to the knight so to create a barrier. I don't know. Bishop f3 or.
Well, yeah, still. Goes bishop a4. Interesting.
But
technique.
then he may have to win the bishop against bishop and knight against the king endgame.
Well, probably they will play it out.
You know, there was I would not mention the name, but there was a game between strong grandmasters. One of them belonged to the elite at some point. And he got, the former elite player, he got knight and bishop against king. And okay, the fact that he, for 50 moves, he could not take the enemy king from the bad corner to the good corner, I mean, good for the mating guy. Okay, it can happen. But no, for 50 moves, he was preventing the enemy king to get where it should go to get mated, you know. Anytime the king goes, no, with the knight, he stopped, no, you don't go there. No, black, of course, he was just playing with the king here and there because he had no other pieces, no other moves. But it was funny, symptomatic that he didn't allow the king to go where he should have pushed it to. And,
well, I had a game against Gelfand at the first Blitz World Championship in 2006. Where I was playing with my daughter, was born just a few months before that, and I had this position. I was leading after 4 or 5 rounds, 6 rounds in the championship, and I had this bad game against Gelfand, and I was playing with the white pieces. I went wrong, and eventually I had king against bishop and knight. And I was playing, okay, it's blitz, right? So you're playing. And then I resign one move before checkmate. And then somebody comes to me and says, come on, why didn't you claim a draw? I say, when? He says, when you resigned.
It was already 50 moves, yes?
50 moves. So it was not a good thing that I got to know this information.
No, but in Blitz, I think it's if he got to a winning position, I mean, that's quite an achievement in Blitz.
I made when I was like 17, 18, I had a game against Ljubojevic. I was playing blindfolded, and I made it in 17 moves, almost the perfect way.
That's remarkable.
I'm not sure I could do it now well, but I still know the pattern.
Yes. No, I mean, okay, the fact that that game I mentioned ended in a draw is not, but the principle that he got somehow paralyzed mentally, because of course he knew that the king should go there, but...
Move 90, and I'm sure it's still going on.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I wouldn't like to have this in a game, you know. Not that
they will be testing your knowledge. No. Can you give a mate with knight and bishop?
No, at least
I would crazy not to win.
I would know where I should try to push the enemy king, but I'm not sure. I mean, okay, I never had it actually.
Really?
I never had it. I had 2 knights against pawn, and I won very quickly. That was somehow surprising.
That is very difficult.
I won it in 20 moves with little time. It was no increment. Little time meaning I had 20 minutes to finish the game without increment.
So the other game is also, let's just take a look. The fourth board is this one. So what we see is board 3 and 4 between Ukraine and Cuba. They are struggling a little bit. Then we have Actually, these are the two last games which is running right now in the big hall. Probably it's completely empty already.
The moment when there are more arbiters and policemen than players, no?
Oh, by far. By far, because usually also the teammates are asked to leave the playing hall when at this point. But
I try to imagine what is in the minds of all these arbiters and policemen stuck there, because these guys they just play chess.
No, but here there is a huge respect for the players.
I know.
I have the feeling that everybody who is here, most of the people, they are really happy to. All the volunteers, for example, they are so passionate. I've heard it that there were like 10,000, many thousands of volunteers applying for this opportunity.
Oh, and not all of them.
And no, it's only like 1/10 of it or something like that.
No, actually, I was telling you these days about my enthusiasm each time I play at an Olympiad, even though I played 12. I mean, never going down this enthusiasm. And I can understand if all the people involved in such an event can feel the thrill, because it's something in the air, you know.
But that's how it should be, right? I mean, it's a little cities built here, right? With a lot of different activities, a lot of friends gather together, a lot of new people meet. And we shouldn't forget about the Bermuda party, which is going to be just before the free day, which is iconic of the Olympiad, right?
Yes.
I don't know where it's going to be organized this time, whether it's going to be a beach party or it's going to be somewhere else. But usually it is a very much favored party by most of the participants. And I remember that it took me quite some time until I got to the Bermuda party, because I started my journey of the Olympiad when I was 12. So, but it has a great tradition. So let's see. In the meantime, on board 3, finally we have Bishop against Knight.
I think we can focus on this one, no?
Let's see the technique.
I can keep on the other game just to report if something extraordinary would happen in the turn ending.
Yeah.
Because actually that one is also important. They can still win the match, Ukraine. I mean, theoretically.
Not Ukraine, but Cuba.
Cuba.
Cuba is pressing.
Oh, Cuba is pressing, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe we will ask our cameraman to show us the other game, because it's more interesting for us to see the knight and bishop against king, the game of Savchenko.
The king is in a relatively safe area now, close to the dark corner.
Well, so the main idea is that the bishop and white can win only if the black reaching, or we are pushing it to one of the corners, which is white. So this is the goal for white. That's the way we can be winning.
I mean, if you bring it in that quarter of the board, then it's one. I mean, and then it will go to...
But it's one, but not by itself. So this position, what we see on the board on the screen, this is the position where black should be made. No, it's white to move bishop h7, exactly. Yeah, bishop h7. This is...
What does it mean, bishop h7?
No, we are going to see it just in a second. The only thing is that everybody is started to play extremely fast.
And the computer cannot follow, yes?
Let's see what we have here.
Bishop, okay. Okay.
So now the move is...
Yes, and the knight had to draw some M.
Now
G5, F7,
knight
E5.
D7. Now you have
D7.
to go knight D7.
Yes, it's like an M, like a huge M.
Yes, this.
Oh, so he knows everything.
So the thing is that after king goes up, bishop D3 has to be the move.
Yes, and he keeps the king in the... No, yeah, that's the area. Oh, very good technique.
Yeah, but okay, you have to know it.
Yes.
And probably he's...
Yes.
Exactly. So this is the way that the king cannot go out from the box.
Yes.
So
Okay, he resigned. Okay.
he resigned because he understood that the opponent
No, but it
understands how
was
to
very elegant. No, I mean,
Basically, he was testing that, you know it, if you know it, I resign.
Of course,
But I
of
just
course,
want to check
of
it.
course. Yes, yes.
Okay, so is the other game still going on, or is it agreed to a draw? Let's see, they're still fighting. This is the last game, which is two kings, and the last two games have just finished in 5.5 hours today. They were playing, so a lot of interesting games we have seen, and well, we've seen. Maybe we can take a look just quickly some of the results, the top 5 matches, let's say, to see where we are standing now and what was going on in the matches. It was India basically won very convincingly against Greece. Then USA won 3-1. They were also winning. Norway was a disappointment for Norway. I mean, it was 3-1. Yeah, this is India, what we see here. And let's see then Georgia, US. It was 3-1. That was a very big day for US because that's not how they were standing.
Well, Georgia is...
Norway
very solid
lost
team.
3-1. Spain, Brazil, it was... a tough match with the guys, but they won 3-1. Very
No, I think
good
that
match.
3-1 for the third round is not a bad result because
It's absolutely.
you have to win 2 games against some guys who are grandmasters and they
Absolutely,
have experience.
absolutely. Let's see the ladies section, how they finished. Do we have any game running in the ladies section? Let's see. I think everybody finished there. So we see England, India. India won 3-1. So Vaishali could win that queen and knight endgame against queen and bishop. Then in board 2, Ukraine, Slovakia. We will see what was the final result. It's Ukraine. The Mozachuk sisters won 3. And they won their match.
Okay.
Let's go to the Czech Republic, Georgia. There we have 1 victory for Georgia, 1 game, so they won just about 2.5. And well, this was the results today. Of course, it was a very tough day with many interesting games. And well, we've seen most of the top players also entering already this day, like Giri was playing also, and Duda was playing as well, and everybody, Hare Krishna also took part already. So more and more excitement we are going to be looking forward. I hope you enjoyed it, and thanks for being with us. And of course, I would like to ask you to send us your messages, questions, and which game is your favorite of round 3. Don't forget to write and hashtag Best Chess Olympiad 2022 because we are curious on your thoughts, excitement, which team you're rooting for, and we are going to be waiting together with Mihail, you tomorrow, to be with us again in the same time.
I just hope to have more such tough days with many interesting games. The time just flies away this way. So thank you and...
see you tomorrow and write us messages. Bye.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.